The apocalypse survival trial descended without warning. Electrician Li An accidentally found himself trapped in girls' dorm room 503, bound to the same bed as Lin Qian, the dance department's campus beauty. To his shock, he awakened to heaven, defying hidden talent Yin Sword Immortal Fei. At the same time, Lin Qian unlocked the matching Yin Sword Immortal Fei talent, while their roommates gained overpowered abilities of their own. A holy angel healer, a telekinesis master, and an elite shield warrior. Thus, the ultimate survival squad was born. With zombies raging across the world and grotesque Lovecraftian monsters lurking in the shadows. Danger was everywhere. Ruthless and decisive, Li An crushed every enemy with the invincible power of yin-yang dual cultivation, earning points to upgrade their dormitory. He protected only the stunning beauties by his side, sweeping through dungeons and disasters alike with overwhelming dominance, rising undefeated through the brutal apocalypse until he stood at the very peak of survival. Number. Chapter 1. Survival in the girls' dormitory. Fading apocalypse trial activated. Fei dormitory survival is about to begin. Fei all who hear this announcement must immediately return to their dormitory bed and bind to it. Fei Danyon, not bound before the countdown ends, will be erased. Asterisk, a cold mechanical voice exploded inside everyone's minds without warning. Zhangyan Arts University, Girls' Dormitory Building 2, Room 503. Li An was sitting astride a folding ladder, still holding an energy, saving light bulb he hadn't installed yet. Looking down at the girls below him, his mind went blank. What the hell? Dormitory survival. And it wasn't just him. The entire girls' dormitory building instantly erupted into chaos like a kicked hornet's nest. The hallways were packed with lightly dressed art students, chattering noisily. Are you done fixing it yet? I'm covered in sweat and need a shower already. Hurry up. Okay. The girl urging him was Lin Qian, the dorm leader. She wore an oversized white t-shirt in the classic missing pants style, exposing a pair of long, pale legs that were impossible to ignore. Pouting her rosy lips, she glared up at Li An with watery peach, blossom eyes full of annoyance. Without another word, Li An stuffed the light bulb into his tool bag and slid down the ladder. The freaking apocalypse is here. Who still cares about fixing light bulbs? As a veteran web novel reader of 10 years, he knew exactly what a mysterious voice inside one's head usually meant. Better safe than sorry. He was just an electrician doing part-time repairs in the girls' dorms to earn some living expenses. No way was he risking his life for 100 yuan. Grabbing his tool bag, he dashed for the door. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold of room 503, blood-red numbers suddenly appeared on the ceiling. Asterisk 60. 5958? Asterisk, the countdown had begun. Outside, the previously sunny sky was swallowed in an instant by endless darkness. Feiboom, asterisk, a purple lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, split the heavens apart, followed immediately by a torrential rain of blood. The crimson rain slammed against the windows with skin-crawling force. Holy crap, it's happening this fast. There really is an apocalypse. The entire girls' dormitory building erupted with ear-piercing screams. The girls who had been lingering in the hallways scrambled madly back into their dorm rooms. Doors slammed shut one after another. Li An froze at the doorway, too late. Running downstairs back to the janitor's storage room would take at least 3 minutes. The countdown only had 50 seconds left. Fail to bind to a bed, and he'd be erased. He needed a bed fast. By now, the sky outside had become pitch black, plunging the entire building into suffocating darkness. Swallowing hard, Li An turned and slipped back into room 503. In the darkness, rustling noises came from the dorm S4 beds. The girls had clearly crawled into their blankets in terror. My phone won't turn on no matter what I do. Mine too. The screen's black. What kind of prank game is this? This is terrifying. The girls' trembling voices were on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Li An carefully lightened his footsteps and quietly felt his way toward the lower bunk closest to the door, relying on the memory from when he was fixing the light earlier. 30 seconds remained. He stretched his hand forward. What he touched wasn't a cold bedrail. It was an astonishing softness. "Ya." A startled squeal instantly came from beneath the blanket, like a frightened kitten. The girl across the room hurriedly asked, "Qian, what's wrong?" "Someone touched me." Lin Qian's voice trembled. "What?" The other 3 girls cried out in shock. Hearing the voice so close, Li An instead let out a sigh of relief. Good. He found the right bed. He glanced at the blood, red countdown floating in the air. Only 10 seconds remained. Who cared about propriety when death was seconds away? Kicking off his work shoes, he ducked down, lifted the blanket, and squeezed directly into the bed. Uh-huh. Another shrill scream exploded. Lin Qian felt a tall male body carrying the faint scent of sweat forcefully squeeze into her narrow single bed. Help! Her scream nearly ruptured Lian's eardrums. He didn't care about soft beauty in his arms right now. He just wanted to get his whole body inside the bed before the countdown ended. Stop yelling, scoot over a little, Lian whispered urgently, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Instantly, the sweet scent of shower gel from the girl filled his nose. Terrified, Lin Qian pushed against the man on top of her. Her hands touched rough electrician's overalls. Then she suddenly froze. Ah, you're that electrician. Why are you still here? Recognizing his voice, Lin Qian became both embarrassed and furious. I can't leave. The apocalypse is here. If I don't find a bed, I'm dead. Just bear with it for now. I'll leave once this is over. You said that. You're leaving afterward. I, Li An, am a gentleman. Relax. Move in a little more. Half my body's still hanging out. Ah, where are your hands touching? Sorry, wrong place. Just as the cramped bunk dissolved into complete chaos, Fei buzz. Fei, a majestic mechanical voice, exploded inside everyone's minds. In the next instant, everyone was lifted into the air. Fei Fei ding, countdown complete. Dormitory survival has begun. Fei 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 bed bindings complete. Fei 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 exclusive talents activating. Warning! The dormitory is now a single unit. Only the beds will remain. All other supplies, including clothing, will disappear. All resources must be rebuilt from scratch. Earning dormitory points and obtaining survival supplies are your only paths to survival. Fei 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 every 3 days. The dormitory portal will open once. Random teleportation. Search for resources. Eliminate monsters. Fei Fei Fading. Detected host sharing a bed with opposite. Sex target Lin Qian. Hidden special condition triggered. Fei 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 exclusive talent awakened. Yin Sword Immortal. Fei the moment the mechanical voice faded from his mind. Lian shuddered. Then suddenly, all his clothes vanished. Before he could process what had happened, he crashed onto a hard wooden bedboard with a thud. Huh, where'd the mattress go? As Lian fumbled around in confusion, a soft body suddenly fell directly into his arms. Smooth, delicate skin pressed against him, carrying a young girl's warmth and faint fragrance. There was absolutely nothing between them. Ah! Lin Qian trembled violently in his arms. Then she let out an piercing scream. Pervert! In the darkness, the girl frantically scrambled toward the inner side of the bed, her voice filled with humiliation. And right in the middle of this complete chaos, a faint glow suddenly lit up from the lower bunk across from them. The source of the light was a pale-skinned blonde girl with blue eyes. She raised a softly glowing hand like a phantom torch. Using the dim illumination, Lian finally saw what was happening. More accurately, he saw Lin Qian beneath him. The dance department beauty, who was normally worshipped by countless male students, was now trembling like a frightened quail. Her breathtaking face was flushed crimson, tears hanging at the corners of her eyes. Most importantly, not only had the blankets disappeared, even the silky nightdress she'd been wearing had vanished completely. Nothing remained hidden. Her flawless body resembled a perfect piece of white jade displayed defenselessly before him. The visual impact was overwhelming. Even Lian, who usually had decent self-control, felt his blood rushing. It's a misunderstanding. Seriously, it's a misunderstanding. Number chapter 2. The stronger the womanizer to prove he had no dirty intentions. Lian instinctively sprang to his feet. Unfortunately, he forgot this was a cramped girl's dorm room. He rose straight up from the lower bunk and stood boldly in the middle of the narrow aisle, by the faint white glow coming from the opposite bed. His proud, fully exposed capital was displayed to everyone without reservation. The 3 girls across from him all widened their eyes in shock. For 1 second, the air froze solid. Then, 3 Ultra. High-pitched screams exploded simultaneously inside Dorm 503, loud enough to blow the roof off. The sound stabbed painfully into his ears. The blonde foreign girl holding the glowing light was clearly terrified by the scene. Her wrist trembled, and the pearl, like glow, flickered twice before instantly going out. The dorm plunged back into pitch, black darkness. Along with the darkness came frantic rustling as the girls scrambled and crawled toward the corners of their beds. Mixed with panicked crying, standing in the aisle, listening to the chaos around him, Lian felt utterly speechless. He raised a hand and rubbed his ringing ears. Seriously. He was at least a decent-looking guy, 185 centimeters tall, with a fit, muscular body built from years of electrical work. Sure, he wasn't some idol-level celebrity, but among ordinary people he was definitely considered handsome. With this physique and these assets, who knew how many female trainers secretly checked him out whenever he went to the gym off campus? Everyone here was an adult already. Why were they pretending to be so innocent? They were acting like he was some kind of exhibitionist pervert. Besides, it was the damn system that erased everyone's clothes, not him stripping them off. Eno, shut up already. Lian frowned and barked sharply. A man's voice naturally carried pressure in such a confined space. The screams stopped abruptly, leaving only a few suppressed sobs behind. Will crying solve anything? Lian stood where he was, his tone surprisingly calm. You all heard the mechanical voice earlier. There's blood rain outside, and there was a countdown on the ceiling. The world outside has changed. This isn't some stupid prank anymore. If we don't follow the rules, we'll really be erased. We all bound to dorm 503 now. We re-tied together whether we like it or not. Instead of wasting energy screaming, we should figure out this dorm survival system and talk about what abilities everyone awakened. In the darkness, the girls gradually calmed down. They clearly understood how serious the situation had become. To break the unbearably awkward atmosphere, Lian decided to go first. I'll start. The system said my awakened talent is called Yin Sword Immortal Fei. The name sounded incredibly overpowered, probably some top-tier combat class specialized in slaughter. While speaking, Lian instinctively summoned up his status panel in his mind. A semi-transparent blue virtual screen instantly appeared across his vision. Skipping past the basic stats, his eyes eagerly landed on the talent description section. Originally, he wanted to explain his powerful ability to these frightened college girls and establish himself as the backbone of the group. But the moment he read the 8 glaring words displayed there, Lian froze, like he'd been struck by lightning. This is called a Sword Immortal. The pale blue screen clearly read, Fei supremely yang and unyielding. The more women you command, the stronger you become. Fei he'd heard of wine sword immortals in web novels before, cultivators who became stronger the more they drank. But what the hell was a yang sword immortal supposed to be? Did it mean he got stronger the more women he slept with? If he actually read this description aloud in front of these innocent college girls, that would be disastrous. Wouldn't they guard against him like he was some criminal from now on in this dangerous apocalypse? How was he supposed to naturally win them over later? Lian coughed twice, his mind spinning rapidly. Ahem, this Yang Sword Immortal basically means I use swords. You girls watch fantasy dramas, right? You know, sword control techniques? Like killing enemies from 1,000 miles away with a flying sword, that kind of thing. Lian shamelessly bragged with the calm demeanor of a peerless master. But before he even finished speaking, Lin Qian, who had been curled up in the corner of the bed beside him, suddenly spoke up. You're lying. The girl's sweet voice carried obvious embarrassment and irritation. What sword control? What killing people from 1,000 miles away? Your class is obviously a complete pervert class. Lin Qian immediately shouted toward the other 2 beds. Shu Tong, Dan, and Jiajia, be careful around him. This guy's class. His class gets stronger by sleeping with women. The moment those words came out, the atmosphere in Dorm 503 instantly became bizarre again. 3 wary, even frightened gazes locked onto Lian in the darkness. Having his secret exposed on the spot made Lian's old face heat up immediately. The atmosphere became awkward beyond belief, but after only 2 seconds, Lian suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait. He raised an eyebrow and looked suspiciously toward Lin Qian, who was still curled up tightly. My personal system panel should only be visible to me. How do you know my talent description? Faced with his questioning, Lin Qian bit her rosy lip. She let out a cold snort, turned her head away, and fell completely silent. Suspicious. Definitely suspicious. Narrowing his eyes, Lian focused once more on the blue screen before him. This time, he carefully examined every detail of the panel, and soon enough, he discovered the clue. At the lower right corner of the words Fei Yang Sword Immortal Fei, there was an extremely tiny Taiji Yin Yang symbol. The icon emitted a faint golden glow while slowly rotating. Lian's heart stirred. Using his thoughts, he lightly tapped the symbol. Fei swish. Fei the blue screen rippled like water, and instantly transformed into an entirely new pink semi-transparent panel. Fei bound partner, Lin Qian Fei talent ability. Yin Sword Immortal, subclass, Fei talent trait. Supreme Yin Purity Crystal, Clear Sword Heart Fei 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 Talent Level, LV.1 Fei 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 Talent Skills, Yang Replenishing Art, Yin Sword Technique Fei Fei. Fei Note: a body of extreme yin is envied by heaven itself. Only pure yang can protect it. Fei, after reading Lin Qian's panel, Li An nearly burst out laughing. The corners of his mouth stretched almost to his ears. This apocalypse survival system was way too considerate. This wasn't handing out talents, it was handing out wives. No wonder Lin Qian had looked so humiliated earlier. Seeing the grin Li An was trying desperately to suppress in the darkness, Lin Qian immediately realized he had figured everything out. The usually untouchable dance department beauty now felt nothing but grievance and frustration. Why? Lin Qian glared at him angrily, sounding close to tears. Why are you the main class while I'm just a subclass? And why can you grow stronger through dual cultivation, while my skill is called Fei Yang? Replenishing Art Fei and I have to rely on you just to survive. Faced with her barrage of complaints, Li An merely shrugged with an infuriatingly smug expression. Can't help it. That's just how the system arranged things. Maybe I'm just the once, in a million chosen protagonist type from novels. Besides, if I'm going to protect a stunning beauty like you in the apocalypse, I need some authority, don't I? Ha! Shameless! Blushing furiously, Lin Qian spat lightly in embarrassment and refused to continue discussing the topic with this guy who was obviously enjoying himself too much. She hurriedly changed the subject. Shutong, forget about him! What ability did you awaken earlier? How are you glowing? Number Chapter 3. Sword Immortals. Hearing Lin Qian's question, the pale-skinned girl on the opposite lower bunk timidly spoke up. I think I awakened something called Fei Light Angel Fei. The panel says I can not only produce light, but also heal injuries. As soon as she finished speaking, Shutong slowly opened her fair palm. The soft white glow, like a luminous pearl, lit up the dorm room once again. Under the faint illumination, Li An paused in surprise. Light Angel. Why did that sound so familiar? Wasn't that basically the classic healer class from Western fantasy RPGs? Here he was cultivating immortality while she was straight up using magic. This system's class pool was ridiculously diverse. While Li An was silently complaining to himself, another girl sleeping beside Shutong cautiously raised her hand. I finished reading mine too. My awakened ability is called Fei X. Fei X. Li An frowned. What kind of class name was that? The long-haired girl swallowed nervously and continued reading her panel. It says my current abilities are mind control and telekinesis, plus short-range psychic detection. The moment he heard that, Li An, who had been relaxed moments ago, suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. Mind control telekinesis. Holy crap, X. This couldn't actually be the powers of Professor X from the movies, right? If developed later on, this ability would be absurdly overpowered. Damn Professor X. Miss, what's your name? The girl was startled by his reaction and shrank back slightly. My name is Zhao Dan. Great name. Li An then turned toward the final petite figure hiding in the shadows. What about the last one? What class did you awaken? The tiny girl poked half her head out and answered in a soft, sweet voice. My name's Shujia. I think my ability is called Face Shield Maiden Fei. The panel says I have lots of defensive skills, but they're all grayed out right now and can't be unlocked. Shield Maiden. This time, Li An was genuinely stunned. Holy crap! Isn't that the insanely lucky tank class that basically never dies no matter what happens? Good lord! His mind spun rapidly as he calculated the team composition. Shutong was an elite healer. Zhao Dan handled scouting and psychic crowd control. Shujia was an invincible defensive main tank. Meanwhile, he and Lin Qian were dual cultivation sword immortals responsible for explosive damage output. This lineup was absolutely broken. While Li An was secretly overjoyed, the other girls had also gradually recovered from their initial panic. Almost simultaneously, they turned to ask about Lin Qian's ability. Chanshin, what ability did you awaken? Yeah, Chanshin. Why have you been so quiet? Hearing her roommate's questions, Lin Qian's face instantly flushed all the way to her neck. She snorted coldly and bit her lips stubbornly without saying a word. Seeing this, Li An grinned mischievously. Oh, her? She awakened the class of being my wife? Huh? The three girls gasped at the same time. Lin Qian completely lost it. She glared at Li An with grief and fury written all over her face. What do you mean your wife? How can you be so shameless? My class is also Sword Immortal. Li An calmly shrugged and added another stab with leisurely satisfaction. You're the Yin Sword Immortal. I'm the Yin Sword Immortal. One yin, one yang. Isn't that basically a match made in heaven? You bastard. Overcome with embarrassment and anger, Lin Qian's head heated up. She completely forgot about their current situation. Suddenly jumping up from the bed, she raised her fist and charged at Li An. And at that exact instant, the fluorescent lights of Dorm 503 suddenly flickered with a loud Fei-ba-zt before blazing to life. Blinding white light instantly drove away all darkness. Lin Qian stood there directly in front of Li An, completely exposed. For 1 second, time itself seemed to freeze. Li An's eyes widened like brass bells. Another earth-shattering scream pierced the room. Lin Qian finally realized what she'd done. In a panic, she hurriedly covered herself with one hand above and one hand below. Like a frightened rabbit, she scrambled desperately back into the deepest corner of the bed. Under the sudden bright lighting, Li An finally realized the entire dorm room had completely changed. All the clothes, shoes, snacks, cosmetics, and clutter that had once filled the room had vanished completely the moment the system bound the dormitory. Now, the room contained only 4 lonely metal bed frames, and on those bed frames, 4 completely naked girls curled up tightly in the corners. 4 pairs of eyes, filled with embarrassment and anger, stared directly at Li An standing in the center. The visual impact was unbelievable. Li An felt his throat go dry. Only now did he truly get a clear look at how stunning these 4 girls were. There was no need to mention Lin Qian. As the dance department's campus beauty, both her flawless face and graceful curves were absolutely top tier. Then there was Zhu Tong, the healer. The lighting had been too dim earlier to see clearly, but now Li An realized she was actually from an ethnic minority. Her shoulder, length wavy golden hair, and deep striking facial features gave her an exotic beauty, and her tall curvy figure was practically that of a perfect foreign supermodel. Next was Zhao Dan, who possessed Professor X-like powers. Despite her long hair, there was a heroic sharpness in her brows. She looked like an exceptionally cool and handsome girl. Finally, there was Shujia, the shield maiden. She turned out to be a tiny, adorable, lowly-type girl with an innocent doll-like face. But her figure was outrageously unfair. Even though she was desperately curling herself into a ball, her astonishing curves were impossible to hide. Leon's gaze swept around the room. Who the hell could endure this? As a perfectly healthy young man full of vigor, he reacted almost instinctively. Ah, pervert. Another 4 synchronized screams exploded together. Clearly, even though the girls kept shouting in fear, they had all secretly been peeking at him the entire time. The moment they noticed the dramatic change in his body, their faces turned pale as they hurriedly looked away, caught red-handed. Li An was so embarrassed he wished the floor would swallow him whole. He quickly bent over and desperately tried to restrain the unruly pipe. Ahem, I really couldn't help it. Please understand. Totally normal human reaction, completely normal. Just as Li An shamelessly tried to explain himself further, that cold mechanical system voice suddenly rang through everyone's minds once again without warning. Fei-Fei Apocalypse Dungeon. Zombie Crisis. Beginner activated. Fei-Fei Dungeon Shop synchronized and opened. Fei-Fei Tip. Exploring dungeons and killing targets grants points. Fei-Fei 1/4 of all acquired points will automatically convert into dormitory points, used for dormitory construction and upgrades. Fei, the remaining points belong entirely to the individual. Fei, as the emotionless announcement ended. Fei bang, Fei the dormitory door, which had been tightly shut moments ago, suddenly burst open on its own. A thick gray, white fog with a pungent stench poured violently through the doorway, like a living entity. The temperature of the entire dorm room instantly plummeted to freezing, and together with the eerie mist, deep in the hallway outside, came waves of horrifying growls that made everyone's skin crawl. Number Chapter 4. System Rules and Awakened Powers. Ah. The 4 girls turned pale with terror and instinctively shrank deeper into their beds. Li An frowned tightly and took half a step back. Instead of looking outside the door, his gaze landed on the empty space in the center of the dorm room. The moment the door had opened, accompanied by the dungeon activation prompt, 5 gray cloth bundles had suddenly appeared on the previously empty floor. Floating above them were several pale blue words. Fei Beginner, basic covering outfit. Fei, at least the system hadn't been completely heartless. Without hesitation, Li An strode forward and grabbed one of the bundles. With a hard yank, he tore it open to reveal an extremely rough set of gray long-sleeved clothes and pants. He quickly pulled them on, covering his exposed body. Then he grabbed the remaining 4 bundles and tossed them toward the girls' beds without even looking. "Put them on! What are you staring at?" Li An barked sharply. The bundle hit Lin Qian on the shoulder, finally snapping her out of her daze. Panicking, she tore open the cloth package, pulled out the moldy-smelling gray outfit, and hurriedly put it on. Xu Tong, Zhao Dan, and Xu Jia quickly followed suit. Nobody cared how ugly the clothes looked anymore. Being covered at all brought the greatest sense of security. Li An stopped paying attention to them. His focus had already shifted toward a machine that had mysteriously appeared in the corner of the dorm. It resembled a black metal ATM machine, its screen glowing with a cold blue light. Li An walked over quickly and scanned the display. The interface was divided into 3 clear sections: Fei Fei Dormitory Scoreboard, Fei 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 Dungeon Shop, Fei 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 Mission Details, Fei He raised a hand, and tapped Fei Dormitory Scoreboard Fei. A massive number appeared in the center of the screen. Fei ***0. Li An sneered, exactly as expected. Then he opened the Fei Dungeon Shop Fei. A long list of items unfolded across the screen, but the prices sent chills down his spine. Fei Fei Mineral Water, 500 milliliters. Fei, 1 point Fei Fei Wellhole. Wheat Bread, 500 G. Fei, 2 points Fei. Fei Basic Hemostatic Bandages Fei, 10 points Fei. Fei Fei Fire Axe Fei, 20 points Fei. Fei Glock Pistol Fei, 100 points includes 1 magazine Fei. Fei 9mm ammunition, Fei 1 point per bullet. Li An swiped through the interface several times. No beginner gift pack, no free supplies. The system hadn't even provided a stick to defend themselves with. A true start from. Nothing survival game. He took a deep breath and opened the final section. Fei Mission Details. Fei 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 Current Dungeon. Zombie Crisis. Beginner. Fei 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 Difficulty. D rank Fei 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 Duration. 72 hours Fei Fei. Fei Point rules: kill 1 low-level zombie to earn 1 personal point. Survive 1 hour in the dungeon to earn 1 personal point. Fei Fei ****. Notice, during the dungeon period, 1/4 of all earned points will be forcibly converted into dormitory points for dormitory construction and upgrades. ***. Fei Fei countdown. 55 minutes 30 seconds. After the countdown ends, all participants will be forcibly teleported into the dungeon area. Fei after. Reading everything. Li An turned around. The 4 girls had already changed into the gray rough spun uniforms. The oversized outfits looked somewhat ridiculous on them, yet their stunning faces still stood out unmistakably. But at this moment every trace of color had vanished from their faces as they stared fixedly at the wide-open dormitory door. Within the thick fog, a twisted black figure staggered toward the entrance. Graya, a rotting face, half decayed with cloudy white eyes, slammed violently against the doorway. Black blood splattered from its mouth as it roared. "Ah!" Xu Jia screamed and covered her eyes, too terrified to look. Yet the zombie did not enter the room. Just an inch from the doorway, a transparent barrier flickered briefly. The zombie crashed heavily into the invisible wall with a dull thud. No matter how it clawed and roared, it could not cross even half a step further. "Quiet." Li An spoke coldly, cutting off the girl's screams, walking to the center of the dorm. He pointed toward the transparent barrier. "Look carefully. As long as we stay inside the dormitory, we're absolutely safe for now. No monster can get in." Hearing this, the girls finally relaxed slightly. Lin Qian gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "But we can't hide here forever." Li An pointed toward the scoreboard machine in the corner. "The door is already open. The rules are clear. We only have 1 hour to prepare. After that, we'll be forcibly teleported outside." "Teleported outside?" Xu Tong widened her deep-set eyes, her voice trembling. "But those monsters are everywhere out there. We'll die if we go out. If we don't go out, we get erased right now." Li An mercilessly shattered her hopes. "1 low, level zombie equals 1 point. Survive an hour, and you get another point. This mission lasts a full 72 hours. He paused and swept his gaze across all 4 girls. "You think hiding here will let you survive 72 hours? A bottle of water costs 1 point. A loaf of bread costs 2. If we don't go out and kill monsters to earn points, even if the zombies don't kill us, we'll die of thirst and starvation." The dorm fell silent. Only the relentless scratching of zombies outside continued. What if we survive and make it back?" Zhao Dan asked through clenched teeth, forcing herself to stay calm. "If we make it back alive, we can use points to build facilities inside the dormitory. Upgrade beds, reinforce defenses, maybe even build showers and kitchens." Li An looked at her and deliberately dangled a glimmer of hope. "No matter what, we don't have any way out." Suddenly, Xu Tong fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a phone with a shattered screen. "The police, right? We can call the police. They'll definitely come save us. She frantically mashed the power button. The screen lit up, but in the top left corner, the signal icon showed only a glaring red X. No signal. How is there no signal? Shutong collapsed onto the bed in despair, tears streaming down her face. Stop wasting your energy. Li An walked over, snatched the phone from her hand, and tossed it back onto the bed. This is an apocalypse game. Drop those childish fantasies already. The rules are simple now. Kill or die. Li An walked to the doorway and stared at the growing mass of shadows outside. There are 50 minutes left. Those 50 minutes aren't for crying. He turned around, his eyes sharp. Get familiar with your abilities and adjust your mindset. Zhao Dan took a deep breath and stood up. Lion, you're the only man here. Tell us, what should we do? Lion nodded approvingly. This girl had grit. Simple. He raised 3 fingers. First, understand your roles. Shutong, you're the healer. Your light can heal injuries, so figure out how it works. Shutong wiped away her tears and raised her right hand. With a thought, a gentle white glow blossomed in her palm. The system says the light can accelerate wound healing, but it consumes mental energy. Right now, I can only use it 3 times at most, she reported honestly. That's enough. Save it for critical moments. Li An turned toward Zhao Dan. What about you? Zhao Dan stared at an empty water bottle lying on the floor. Her brows tightened as she focused intensely. Several seconds later, the bottle trembled slightly before slowly floating into the air, hovering half a meter above the ground. Telekinesis. Right now I can control objects weighing about 10 pounds at most, and only within 5 meters. Number Chapter 5, The Teleport Begins. First lesson in Apocalypse Survival Sweat appeared on Zhao Dan's forehead. Good. In real combat, you can use it to trip zombies or alter their attack trajectories. Li An nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked toward Shujia. Shorty, what about your shield maiden skills? Shujia shrank her neck timidly and answered pitifully. The panel says my skill, Fey Solid as a rock Fey, can only be unlocked after I take damage in battle. Right now, I can't do anything. Li An's eyelid twitched. So this tank class started off as a pure damage sponge with no abilities. Fine, if fighting starts, stay behind me and don't run around. Finally, Li An turned his gaze toward Lin Qian. The normally proud and untouchable dance department beauty was biting her lips stubbornly while glaring at him with unwillingness written all over her face. And what about your Yin Sword Immortal, Miss Campus Belle? Li An asked with a teasing smile. None of your business. Lin Qian turned her head away. If I don't care about you, you won't survive 10 minutes out there. Li An's smile vanished as his tone turned cold. Your Yin Sword technique only works within 10 meters of me, and that Yang replenishing art requires physical contact to restore your stamina. Step by step, he walked closer until he stood directly in front of her, looking down at her from above. For the next 72 hours, drop the princess attitude. Without me, you're useless. Understand? Lin Qian clenched the corner of her clothes tightly, her eyes reddening. She wanted to argue back, but the glaring words Fey Sub, Class Fey on her status panel seemed to choke the words in her throat. She knew Li An was telling the truth. I understand. Humiliated, Lin Qian lowered her head. Good. Li An turned and walked toward the transparent barrier at the doorway. Second thing, all of you, come here. The 4 girls exchanged uneasy glances and hesitated. Move. Li An barked sharply. Zhao Dan was the first to walk over. Shutong and Lin Qian dragged Shujia along as they slowly approached the door. Open your eyes and look carefully. Li An grabbed Shujia by the shoulder and pushed her to within 10 centimeters of the barrier. The rotten-faced zombie outside immediately opened its bloody jaws wide and lunged viciously at her through the transparent wall. Stinking black blood splattered across the invisible barrier. Aha. Shujia screamed with her eyes tightly shut. Open your eyes! Li An's voice was utterly emotionless. It can't bite you, but if you don't even dare look at it now, once we're teleported outside, you won't even have the courage to run. Trembling violently, Shujia slowly opened her eyes and faced the horrifying undead face directly. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, but she bit her lip hard and didn't step back. Lin Qian, Shutong, and Zhao Dan also forced themselves to stare at the monsters outside, despite their nausea and fear. They understood that Li An was forcing them to adapt to hell. Time passed, second by second. The countdown on the screen ticked down mercilessly. 10, 11, 12. The dense fog outside began churning violently. The zombies' growls sounded as though they would tear apart everyone. Eardrums, stay close to me. Li An spoke in a low voice. The four girls instinctively gathered around him tightly. Lin Qian even unconsciously grabbed onto his arm. 3, 4, 5, Fei fading. Preparation time has ended. Fei mass teleportation beginning. Asterisk, a blinding white light instantly swallowed everyone inside dorm 503. The dazzling light finally faded. The sensation of weightlessness vanished abruptly as all 5 of them crashed onto a pile of wooden chairs like dumplings thrown into a pot. Ow! Shujia cried out painfully, clutching her bruised arm as tears almost welled up again. Li An reacted instantly. The moment he hit the ground, he rolled smoothly to disperse the impact and sprang back onto his feet. At the same time, he grabbed a broken solid wood chair nearby and held it horizontally before his chest, while quickly scanning the surroundings. Safe. No zombie growls, no smell of blood. They appeared to be inside a small American-style retro diner. Yellowed English posters peeled from the walls, and a shattered jukebox lay overturned in the corner. Several red leather booths sat buried beneath thick dust, while the air carried a heavy moldy odor. Clearly, they were no longer in China. Everyone okay? Don't make any noise yet. Li An lowered his voice and gestured sharply. The girls hurriedly climbed to their feet. Shutong patted her chest while gasping for breath. The oversized gray uniform did little to hide the dramatic rise and fall of her curvy figure. Zhao Dan reached out to help Shujia up while warily scanning their surroundings. Lin Qian rubbed her bruised knee and glared fiercely at Li An. Though given the current situation, she forcibly swallowed her complaints. This place is pretty hidden. Doors and windows are shut. No immediate danger. Li An put down the broken chair and pointed toward the counter and kitchen area behind it. We split up. The 4 of you search the cabinets and kitchen for supplies. Bottled water, canned food, compressed biscuits, anything edible. And look for weapons while you're at it. Kitchen knives, rolling pins, metal rods, whatever works. Zhao Dan nodded immediately and pulled Shujia toward the kitchen. What about you? Shutong sounded nervous and instinctively moved closer to Li An. Li An pointed toward the dusty glass front entrance. I'm heading outside for a walk. To play with a zombie. The moment he said that, all 4 girls froze. They had only just escaped the terror of the life and death countdown in the dormitory. Now that they'd finally found a safe foothold, this man actually wanted to go outside voluntarily. Lin Qian panicked. She rushed over and lowered her voice anxiously. Are you crazy? It's full of monsters out there. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you die, what are we supposed to do? As a bound subclass, if Li An died, she had no idea how she would even survive. Looking at Lin Qian's pale and anxious face, Li An found it amusing. If you know yourself and know the enemy, you survive. Don't you girls watch novels and movies? Zhao Dan paused and turned around. I've seen a few. Why? Li An pulled over a chair and sat down, beginning his apocalypse survival lecture for the college girls. The system only said this is a beginner zombie crisis, but it didn't explain the specific setting. Zombie types vary wildly. If it's one of those virus, created bio. Weapon scenarios with monsters like lickers or tyrants mixed in. Then with our current lineup, the only thing we can do early on is hide underground. Going outside would just be delivering food to them. Li An raised one finger and continued analyzing calmly. Even normal zombies have stages. If it's the early outbreak phase, those things still retain body activity. They can run faster than dogs and are strong enough to tear doors apart. But if it's a late-stage apocalypse that's lasted decades, their bones are already rotten. You could kick one apart. As long as we don't make too much noise and get surrounded, we can probably farm points safely. The 4 girls listened in stunned silence. Normally, they spent their time dancing, shopping, and watching dramas. None of them understood the complicated logic of apocalypse survival. Li An's clear and methodical analysis instantly solidified his position as the backbone of the team. What the girls didn't know was that Li An still kept half his thoughts to himself. Some apocalypse settings were far more horrifying than they could imagine. Number Chapter 6. First trial of the Yang Sword. During the daytime, zombies lay around like dead dogs pretending to be corpses. But once night fell, they would collectively go berserk, their speed and strength doubling. If he didn't figure out the rules beforehand, he might not even know how he died once night came. Still, saying that now would only create panic. So Li An swallowed the thought. That's why I need to find a lone zombie first and test the dungeon's danger level. Li An stood up and dusted off his hands. All right, stop standing around and get moving. Zhao Dan was smart enough to immediately understand the importance of gathering information. Got it? Be careful. We'll search the kitchen. Without another word, she dragged Shujia and Shu Tong through the curtain leading into the back kitchen. Lin Qian remained standing in place, biting her lip while staring at Li, and for a long moment. Don't die out there. I don't want to be buried alongside you. Turning her head away stubbornly, she tossed out the remark before heading behind the counter to search for supplies. Li An ignored her tsundere attitude and walked straight to the glass entrance door. It wasn't locked. Gripping the handle, he slowly pressed it downward. The door hinge let out a faint creaking sound. Li An instantly froze, holding his breath as he waited several seconds. No movement outside. Only then did he slip sideways through the narrow opening. The air outside was thick and filthy, carrying the pungent stench of engine oil mixed with rotting flesh. The sky was gray and overcast. There was no visible sun, making it impossible to tell whether it was morning or afternoon. Keeping close to the wall, Li An carefully surveyed the surroundings. It appeared to be an abandoned roadside gas station. Rust-covered cars littered the ground like piles of unrecognizable scrap metal. The asphalt road had split open with massive cracks filled with dark brown weeds. Gas pumps lay toppled over, their shells weathered full of holes. Judging from the level of decay, this place had likely been abandoned for decades. Li An relaxed slightly. Decades, old zombies meant most of their flesh had already rotted away, greatly reducing the danger, just as he was considering where to find an unlucky target for practice. About 10 meters away, a rusted manhole cover suddenly shifted upward. Feiglang. Fei the sound wasn't loud, but in the empty ruins, it was especially sharp. Li An immediately lowered his body and dashed behind the front of an abandoned pickup truck, peeking out while staring intently at the manhole. The cover was shoved completely aside. A hand slowly reached up from the pitch. Black sewer below. Except it could barely even be called a hand anymore. The flesh had long since decayed into black sludge, hanging loosely from gray, white finger bones while sticky black liquid dripped downward. Then a twisted head emerged, jackpot, instead of retreating. Li An moved forward. After glancing around quickly, he found a rusty, long-handled shovel inside the pickup's cargo bed. The wooden handle had darkened with age, but the iron blade was still thick and solid. He tested the weight. Not bad. The zombie finally crawled completely out of the sewer. Tattered strips of cloth hung from its body. Most of its skull was missing, leaving only one cloudy white eyeball rolling around in its socket. Its half-rotted nose twitched, seemingly catching the scent of living flesh before instantly locking onto Li An's direction. G. A raspy wheezing sound leaked from the zombie's throat as it limped forward on a twisted, broken right leg. It was slow, only slightly faster than a normal person walking casually. Li An stepped out from behind the pickup truck, gripping the shovel tightly with both hands. He had no intention of dodging. This was the perfect chance to test just how strong his Yin Sword Immortal abilities really were. With a thought, the semi-transparent system panel appeared across his vision. The skill icon labeled Fei's Supreme Yang Sword Qi Fei glowed faintly. Li An took a deep breath and followed the combat instincts that had mysteriously appeared in his mind. Instantly, an intensely scorching heat exploded from his lower abdomen. The heat surged like a fire dragon through the meridians of his arms before pouring into the shovel in his hands. The edge of the rusty shovel suddenly emitted a faint crimson glow. Heat waves rolled outward, even distorting the surrounding air. The zombie lunged within 1 meter of him, opening its blood-covered mouth wide. It revealed rows of uneven yellow teeth as it bit straight toward Li An's neck. The foul stench assaulted his nose. Li An stomped hard against the ground, twisting his waist and swinging both arms with explosive force as he swept the shovel sideways. Die already. The shovel sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Fei's lash. Fei, there was virtually no resistance. The crimson glowing edge of the shovel was sharper than the finest surgical blade, slicing through the zombie's neck as easily as cutting tofu. The rotten head flew high into the air, spinning twice before crashing into an abandoned tire in the distance. Black polluted blood sprayed over 2 meters high from the smooth severed neck, splattering onto the cracked asphalt with sizzling corrosive sounds. The headless corpse staggered forward, 2 more steps before collapsing at Li An's feet. Its limbs twitched twice before going completely still. Li An stared blankly at the shovel in his hands. That attack just now had been absurdly powerful. Back when he worked part-time as an electrician at school, he spent his days hauling ladders around and carrying toolboxes weighing maybe dozens of pounds. but the explosive force he'd unleashed in that instant was easily several times greater than before. Not only his strength, his visual tracking, reflexes, and overall physical abilities had all been enhanced. His body had clearly been strengthened by the system, far beyond normal human limits. Even more terrifying was the power of this supreme yang sword, Qi. Enchanting an ordinary weapon with it created absolutely insane destructive power. If he ever obtained a true high-grade sword in the future, wouldn't he become unstoppable? A line of blue text appeared across his vision. Fei Lo. Level Zombie X1 killed. Fei points earned. 1. Fei Lian grinned. This opening was stable. Beginner zombies were slow and fragile. As long as he avoided getting surrounded, this place was practically a paradise for farming free points. He shook the black blood off the shovel and was just about to head back to the diner to bring the girls outside for practice. Maybe even test Lin Qian's yin sword technique while he was at it. When suddenly, a rhythmic vibration traveled through the asphalt beneath his feet. Fei thud, Fei thud. Fei, it sounded like a giant hammer repeatedly slamming into the earth. The smile vanished from Li An's face instantly. He whipped his head toward the source of the vibrations. At the far end of the street, thick gray fog churned violently. A gigantic figure over 2 meters tall slowly emerged from the mist. The monster's entire body was covered in dark red tumors. Its left arm was as thick as a load, bearing pillar, while its right hand dragged an enormous fire axe covered in shredded flesh. The axe scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. Its head had completely lost any trace of human shape. Only a gigantic mouth split open to its ears remained, filled with dense rows of razor-sharp fangs. Roo! The monster stopped walking, tilted its head upward, and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound waves shook the windows of nearby abandoned cars until they rattled violently. Li An's scalp instantly went numb. To hell with this beginner zombie crisis. What kind of newbie dungeon spawns a monster like this? Number Chapter 7. A strange resonance at death. Li An stared at the fleshy tumor, covered monster towering at the end of the street, his scalp tingling with dread. Every step the creature took caused the asphalt beneath it to sink slightly, especially that gigantic fire axe dragging along the ground, smeared with black-red chunks of flesh. It had to weigh at least dozens of pounds. Yet the monster wielded it like a toy. What kind of beginner zone monster was this? With that size and pressure alone, even if he had a Gatling gun instead of a rusty shovel, he doubted he could punch through those thick, dark red tumors. No chance. Absolutely no chance. The thought flashed through Li An's mind instantly. Without hesitation, he crouched low and used the abandoned pickup truck as cover, retreating silently toward the diner entrance like a cat with its tail stepped on. His movements were feather. Light, he stepped carefully, terrified of crunching even the tiniest shard of broken glass. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Li An yanked open the diner's glass door, slipped inside, and immediately jammed the hinge shut behind him. The entire motion was smooth and uninterrupted, taking less than half a second. At that exact moment, the kitchen curtain was pulled aside. Zhao Dan emerged holding a rusty can of soybeans, excitement still lingering on her face as she prepared to report their findings. Shh. Li An's expression was dark enough to drip water. He strode over and slapped a hand over Zhao Dan's mouth. Startled, she nearly dropped the can. Shu Tong and Shujia, who had followed behind her, were equally stunned by Li An's fierce expression and froze on the spot. Li An released Zhao Dan and pressed a finger to his lips, signaling absolute silence. Then he pointed outside and gestured an exaggeratedly huge outline in the air. The four girls exchanged confused looks before they could understand what he meant. Fei thud. Fei thud. Fei heavy footsteps vibrated through the floor into the diner. An empty glass cup sitting on a nearby booth table began humming and trembling in rhythm. That was not the sound a normal human could make. The color instantly drained from Shujia's doll-like face. Her legs gave out so badly that if Shu Tong hadn't grabbed her in time, she would have collapsed onto the floor. Even Zhao Dan panicked. She clutched the can of soybeans so tightly, her knuckles turned white. What now? The diner only had a single glass door. If that monster casually swung its axe while passing by, all 5 of them would be reduced to meat paste. And right at that deadly moment, here, a faint whisper suddenly came from behind the counter. Li An turned around. Lin Qian was crouched beneath the counter, pale as a sheet, frantically waving at him. A wooden floorboard beneath her feet had been lifted open, revealing a pitch, black square hole, a basement. Li An's eyes lit up. He immediately waved urgently for the other girls to come over. There was no need to urge them further. Under the threat of death, human potential became limitless. Zhao Dan dragged Shujia over while Shu Tong followed close behind. The three of them practically crawled over the counter in panic. "Get down there," Li An whispered harshly. Lin Qian climbed down the wooden ladder first, followed by Shujia, Zhao Dan, and Shu Tong. Outside, the thudding footsteps were getting closer and closer. They sounded almost directly outside the diner now. Even the glass door had begun trembling faintly. Leon's scalp prickled, without time to think. He stepped into the opening and quickly pulled the wooden cover back into place. To be safe, he grabbed a nearby cardboard box filled with old accounting books and pressed it firmly atop the hatch before sealing it shut. Perfectly concealed, the basement was instantly swallowed by absolute darkness. Li An slid down the ladder. But the moment his feet touched the ground, he realized something was wrong. This wasn't really a basement at all. At best, it was a tiny storage cellar for junk, barely 2 square meters in size. Several large barrels and torn burlap sacks already occupied most of the cramped space. With 5 people crammed inside, it felt more crowded than a can of sardines. The instant Li An steadied himself. 4 warm bodies pressed tightly against him. When people experienced extreme fear, they instinctively sought comfort and protection. As the only man present, and the unquestioned leader who had repeatedly kept everyone calm, Li An had unconsciously become their lifeline. That immediately became a problem. His left arm was trapped between 2 astonishingly soft masses. He didn't even need to look to know it was Shu Tong, the foreign-looking blonde beauty. She was practically hanging onto him, trembling like a leaf. Behind his right shoulder pressed Zhao Dan. Though the cool-headed girl wasn't crying, her frantic heartbeat was clearly audible even through their clothes. But the most dangerous situation was directly in front of him. Lin Qian had been squeezed between Li An and the wall so tightly that there wasn't the slightest gap between their bodies. The cellar ceiling was too low for Li An to stand upright, forcing him to lower his head slightly. And that meant every breath he exhaled brushed directly against Lin Qian's neck. In total darkness, when sight was stripped away, all other senses became amplified. The sweet scent of a young girl mixed with faint traces of sweat drifted straight into Li An's nose. The crude cloth outfits provided by the system were already thin and loose to begin with, offering almost no separation. Unable to bear the pressure, Lin Qian shifted slightly. "Don't move." Li An lowered his voice and warned her softly beside her ear. Lin Qian's entire body stiffened instantly, her cheeks flushing red. Of course she could feel the unreasonable heat pressing against her lower abdomen. That bastard. At a time like this, he was still thinking about Fei. Humiliated and furious, Lin Qian tried to pinch his waist, but the cramped space left her with no room to move. Instead, her struggling only turned into awkward fumbling. Shujia had it even worse. Being so petite, she had been squeezed down against Li An's thighs. Her small hands clung tightly to his leg while her entire face buried itself there. Li An was suffering and enjoying himself at the same time. As a healthy young man full of vigor, who could possibly withstand this kind of situation? But honestly, he had no thoughts of fooling around right now. That horrifying monster outside still hadn't left. Then, amidst the intense physical contact, Li An suddenly noticed something strange. The supreme yang sword qi resting quietly within his dantian suddenly began surging violently. The scorching current flowed through his meridians, and every time it passed through the places where his skin touched the girl's, especially where he pressed against Lin Qian's chest, it created a bizarre resonance. The heat flowed into Lin Qian's body, circulated once, then returned to Li An. Not only was it not consumed, it actually became stronger. Li An froze. So this was the passive effect of Fei. The stronger the women around him, the stronger he became, Fein. He didn't even need actual dual cultivation. Mere close physical contact could increase his power. Lin Qian also sensed the change. She felt warmth flowing from Li An's body into hers. The coldness caused by fear rapidly faded from her limbs, while the exhaustion from extreme tension recovered at an astonishing speed. Was this the effect of the Feiyang restoration art Fei listed on her status panel? In the darkness, although neither could see the other's face, they could clearly hear each other's quickened breathing. Fei bang! Fei, a sudden loud crash erupted above them, instantly shattering the ambiguous atmosphere forming inside the cellar. The heavy footsteps had stopped directly atop the wooden floor above. More accurately, the monster had stopped right above the hatch, covering their heads. Number Chapter 8. Power rising at a frenzied pace. Fei Creek. Fei, the old wooden floor groaned under unbearable pressure. All 5 people instantly stopped breathing. Shu Tong bit down hard on the back of her hand, tears silently streaming down her face as she desperately tried not to make a sound. Zhao Dan didn't even dare breathe, her entire body stiff as a board. Li An's heart was practically lodged in his throat as he gripped the rusty shovel handle tightly in the darkness. If that monster smashed through the floor and dropped down, he'd risk his life to crack its skull open. Seconds dragged by endlessly. Every second felt stretched into eternity. The noises above suddenly stopped. No footsteps, no roars. Had it failed to notice them? And finally left? Lin Qian's tense body relaxed slightly, her warm breath brushing against Li An's neck with lingering relief. But just as everyone thought they had escaped disaster, roar! A deafening roar exploded directly overhead. Then, Fei-boom! The entire cellar shook violently. The monster hadn't left at all. It swung that massive fire axe and smashed it directly into the diner's solid wooden bar counter. Wood splinters flew everywhere as the heavy counter split cleanly in half and crashed onto the floor with a thunderous bang. Ah! Shujia finally lost control and let out a short scream, though she instantly covered her mouth. The sound was still fatal in such an environment. Fei-boom! Fei! Another explosive crash echoed. This time, it wasn't the counter. It was the wooden floor directly above them. The monster was smashing the floor. Dust and shattered wood fragments poured down through the cracks in the hatch, choking everyone into coughing. Li An cursed inwardly. That beast had definitely caught their scent. It was demolishing the place by brute force. Fei-boom! Fei! Another deafening impact shook the cellar. The thin wooden floor above emitted a horrifying cracking sound as a large section of splintered boards collapsed downward, smashing directly onto Li An's shoulder. Ah! Shujia screamed again in terror, but quickly covered her mouth herself, reducing it to desperate, muffled sobs. It was too terrifying. Every axe strike from above felt like it was splitting open their hearts. Faced with such overwhelming destructive power, these college girls, who normally struggled to even twist open water bottles, had their psychological defenses completely shattered. When humans experienced extreme fear, they instinctively clung to the safest source of protection they could find. And inside this cramped, pitch-black cellar, the only man present, Li An, had become their lifeline. Woo! I don't want to die. Shutong trembled violently like a broken sieve. The tall blonde beauty wrapped both arms tightly around Li An's neck, clinging to him like an octopus. Her astonishing curves pressed fully against his chest, rubbing intensely against him with every frantic breath she took. Behind him, Zhao Dan didn't cry, but her actions were no slower. She pressed tightly against Li An's back and wrapped both arms firmly around his waist, squeezing so hard he nearly lost his breath. As for Shujia below them, it was even worse. The petite girl had completely collapsed from fear, hugging Li An's thigh tightly with both arms while burying her entire face against him. Tears and snot soaking into the rough gray fabric of his pants. But the most dangerous position was still directly in front of him. The cellar had already been tiny to begin with. With the other three girls crowding in, Lin Qian was shoved forward until she was pressed perfectly flush against Li An's chest. Even through the 2 layers of rough cloth uniforms provided by the system, Li An could clearly feel her overwhelming softness and stunning curves, especially Lin Qian's long legs, which were perfectly wedged between his own. This full-body, multi-directional assault. Forget a hot-blooded young man like Li An. Even a eunuch would probably react. Li An felt his brain buzz violently as scorching heat rushed straight to his head. The restless dragon below instantly sprang to attention, aggressively pressing against Lin Qian's flat lower abdomen. You! Lin Qian sucked in a sharp breath in the darkness, her entire body instantly stiffening. She could hardly believe what she was feeling. That monster upstairs was literally tearing the building apart and could chop them all into meat paste at any moment. Yet this bastard was getting aroused now. You shameless pervert, at a time like this. You're still thinking about that. Lin Qian whispered furiously into Li An's ear, mortified beyond belief as she reached out to pinch his waist. Don't move. Li An grabbed her troublesome little hand, keeping his voice equally low. But unlike her anger, his tone carried barely restrained excitement. It wasn't because he was being a pervert. It was because he'd discovered a loophole. The moment all 4 girls pressed tightly against him, the supreme yang sword qi inside his dantian suddenly ignited like gasoline had been poured over it. The translucent blue system panel automatically appeared across his vision. Golden notifications rapidly flooded the screen. Fei Ding, detected host, surrounded by multiple sources of pure yin energy. Fei, passive trait. The stronger the women around him, the stronger he becomes activated. Asterisk, asterisk, Fei current contact targets, Lin Qian Yin Sword Immortal Physique Shu Tong Zhao Dan Shu Jia, Fei converting pure yin energy into supreme yang power, Fei host constitution plus 0.1, Fei host strength plus 0.1, Fei host strength plus 0.1. Asterisk, asterisk, Fei host neural reaction speed plus 0.1, Fei Li An's eyes lit up as he watched the constantly increasing numbers. It was increasing, actually increasing. So the effect of asterisk, asterisk, the stronger the women around him, the stronger he becomes, asterisk, asterisk, didn't he require actual sex at all? As long as sufficiently intimate physical contact occurred, he could continuously draw energy from these girls like charging a battery. And judging from the system's reaction, any virgin could provide him attribute boosts. Another loud creak came from the wooden boards above. The monster seemed to have completely destroyed the bar counter now, its heavy footsteps circling around the hatch overhead. There was no more time to hesitate. With his current strength, charging out there would just make him take out delivery for the monster. He needed to stack buffs. Listen carefully. Li An took a deep breath, his tone turning extremely serious. That monster outside is huge. My current strength can't break through its defense. If we want to survive, do exactly as I say. Do what? Zhao Dan asked shakily from behind him. Hold on to me tighter. The tighter, the better. Li An shamelessly made his demand. The atmosphere inside the cellar instantly became unbelievably strange. Even Shu Tong's crying paused for half a second. Shu Jia also stopped sobbing. Are you insane? Lin Qian nearly ground her teeth apart in rage. If she weren't afraid of attracting the monster, she would have slapped him already. You're still trying to take advantage of us at a time like this. We're all about to die, and you're acting crazy. Who the hell has time to take advantage of you? Li An rolled his eyes. At this point, he couldn't even be bothered pretending to be a gentleman anymore. This is charging power. My class skill is special. I need to absorb the yin energy from your bodies to increase my strength. Bullshit! Lin Qian hissed angrily. Bullshit! Li An sneered. Miss Campus Bell, you're my bound partner. You can see part of my status panel, think carefully. What exactly did my class description say? Chapter 9. Explosive Yang Energy. In the darkness, Lin Qian froze. The pink status panel she had seen earlier in the dorm instantly flashed through her mind. Pure Yang Supreme, stronger through women. And her own Yin Sword Immortal description. A body of pure yin is envied by heaven. Only pure yang can protect it. Could it be? He really wasn't lying. This bastard's class actually became stronger through such shameless methods. Chen, is what he said true? Shu Tong asked weakly from the side. Zhao Dan and Shu Jia also perked up their ears. Lin Qian bit her red lips tightly, her face burning hot. How was she supposed to explain this? Was she really supposed to tell her roommates that Li An's class was basically a full-blown pervert class that required intimacy with women to grow stronger? Boom! The wooden cover above them suddenly sank downward. The cardboard box full of ledgers that had been weighing it down had clearly been kicked aside by the monster. Dust and debris rained down onto their heads, making everyone cough violently. There's no time. Li An tightened his grip on the shovel, his palms drenched in sweat. Lin Qian, answer honestly if I don't recharge from you girls. Who here can walk out of this cellar alive today? Lin Qian trembled. She knew he was telling the truth. If Li An couldn't stop that monster, then these helpless girls would suffer a fate worse than death. He's not lying. Lin Qian shut her eyes in humiliation, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. His class really does require intimate contact with girls to gain power. The moment those words came out, Shu Tong, Zhao Dan, and Shu Jia felt their worldviews completely shatter. What kind of ridiculous apocalypse system was this? This wasn't monster hunting and leveling up at all. It was practically forcing people into depravity. But the deathly footsteps above their heads were already stomping onto the wooden cover. When your life was on the line, who still cared about dignity? I understand. Shu Tong was the first to give in, grinding her teeth. She shut her eyes and threw caution aside, pushing her already tightly pressed body even harder against Li An. Her astonishing curves flattened directly against his chest, almost melting into him. Lion, you have to beat it. Zhao Dan also steeled herself. Her arms tightened fiercely around Li An's waist from behind as she pressed her cheek against his broad back, wishing she could fuse herself into him. Shu Jia beneath him clung even harder like a koala, wrapping both arms and legs around his thigh. You bastard. If you're lying to us, I won't forgive you even as a ghost. Tears glistened at the corners of Lin Qian's eyes as she finally wrapped her arms around Li An's neck, burying her beautiful face against his shoulder. At that instant, 4 gorgeous girls, 4 completely different fragrances, 4 soft, burning bodies. Li An was utterly submerged. It felt incredible. Too damn incredible. Li An nearly lost control from the overwhelming sensation. The stream of blazing energy inside his dantian instantly expanded more than tenfold. What had once been a tiny trickle of yang sword energy had become a roaring river surging violently through every inch of his body. His muscles trembled. His bones crackled faintly. Li An felt like he could punch straight through a reinforced wall. Golden notification windows exploded across his vision so quickly, he could barely read them. Large quantities of pure yin energy detected. Absorption rate increased by 300%. Warning, host body has not fully adapted to high-intensity energy infusion. Energy approaching critical threshold. Tighter. Hold me tighter. We almost there. Li An roared with bloodshot eyes. The girls flinched at his beast, like growl, and instinctively tightened their embraces even more. A clear sword cry suddenly exploded deep within Li An's mind. Immediately afterward, the translucent system panel erupted with dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire cellar like daylight. Huge blood. Red words occupied his entire field of vision. Ding. Yang energy accumulation has reached critical value. Congratulations. Hidden state activated yang energy overflow. State description. Yang power within the body has overflowed. The next release of yang sword energy will ignore weapon material limitations and deal 300% absolute critical damage. Duration. 10 seconds. Success triple damage? The 10-second countdown began. And right at that critical moment, crack. Boom. The wooden hatch above them, along with a large section of the surrounding floorboards, was violently ripped apart by terrifying brute force. Blinding gray, white light poured into the dark cellar. Amid the choking dust, a grotesque giant face covered in dark red tumors stared directly at the 5 huddled figures below. The monster's enormous claw, larger than a fan and dripping thick black blood, came crashing down like a collapsing mountain. The gray-white light overhead stabbed painfully into their eyes. That tumor-covered claw descended with a suffocating stench. Ahu! The 4 girls screamed in terror and instinctively buried their heads lower. The blood-red countdown in Li, and S vision had already dropped to 9. No time left. If that claw landed inside this tiny cellar, the place would instantly turn into a meat grinder. Let go of me! Li An roared as he forcefully shoved the 4 girls away with explosive strength. The overwhelming yang power inside his body surged wildly into his legs. Bang! The soil beneath his feet collapsed inward. Using the terrifying recoil force, Li An launched himself upward like a cannonball straight toward the descending claw. Mid-air, he crossed both arms before him. Boom! The collision shook the entire cellar. Li An felt as if he had smashed headfirst into a speeding truck. His organs churned violently, and the taste of blood filled his throat. But the monster's claw was also knocked off course by the impact. Crack! The giant claw slammed aside the cellar instead, crushing the surrounding wooden floor into splinters. Using the recoil, Li An twisted his body mid-air, rolled twice, and crashed heavily onto the ruined restaurant floor. Ignoring the pain that made his entire body feel shattered, he pushed himself upright with one hand. He scanned his surroundings. The restaurant, once mostly intact, had now been reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. Broken wood and shattered glass covered the floor. The giant tumor-covered zombie slowly turned around. Its mouth split all the way to its ears, let out a raspy growl. The prey had come out. The monster immediately ignored the girls hiding below and locked onto Li An alone. Dragging the giant blood-covered fire axe behind it, the creature charged forward with massive strides. Every step shook the ground beneath them. Countdown. 6. Li An's hands were empty. The rusty shovel had fallen back into the cellar. He retreated 2 steps before his foot suddenly struck something solid. Looking down, he saw a broken wooden table leg from the bar counter, about the length of a forearm. Thick as a baby's arm, no time to care. Li An bent down and grabbed the wooden club with both hands. Countdown 4. The monster was already within 3 meters. It raised the massive fire axe high overhead and brought it down with a terrifying howl through the air. Come on then, damn it! Li An's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging across his forehead. He poured every last drop of yang power, amplified by the pure yin energy of 4 stunning girls, directly into the wooden club. A miracle happened. The ordinary wooden stick erupted with blazing scarlet light. The instant it absorbed the violent energy, extreme heat instantly charred the surface black, releasing thick white smoke. Right before the wood could no longer withstand the power and explode apart, Li An moved. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward violently with his right foot, crushing glass beneath him. His waist twisted, driving both arms upward as he swung the glowing red, hot club from below straight toward the descending axe countdown. 1. 300% absolute critical strike. Ignore weapon material. Limitations. Boom! An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted in the center of the ruins. Blinding scarlet sword energy burst outward, painting everything within dozens of feet crimson. There was no stalemate, no shower of sparks. The thick fire axe melted and split apart the instant it touched the scarlet sword aura. The energy continued upward without slowing, slicing diagonally through the monster's massive arm. Number, Chapter 10. Loot Slash. The dull sound of flesh being cut rang out. Then, an overwhelming recoil force surged back through the wooden club. The solid wooden table leg in Li An's hands instantly vaporized into ashes. His entire body was blasted backward, tracing a long arc through the air. Bang. Li An slammed heavily into an abandoned pickup truck more than 10 meters away, denting the rusted door inward. After hitting the ground, he rolled several times before finally stopping. Cough. Cough. Li An spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs as he lay flat on the ground. Who knew how many bones in his body had been broken? Even moving a finger felt difficult. He gasped heavily while staring straight ahead. The dust slowly settled. The once invincible giant mutant zombie still stood frozen in place, maintaining its axe-swinging posture. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, starting from the monster's left shoulder all the way down to its right waist, a thin red line appeared. The line grew brighter and brighter splurt. The upper half of the monster's body smoothly slid apart along the glowing line before crashing heavily onto the ground. Its lower half wobbled twice before collapsing as well. Not a single drop of black blood flowed from the cut. The terrifying heat had already carbonized all the flesh around the wound into charred black chunks. Instant kill. A blue notification appeared across Li An's vision. Killed mutant. Butcher zombie. Reward 50 personal points. They won. Li An grinned silently before darkness flooded his vision, nearly knocking him unconscious. Li An! A shrill cry came from the ruins. Lin Qian was the first to crawl out of the cellar. Her once fair face was covered in dust and tears, and several tears had been ripped into her oversized gray rough-spun clothes. The moment she saw Li An lying in a pool of blood, the usually aloof campus beauty completely panicked. She stumbled over and collapsed beside him. Don't die. What am I supposed to do if you die? Lin Qian's hands trembled as she reached toward him, afraid of hurting him. Tears streamed endlessly down her face. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Li An cursed weakly, his voice barely audible. Xu Tong, Zhao Dan, and Xu Jia also climbed out of the cellar while supporting one another. When they saw the terrifying corpse split cleanly in half, all 3 girls sucked in cold breaths. Could a human really do something like this? The power Li An had displayed was monstrous. Xu Tong, hurry over here. Aren't you able to heal injuries? Lin Qian shouted urgently at the tall mixed. Race girl Xu Tong snapped out of it and hurried over, kneeling beside Li An. She raised her right hand and closed her eyes in concentration. A soft white glow lit up in her palm. Xu Tong gently pressed her glowing hand against Li An's sunken chest. Something miraculous happened. The white light seeped through his skin into his body. His broken ribs made faint cracking noises as they slowly reset themselves. The ruptured internal organs rapidly stopped bleeding and began repairing themselves. Li An, who had felt agonizing pain with every breath moments ago, suddenly felt as though a cool spring had poured into his chest, greatly easing the pain. But after barely half a minute, the light in Xu Tong's hand dimmed. Her face turned pale, sweat covered her forehead, and she collapsed weakly onto the ground. I can't anymore. My spiritual energy is exhausted. I could only repair the fatal injuries. The remaining fractures will need time to heal naturally. Xu Tong panted heavily, her chest rising and falling intensely. That's enough, as long as I'm alive. Li An tested moving his right arm. It still hurt badly, but at least he could barely prop himself up into a sitting position. He looked at the 4 girls surrounding him. The suggestive atmosphere from the cellar had completely vanished, replaced by relief at surviving disaster. Quit standing around. Leaning against the abandoned truck tire, Li An started giving orders. Zhao Dan, go check if that monster dropped anything. Zhao Dan nodded and cautiously approached the pile of charred flesh. Suppressing the nauseating burnt stench, she circled around the corpse. Suddenly, she stopped. Inside the butcher zombie's split, open chest cavity, Something was emitting a faint green glow. Li An, there's something here, Zhao Dan shouted excitedly. She looked around, picked up a broken wooden board from the ground, and carefully pried the glowing object out from the burnt flesh. It was a black metal box about the size of a palm. Strange patterns covered the box, and a green crystal was embedded in its center. Zhao Dan hurried back and handed it to Li An. What is it? Lin Qian and Shu Jia curiously leaned closer. Li An reached out and took the metal box. The instant his fingers touched it, the system interface automatically popped up. Ding obtained E, rank loot box. Open immediately. Li An took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. If risking half his life only rewarded him with a bottle of mineral water, he'd smash this broken system apart. Open, he silently confirmed. The black metal box emitted a crisp mechanical click. The lid flipped open automatically. A dazzling blue light burst from inside, forcing the girls to shut their eyes. When the light faded, the metal box had disappeared. In its place were a card and a crystal, clear stone resting quietly in Li An's hand. Li An lowered his gaze. His heartbeat skipped instantly. The card showed the blueprint of a structure with a line of text beneath it. Basic spirit spring, well blueprint. Dormitory exclusive. Description: can construct a spirit spring inside the dormitory. Produces 10 liters of purified spirit water daily. Drinking it rapidly restores stamina. Long-term consumption slightly improves all attributes. Construction requirements: wood X10, stone X20, dormitory points X50. Li An nearly burst out laughing. In a world where even a bottle of mineral water cost 1 point, what did an infinitely renewable clean water source mean? It meant they had completely solved the most critical survival problem in this dungeon. Not to mention the water could restore stamina and increase attributes. Li An stored the blueprint inside his system inventory before turning his attention to the crystal clear stone. Low, grade energy stone description. A crystal containing pure energy. Use 1, direct absorption increases skill proficiency. Use 2, can serve as a power core for dormitory defenses. Good stuff. Li An clenched the spirit stone tightly, suddenly feeling like his injuries hurt a lot less. Li An, what exactly is it? Seeing him grinning foolishly to himself, Lin Qian finally couldn't help asking. Li An looked up at his 4 roommates, all dirty and disheveled, yet still stunningly beautiful. He forced out a grin. We hit the jackpot. Li An explained the spirit spring well blueprint to them. After hearing it, all 4 girls froze. Then Shu Jia was the first to cheer. The little girl bounced excitedly on the spot. Zhao Dan also let out a relieved sigh, finally smiling. Lin Qian bit her lip as she looked at Li An with a complicated expression. This man had a sharp tongue and constantly took advantage of them. But when it really mattered, he was willing to risk his life. If he hadn't charged out and blocked that monster earlier, all 4 of them would have been turned into meat paste. All right, don't celebrate too early. Li An interrupted them and pointed toward the sky. The previously gray and gloomy heavens had completely darkened. From the surrounding ruins came horrifying growls one after another. There were a lot of them, and they sounded far more violent than the sluggish beginner zombies from the daytime. The smell of blood attracted all the nearby zombies. Li An pushed himself upright using the truck door, his expression turning grim. The smiles on the girls' faces instantly froze. Within the dense fog around them, pairs of glowing red eyes began lighting up one after another. Countless of them. They were completely surrounded. What do we do now? Terrified, Shu Tong grabbed Li An's arm. Li An glanced at the timer on the system interface. It had been less than 2 hours since they were teleported here. There was still a long way to go before the 72-hour dungeon ended. What else can we do? Li An gripped the low-grade spirit stone, feeling the surging energy inside it. Then he turned to look at Lin Qian. Campus Bell Lin, isn't it about time you showed off that yin sword art of yours? Lin Qian froze briefly before nodding firmly. I won't hold everyone back. She raised her right hand and clenched it in the air. A translucent longsword radiating icy blue light slowly condensed in her grasp. Li An smiled in satisfaction. He crushed the spirit stone in his hand. Violent energy instantly flooded into his body, replenishing the exhausted Supreme Yang Sword Chi once more. Let's go. Time to kill our way out and gather materials. Number chapter 11. Breaking out of the encirclement night had completely fallen over the abandoned gas station. More and more glowing red eyes lit up within the thick fog, accompanied by raspy growls leaking from rotten throats. Dark figures staggered toward the restaurant ruins. Li An rotated his right arm. The fractured bones still ached faintly, but after crushing the low-grade energy stone, the depleted supreme yang sword chi inside him had filled up once again. He picked up a fairly sturdy iron pipe from the ground and weighed it in his hand. "Stay close to me," Li An said in a low voice. Lin Qian stood beside him, gripping the translucent longsword radiating an icy blue glow. The sword was entirely condensed from energy. It had no physical weight, yet its edge was unbelievably sharp. The first zombie had already lunged toward them. It wore a tattered gas station employee uniform, half its face gnawed down to bare bone. It opened its black, blood-stained mouth and snapped toward Li An's neck. Li An sidestepped the attack and swung the iron pipe in a full arc. Crack, the zombie's skull caved in at the temple, and it collapsed stiffly onto the ground, twitching twice before going still. A notification flashed across Li An's vision. Killed low-level zombie X1. Earned 1 point. Fortunately, aside from that monstrous giant flesh tumor mutant earlier, all the zombies drawn here by the scent of blood were these slow-moving, brittle beginner zombies. Their numbers looked intimidating, but in an actual fight, they were nothing special. Don't be scared. These things are fragile as hell. Li An kicked another approaching zombie to the ground and rammed the iron pipe straight through its eye socket. Lin Qian took a deep breath and tightened both hands around the glowing blue energy sword. A one-armed female zombie lunged at her. Lin Qian shut her eyes and wildly slashed forward. She felt no resistance at all. The energy sword sliced through the zombie's neck like tofu. Its head rolled across the ground as black blood sprayed outward. Lin Qian slowly opened her eyes and stared blankly at the headless corpse at her feet for 2 seconds. I killed it? She looked at her own hands in disbelief. "Nice job, keep going!" Li An shouted from the front lines without turning around. With Li An leading the way and Lin Qian successfully scoring the first kill, the other 3 girls gradually found their courage too. Zhao Dan spotted a zombie trying to sneak up on Shujia from the side. Gritting her teeth, she activated her telekinesis ability. A half brick lying on the ground floated into the air and smashed hard into the zombie's knee. Losing balance, the zombie dropped heavily to the ground. Shujia gripped half of a broken table leg, shut her eyes, screamed loudly, and rushed forward, smashing the zombie's head over and over. Only after the skull was completely pulped did she finally stop, panting heavily. Shutong had no offensive abilities, so she could only stay in the middle of the group, carefully watching their surroundings. The 5 of them fought while retreating, breaking through the horde along the abandoned highway. Li An swung the iron pipe repeatedly, each strike taking down another zombie. While fighting, he glanced at Lin Qian beside him, and his eyelid twitched. The usually delicate dance department beauty had completely transformed. Gripping the glowing blue energy sword with both hands, she hacked wildly at every zombie that approached. Decapitating one wasn't enough for her. She kept slashing the corpses afterward, chopping the zombies into pieces before finally stopping. That viciousness didn't look like she was killing monsters at all. Watching Lin Qian grit her teeth while hacking away, Li An couldn't shake the feeling that she was venting personal resentment. Every now and then while cutting down zombies, she glanced in his direction. That expression practically screamed that she was imagining the zombies as a certain shameless bastard who had taken advantage of her. "Hey, save your strength," Li An finally couldn't help reminding her. "Killing a normal zombie only gives 1 point. The system's not going to reward extra points just because you turn it into minced meat." Lin Qian snorted coldly and casually sliced another zombie cleanly in half. "Mind your own business. I'll do what I want," she replied breathlessly without slowing her attacks at all. Li An curled his lips and decided not to argue. When a woman loses her temper, it's best to stay out of the blast zone. The breakout went far smoother than expected. There were plenty of beginner zombies, but they were far too slow to form an effective encirclement. As long as they didn't get surrounded, the fight was basically a one-sided slaughter. Half an hour later, the 5 of them finally shook off the zombie horde and arrived at a deserted street. Both sides of the street were lined with low, dilapidated buildings, most of them already collapsed. At the far end stood a large corrugated metal structure that looked like an abandoned warehouse. "Let's check over there." Li An pointed toward the warehouse. The group quickened their pace and arrived at the entrance. The rolling shutter door was rusted and jammed, hanging halfway down. Li An bent down and shined a flashlight inside. The warehouse was filled with dust, covered wooden crates. A moldy smell lingered in the air. No zombie growls could be heard. "I'll check inside first. You guys stay out here." Gripping the iron pipe tightly, Li An ducked beneath the shutter door and slipped inside. The warehouse interior was huge and dimly lit. Keeping close to the walls, Li An carefully searched the area. Aside from a few startled rats scurrying away, there were no signs of monsters. After confirming it was safe, Li An returned to the entrance and waved the girls inside. "It's clear. Come in." Lin Qian dismissed her energy sword and crawled inside first. Zhao Dan, Shu Jia, and Shu Tong followed closely behind. The five of them found a relatively clean patch of floor and collapsed onto it. After everything they'd been through, everyone's stamina was completely exhausted. Especially Li An. He had already suffered serious injuries while fighting the giant mutant zombie earlier. Shu Tong's healing ability had stabilized him, but after the intense breakout battle, every bone in his body now screamed in protest. Lin Qian leaned against a wooden crate, breathing heavily. Her gray, rough-spun clothes were completely soaked with sweat and clung tightly to her body, outlining her stunning curves. Zhao Dan rubbed her aching temples. Telekinesis consumed tremendous mental energy, and she now had a splitting headache. Shu Jia hugged her knees in the corner, her pale little face still unable to recover from all the killing. Shu Tong leaned silently against the wall with her eyes closed, trying to restore her drained spiritual power. The warehouse was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Li An summoned the system interface and checked his point balance, including the 50 points from killing the giant mutant zombie and the dozen or so ordinary zombies they'd killed during the breakout. His personal points had reached 68. According to system rules, 1/4 of personal points automatically converted into dormitory points. That meant they currently had 17 dormitory points, still far from the 50 points needed to build the basic spirit spring. "Well, Li An, what do we do now?" Zhao Dan opened her eyes and broke the silence. "We rest for the night. We'll search for supplies after sunrise tomorrow." Li An closed the interface. "The zombies are much more active at night. Going out now is too dangerous." Lin Qian touched her flat stomach and swallowed hard. "But I'm hungry," she muttered softly. The moment she said it, the other three girls quickly echoed her. "I'm hungry too," Shu Jia said pitifully. "We haven't even had a sip of water since this afternoon." Shu Tong licked her cracked lips. Li An sighed. He was hungry too. Opening the dungeon shop, he stared at the 1-point bottled water and 2-point whole wheat bread listed inside. His finger hovered over the exchange button. A system notification immediately appeared. "Warning, physical supplies cannot be received inside the dungeon. All exchanged items can only be retrieved after returning to the dormitory." Li An cursed loudly. This garbage system really wasn't leaving them any way to survive. Even with points, they couldn't spend them. The system was forcing them to scavenge food inside the dungeon itself. Just endure it. Li An closed the shop. "The system rules say we can't use exchanged items until we leave this dungeon." After hearing that, all four girls showed expressions of despair. The dungeon lasted 72 hours, and less than 4 hours had passed so far. Did that mean they'd have to stay hungry for over 60 more hours? Silence once again swallowed the warehouse. Number chapter 12. The shelter Shu Tong still refused to give up and continued searching through the warehouse. The sound of rumbling stomachs echoed one after another inside the silent building. She stood up, dusted off her pants, and, using the faint moonlight filtering through the gaps in the rolling shutter door, began rummaging between the stacked wooden crates. Being hungry was unbearable, especially for someone like her who was used to snacking non-stop. To her, it felt like pure torture. Zhao Dan leaned against the wall, watching Shu Tong busily searching around, and couldn't help but remind her, "Don't waste your energy. You saw how abandoned this place is. The cars outside are rusted into piles of scrap metal. Even if you actually found a can of food, it'd probably be some antique from decades ago. Would you really dare eat it?" Without turning around, Shu Tong forcefully pulled apart a rotten cardboard box, spilling out clumps of blackened cotton stuffing. "Why wouldn't I? I watched documentaries before. Some military-grade emergency rations can last for decades as long as the packaging stays intact and they're stored properly. Besides," she turned around, lifting her chin proudly, "even if I really get food poisoning or diarrhea, don't I have healing skills? Worst case, I'll just cast a healing spell on myself." Sitting on the ground, Li An burst out laughing when he heard that. This foreign beauty really had an unusual way of thinking, using holy healing magic as stomach medicine. But after thinking about it carefully, it actually made sense in an extreme survival situation. Not a bad idea. Li An shifted into a more comfortable position and placed the iron rod stained with black blood beside him. The biggest taboo in survival is letting your condition deteriorate. If you're starving and dizzy, you won't even have the strength to run into zombies. If we really find food, as long as it's not covered in green mold, just close your eyes and swallow it. If it wrecks your stomach, Shutong can heal you, better than starving to death. With Lian's approval, Shutong became even more motivated. Lin Qian and Shujia exchanged a glance before standing up as well, joining the search effort. Zhao Dan sighed helplessly, clapped the dust off her hands, and walked toward another shelf. While the girls searched around, Li An didn't join them. Instead, he carefully examined the structure of the warehouse. The inner side of the iron walls had been reinforced with thick steel plates and concrete. The welding marks looked rough but sturdy. Several rusty gasoline barrels were stacked in the corner. Nearby lay old sleeping bags, blackened pots and pans, and a few rotten magazines with barely recognizable covers. There were obvious signs that people had once lived here. Li An walked over and nudged one of the sleeping bags with his foot. Two fat cockroaches scurried out from underneath and disappeared into the cracks in the wall. Beside the sleeping bag was a large, dark brown stain stretching deep into the warehouse dried blood. Clearly, during the early days of the zombie outbreak, someone had converted this warehouse into a temporary shelter, reinforcing the walls, hoarding supplies, trying to survive here. But the outcome was obvious. Whoever had hidden here ultimately failed to escape being devoured. Li An switched off his flashlight and leaned against the reinforced steel wall. The background of this dungeon world was becoming clearer and clearer. Judging by the weathered ruins outside and the traces left behind here, the apocalypse in this world had happened a very, very long time ago. Human civilization had already been completely destroyed. The entire planet had become a paradise for zombies. In a dead wasteland like this, simply hiding would never be enough to survive 72 hours. They needed to take the initiative and search for resource points that time hadn't completely consumed yet. Ah! Shujia suddenly cried out from deeper inside the warehouse. Li An immediately grabbed the iron rod and rushed over. Lin Qian and Zhao Dan also stopped what they were doing and hurried over nervously. What happened? Did something bite you? Lion shined a flashlight toward Shujia. The petite girl was squatting beside a toppled metal cabinet, holding up a wrinkled piece of paper with a flushed face. No monsters. I just found this stuck inside the cabinet crack while searching. There are pictures and lots of words on it, but I can't understand any of them. Li An walked over and took the paper. The paper was badly yellowed and brittle with torn edges, but the printed contents were still mostly visible. The writing resembled English mixed with strange symbols. Li An stared at it for half a day and understood absolutely nothing. Let me see. Shutong moved closer and carefully studied the paper under the flashlight. Her deep eyes narrowed slightly, lips moving silently as if decoding something complicated. You can read it? Lin Qian asked curiously. Shutong nodded and ran her finger across the paper. My Light Angel class panel came with a passive skill called Basic Language Mastery. I can roughly understand this kind of writing. That was an unexpected surprise. What does it say? Shutong cleared her throat and began translating word by word. This is an officially issued emergency shelter notice. It says the military and government had already predicted this global biohazard disaster before it fully erupted. To preserve the last spark of human civilization, they secretly constructed large underground shelters and fully automated survival factories across various regions. Everyone's breathing became noticeably heavier. Shutong continued. These underground shelters were built with the highest level of defensive standards. Inside, they contain independent water recycling systems, geothermal power generators, and, she paused briefly, strategic stockpiles capable of supporting 100,000 people for over a century. A century, Zhao, Dan gasped. How much stuff would be inside a place like that? Not just food and water. Shutong pointed at a line of small print beneath the notice. It also mentions armories and medical centers. As long as someone can enter a shelter, they could gain the power to rebuild human civilization. Lin Qian became so excited that she grabbed Li An's arm, her fingernails digging into his flesh. Did you hear that? Food, water, weapons. If we can find this place, surviving 72 hours will basically be a vacation. Li An brushed her hand away and rubbed his sore arm. Things weren't that simple. Don't celebrate too early. Li An pointed at the dried bloodstains on the flyer. If the person who owned this notice managed to get it, why did they still die in this crappy warehouse? That means getting into the shelter definitely isn't easy. Either the distance was too far and they died on the way, or something went terribly wrong inside the shelter itself. Shutong flipped the notice over. A simple regional map was printed on the back. Her finger traced across the map, and her eyes suddenly lit up. It's not far. Look. Shutong pointed at a red dot on the map. This mark indicates the nearest underground shelter. Shelter number 7. Judging from the scale and surrounding landmarks on the map, the entrance to that shelter should be less than 5 kilometers north of this gas station. Number chapter 13. Warmth in the warehouse 5 kilometers. In peaceful times, that was only a 10-minute drive. But in this zombie-infested wasteland, those 5 kilometers were a road paved with blood and lives. 5 kilometers. Zhao Dan bit her lip as she calculated the balance between their combat power and the risks ahead. Those low-level zombies move slowly during the daytime. As long as we carefully avoid areas with dense zombie groups, we should have a chance of making it there. Shujia nodded hard, hope filling her doll-like face. It's better than starving to death here. I don't want to eat canned food that's been sitting around for decades. Lin Qian looked toward Li An, waiting for him to make the final decision. Without anyone realizing it, this part-time electrician who used to fix light bulbs in the girls' dorm had already become the unquestioned core of the team. Li An rubbed the stubble on his chin as his mind raced. Staying in the warehouse was only temporarily safe. Without food or water, their stamina would continue to decline. By tomorrow night, once the zombies became frenzied again, they wouldn't even have the strength to break out. Going to the shelter was extremely risky, but the rewards would be just as great if they could secure enough supplies, or even find high-tier weapons and equipment. The pressure of survival would drop dramatically. More importantly, he needed more points to upgrade the dormitory and build the spirit spring well. And around a shelter, there would definitely be no shortage of zombies. Screw it. Li An straightened up, folded the yellowed flyer, and tucked it into his shirt pocket. He swept his gaze over the 4 filthy, exhausted girls in front of him. We'll rest here tonight, Shutong. You take first watch. Zhao Dan, you take second watch. If anything happens, wake me up immediately. Li An walked to the rolling shutter door and peered through the crack into the fog, covered darkness outside. After assigning the watch duties, he found a relatively clean corner, spread a torn piece of canvas underneath himself, and lay down fully clothed. Lin Qian hesitated for a while before hugging her knees and sitting beside him. Her oversized gray coarse cloth outfit had been torn in several places during the earlier battle, revealing patches of pale skin beneath. The warehouse temperature was freezing, and she was shivering non-stop. Hey! Lin Qian nudged Li An with her elbow. You asleep? If you've got something to say, spit it out. Li An kept his eyes closed without even changing posture. You really are rude. Lin Qian pouted and moved a little closer, trying to steal some warmth from his body. I just wanted to ask about your skill that absorbs yin energy. What exactly is it? From now on, whenever we run into danger, do we really have to do that every time? By the end, her voice had dropped to barely above a whisper, and her cheeks burned hot in the darkness. Li An opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. This campus beauty, who usually acted untouchable now, looked like a bullied little kitten, which was strangely charming. It's the setting the system gave me. What can I do about it? Li An rested both hands behind his head, sounding completely shameless. What's you unhappy about it now? If I hadn't absorbed your yin energy earlier and triggered that triple damage burst, we'd all be digesting inside that tumor monster's stomach by now. I didn't say I was unhappy, Lin Qian hurriedly protested, only to realize how misleading that sounded. She quickly corrected herself. I mean, this method is too weird. Couldn't the system have given you a more normal skill? Normal? Li An snorted. In a place like this, staying alive is the only thing that matters. Your Yin Sword Immortal panel literally says that only pure yang can protect you. You think that's a joke? Without me, that little sword of yours couldn't even kill a chicken. Lin Qian was left speechless because she knew he was telling the truth. Tonight, the reason she could cut through zombies like vegetables was entirely because Li An had been tanking the front line for them, and she could clearly feel that whenever she stayed close to him, power continuously surged through her body. Enough. Stop thinking about useless stuff. Li An closed his eyes again. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be rough 5 kilometers in this hellhole. Who knows what kind of freaks we'll run into. Lin Qian bit her lip, but said nothing else. Instead, she quietly moved even closer to him and closed her eyes. On the other side, Shutong sat atop a wooden crate, vigilantly watching the gap beneath the rolling shutter. Zhao Dan and Shujia leaned against each other, already breathing evenly in sleep. Outside the warehouse, the howls of zombies rose and fell endlessly across the empty ruins. A few pale gray rays of light leaked through holes in the warehouse's metal roof. Dawn had arrived. Li An opened his eyes and immediately felt sore all over. Even breathing hurt. Not only from the injuries he suffered while fighting the monster yesterday, but also because of the weight pressing down on him during the second half of the night. The temperature inside the abandoned warehouse had plummeted so low that their breath almost froze into frost. The girls were physically weaker to begin with, and the thin, coarse outfits provided by the system offered almost no warmth. While sleeping, their bodies instinctively searched for heat sources, and Li An had become a giant human heater. On his left side, Shutong clung to his arm like an octopus, her astonishing curves pressed tightly against him. Her golden curls rested in the crook of his neck as she breathed softly in sleep. On his right, Zhao Dan leaned against him with her head resting on his shoulder, both hands tightly clutching the corner of his clothes. At his feet, Shujia had curled herself into a tiny ball while hugging his calf, sleeping soundly. But the most outrageous one was Lin Qian. The dance department beauty was lying directly on top of his chest, one long leg draped over his waist while both arms wrapped around his neck. Her sleeping expression looked peaceful, and there was even a suspicious glimmer of drool at the corner of her lips. Lian flexed his numb arm. With a scene like this, any man with weak self-control would probably lose his mind on the spot. He cleared his throat and patted Lin Qian lightly on the back. "It's morning. Time to get up and work." Lin Qian mumbled sleepily, rubbing her head against his chest and shifting into an even more comfortable position. 2 seconds later, her eyes snapped open. She met Lian's teasing gaze directly. The two stared at each other. Lin Qian slowly looked down at her own posture, then glanced at the sleeping positions of the other girls around them. Her face instantly turned bright red all the way to her ears. She jumped up like she'd been electrocuted and scrambled backward in panic, only to step on Shujia's skirt and lose her balance. Lian reacted quickly, catching her by the waist and pulling her back upright. Her scream woke the other 3 girls as well. Shutong rubbed her eyes as she sat up, only to realize half her body had been draped over Li An. She immediately jerked her hand back in embarrassment and began stammering apologies. Zhao Dan was calmer, though she quietly turned away to fix her clothes, her ears red as blood. Shujia simply covered her face, wishing she could crawl into a crack in the floor. The entire group fell into awkward embarrassment. "All right, stop acting like frightened ostriches." Lian stood up and stretched his body, his bones cracking loudly. "The temperature dropped too much last night. You girls came over for warmth. That's normal. We're trying to survive here, not uphold manners." After that little incident, the atmosphere in the warehouse became far less tense than it had been the night before. The girls exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Without realizing it, the awkward distance and wariness between them had shrunk considerably. Number. Chapter 14. Loot and the Cruel Law of Evolution. The laughter didn't last long before their stomachs loudly protested again. "Jeer!" Shujia clutched her stomach and looked at Lian with pitiful eyes. "Hungry!" Lian picked up the iron rod, still stained with black blood, and walked to the rolling shutter door, peering outside through the crack. The sky outside was still gloomy and gray, with no sign of the sun, but visibility was much better than last night. Most of the thick fog had dispersed, revealing the outlines of abandoned cars and collapsed buildings along the streets. In daylight, this place really didn't seem quite as dangerous. The zombies' activity levels had dropped drastically. As long as they didn't make too much noise, it was entirely possible to avoid the larger hordes. "If you want food, pull yourselves together. The road is only 5 kilometers. If we move quickly, we can reach shelter number 7 in about an hour." Lian turned around and looked at the 4 dirt-covered girls. After resting for a night, they were still starving. But after tidying themselves up a little, the group prepared to set off. Lin Qian tightened her grip on the energy sword in her hand, forcing down her hunger. "Let's go. I refuse to starve to death in this dump." Lian took the lead and pushed open the shutter door. The 5 of them filed out one after another. The wasteland during the day was far quieter than at night. Trash and debris littered the streets, and the air was filled with the lingering stench of decay. Following the route marked on the map, they deliberately chose narrow alleys and the edges of ruins. Along the way, they barely encountered any zombies. The occasional lone walker that appeared was dealt with by the girls before Lian even needed to step in. "The one on the left is mine," Lin Qian shouted as she gracefully leapt over the frame of an abandoned bicycle. The glowing blue energy sword in her hand traced a beautiful arc through the air. The zombie hadn't even reacted before its head flew clean off. "Nicely done!" Watching from the side, Lian praised her aloud. The girl had adapted surprisingly fast. Her dance background was proving extremely useful in combat. Her flexibility and coordination were exceptional. 2 more zombies staggered out from the intersection ahead. Zhao Dan narrowed her eyes and activated her telekinesis. A rusty fire hydrant cover beside the road suddenly floated into the air and smashed hard into one zombie's kneecap. Its leg buckled, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Shujia gathered her courage and rushed forward, swinging the thick wooden club in her hand wildly with her eyes closed until the zombie's head burst apart like a rotten watermelon. The last two zombies were knocked down by Shutong using a brick, and Li An stepped forward to finish them off with 2 swings of his iron rod. They encountered a total of 5 zombies, and every single one was killed. Notifications flashed across Li An's vision as their points steadily increased. Just as Li An was about to tell everyone to keep moving, a faintly glowing wooden cube appeared on the corpse of the zombie Lin Qian had decapitated. "What? That's that." Shutong pointed at the glowing object. Li An walked over and bent down to pick up the cube. The moment his fingers touched it, the system notification sounded. They obtained basic material, wood X5. ***, in addition to points, one of the zombies had actually dropped resources. Li An opened the system panel and saw a wood icon in the inventory section with the number 5 underneath it. Thankfully, the system came with storage space, meaning dropped items could be stored directly without needing to carry them around. Physically. Loot drop. Li An grinned and explained the system notification to the others. Besides points, zombies also have a chance to drop materials needed for upgrading the dormitory. At least the system has enough conscience to give us portable storage. Otherwise, we'd have to haul lumber through the streets ourselves. The girl's eyes immediately lit up. Portable storage meant they could easily carry supplies they found in the future. The team continued forward as they drew closer to shelter. Number 7. The surrounding buildings became denser. The skeletal remains of skyscrapers pierced the clouds like enormous tombstones. After turning a street corner, Li An suddenly stopped and raised his right fist, signaling everyone to halt. Besides the stale odor of decay in the air, there was another smell: fresh blood. Li An tightened his grip on the iron rod and crept along the wall carefully. The 4 girls held their breath and followed closely behind him. After circling around an overturned bus, the scene before them made everyone's stomachs churn violently. On the open ground ahead lay several fresh corpses. 3 bodies were sprawled across the street in twisted positions. Their corpses were mutilated beyond recognition. Internal organs were scattered everywhere, and blood had stained the dark asphalt a horrifying crimson. The blood hadn't fully coagulated yet, and the thick metallic scent hung heavily in the air. Shujia covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled not to vomit. Lin Qian's face turned pale as she clutched Li An's sleeve tightly. Li An stepped forward and crouched down to inspect the bodies carefully. 2 men and 1 woman. All of them had died from savage bites. Their necks, thighs, and abdomens were covered in deep wounds exposing bone. But the most important detail was their clothing. They were wearing the exact same crude, oversized gray outfits. Judging from their clothes, they had been teleported here just like Li An's group. They? Zhao Dan's voice trembled as she pointed at the corpses. They were participants too? Li An stood up, expression grim. The system issued starter rags. No mistake. That meant people had already died. He scanned the surroundings, thoughts racing. It wasn't just Dorm 503 that had been dragged into this apocalyptic trial. The entire Jiangnan Arts University, maybe even far more people, had been transported into this instance. Shutong leaned weakly against the bus, her legs trembling. Then, how did they die here? Were they killed by zombies? Obviously. Li An pointed at the bite marks. What else in this hellhole could chew people up like this besides zombies? Looking at the mangled remains, an intense sense of danger rose inside him. These 3 had clearly been traveling as a group. The fact that they'd made it this far meant they had at least some combat ability, and yet they'd still been wiped out. Even worse, most of the flesh on their bodies had already been eaten away. A terrifying thought flashed through Li An's mind. What would happen if those slow, fragile beginner zombies consumed fresh human flesh? The system rules had never stated that zombies were fixed creatures. Humans could kill zombies to gain points and grow stronger. So what about zombies? Could devouring humans be fey path to evolution? Yesterday afternoon, when they were first teleported and every zombie they encountered had been the slow, moving beginner type. But that grotesque butcher zombie covered in tumors and wielding the massive fire axe. That monster's speed and strength were on an entirely different level. Li An stared at the blood on the ground. The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became. If zombies could evolve by feeding on humans, then as more participants died, higher-level monsters would inevitably appear in increasing numbers throughout the instance. And shelter no. 7 would undoubtedly become the most dangerous place of all, because anyone who found that flyer or received similar hints from the system would instinctively head there. The more people gathered, the more people died. The more people died, the stronger the monsters became. It was a vicious cycle. Li An turned and looked at the four trembling girls behind him. His tone became more serious than ever before. Keep your weapons ready. The road ahead won't be easy. Staring at the massive underground shelter entrance faintly visible in the distance, Li An spoke in a low voice. How many people were teleported here? And if those zombies really can evolve by eating flesh, what kind of monsters will they become? Number chapter 15. Supplies. Li An stared at the mangled corpses on the ground, his Adam's apple bobbing as he forcibly swallowed the words that had nearly slipped out. The three bodies had been devoured with horrifying thoroughness. Deep bite marks gouged into the thigh bones, exposing marrow, while dark red blood snaked through the cracks in the asphalt, attracting a swarm of buzzing green flies. The crude gray long-sleeved clothing silently confirmed the victims' identities. The idea that zombies mutated and evolved by feeding on human flesh was still only a theory in Li An's mind. If he voiced it now, the four girls behind him would probably lose their minds. The team's morale was already fragile enough as it was. There was no need to add even more fear. Lin Qian and the others had only just managed to overcome their terror of ordinary zombies. If they learned those monsters could grow stronger by eating people, the psychological defenses they had painstakingly built would collapse instantly. Li An raised his head and looked past the carnage toward the entrance of underground shelter. No. 7 hidden among the ruins in the distance. Rust-covered barricades, sandbag fortifications, and several heavy machine. Gun turrets riddled with bullet holes were scattered around the outer perimeter. The defenses had been utterly destroyed. Even the supporting walls had collapsed halfway. This place had fallen long ago. The soldiers who once defended it hadn't even been left with intact bodies. Bent shell casings and broken tank treads littering the ground silently told the story of the brutal battle that had once taken place here. Something's wrong over there. Zhao Dan spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. She pointed toward a ventilation shaft on the right side of the shelter entrance, her brows tightly furrowed. There's a strong smell of blood fresher than the corpses here. And the iron fence over there was damaged recently. Li An followed the direction she pointed. But to his eyes it looked like nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. He turned to look at Zhao Dan. A faint glow shimmered in her eyes. Her rank talents was beginning to reveal its true potential through real combat. Her senses had evolved dramatically. She could detect faint scent particles in the air and notice subtle details from far away. Can you tell where the smell is coming from? Li An asked quietly. Zhao Dan closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment before nodding firmly. Inside the main entrance, the blood smell is really strong and mixed with machine oil. Someone got here before us. Li An immediately came to a conclusion. At this point in time, only survivors like them would have any reason to break through the fence. The group quickened their pace and carefully advanced alongside the defensive barricades until they reached the massive alloy gate of the shelter. The password, protected hydraulic door, had been forcibly pried open. Leaving a gap about half a meter wide, several deep claw marks scarred the broken metal edges. The steel had curled inward unnaturally, damage no human tools could possibly create. Lin Qian tightened her grip on the glowing blue longsword, her palms drenched in sweat. Are we going in? A brief silence spread through the group. If they retreated, death was guaranteed. If they moved forward, nobody knew what waited behind the door. We came all this way. We can't exactly leave empty-handed. Li An tightened his grip on the iron rod and squeezed sideways through the opening first. Stay close. Don't get separated. This place is dark as hell. Getting isolated is basically delivering takeout to the monsters. Shujia, stay in the middle. Shu Tong, cover the rear. Zhao Dan, stay alert for anything unusual. Lin Qian, you're with me in front. None of the girls backed down, one after another. They slipped through the entrance. The shelter's internal structure was surprisingly well preserved. The emergency lights overhead still functioned stubbornly, casting dim yellow halos across the corridors. The air circulation system emitted a faint humming sound, sweeping away the nauseating stench from outside. Both sides of the hallway were lined with honeycomb, like capsule rooms. Each room contained only a bed and a simple storage cabinet, the cramped space oppressive enough to make breathing uncomfortable. But in this apocalyptic wasteland, even such a shelter was a luxury. Faded slogans still clung to the walls, remnants of humanity's last flickering hope. Li An pushed open one capsule room. Dust covered every surface. Several yellowed photographs lay scattered across the bed. The smiling faces in the pictures formed a sharp contrast against the hellish ruins outside. This place had once carried countless people's hopes for survival. Now, it was nothing more than a giant tomb. Li An did not allow the team to split up. In an unfamiliar enclosed environment, separating was suicide. The floor directory mounted on the wall was coated in dust. Li An wiped it clean with his sleeve and studied the markings carefully. The shelter had 5 underground levels containing living quarters, a medical wing, an armory, and storage facilities. Judging by the scale, it had been capable of supporting thousands of people for years. Armory first. Li An made the decision immediately. The rusty iron rod in his hand was barely enough for ordinary zombies. Against anything stronger, it would be useless. The armory was located on basement level 2. Its alloy door stood wide open, the inside completely ransacked. The weapon racks were empty. There wasn't even a shell casing left behind. Broken body armor and damaged tactical helmets littered the floor. Clean as hell. They didn't even leave us a stick to poke a fire with. Lin Qian kicked aside an empty ammo crate in frustration. Searched carefully. There's always something people miss. Li An refused to give up and began rummaging through collapsed lockers. His persistence paid off. Inside a locked storage chest tucked in the back, they found a batch of melee weapons that hadn't been taken. Several sharpened tactical daggers, 2 entrenching shovels, and several sets of lightweight stab-resistant armor. Put these on. Li An tossed the protective vests to the girls. The armor was made from high-strength fibers and was far sturdier than the crude cloth outfits issued by the system. The girls didn't bother acting shy and immediately put them on over their clothes. Xu Tong's impressive figure was squeezed tightly by the vest, the zipper nearly refusing to close. Li An glanced over a little too long, earning himself a fierce glare from Lin Qian. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and move." Lin Qian snorted as she fastened a tactical dagger at her waist. With proper equipment, the team's confidence improved considerably. Li An handed one of the entrenching shovels to Shujia, whose smaller frame suited it perfectly. The medical wing on the 3rd floor was in even worse condition than the armory. Medicine cabinets had been smashed apart, and shattered glass mixed with blackened liquids covered the floor. The sophisticated medical equipment had long since become piles of rusted scrap. Xu Tong sighed softly. She had hoped to find something that could restore mental energy, but clearly that wasn't happening. After searching through the debris for a while, she managed to recover only a few unopened rolls of medical bandages. The 4th floor housed the cafeteria and food storage warehouse. The moment they opened the door, everyone's eyes lit up. Rows upon rows of shelves were neatly stocked with military canned food, compressed biscuits, and vacuum-sealed dehydrated vegetables. Zombies had no interest in processed human food. All they craved was fresh flesh, which was why these precious supplies had remained untouched. "We hit the jackpot." Shujia cheered and rushed toward the nearest shelf, stuffing a can of beef into her arms. "Eat first." Li An pried open several cans with an entrenching shovel and distributed them. The rich aroma of meat filled the air. The 5 of them sat on the floor without any concern for appearances and devoured the food ravenously. After starving for nearly 2 days, the cold canned food tasted better than any gourmet feast. Lin Qian ate so fast she didn't even bother wiping the broth from the corners of her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel protecting its stash. "Slow down before you choke." Li An twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. Lin Qian grabbed it and gulped down several mouthfuls before letting out a long breath. "I'm alive again. I swear I've never had canned beef this good in my entire life." After eating and drinking, their energy recovered considerably. Li An packed the system storage space to its limits with high-calorie food and clean water. "Come on, we're heading to the bottom floor." Wiping his mouth, Li An stood up. The 5th floor was the shelter's core storage area, and also the most heavily defended section. According to the blueprint, it housed the backup energy core that powered the entire shelter, along with advanced engineering materials, exactly the kind of resources they desperately needed to upgrade the dormitory and build the spirit spring. Well, the staircase leading down to the 5th floor was incredibly steep. The emergency lights had completely failed here, leaving the area pitch black. Xu Tong raised her right hand, creating a sphere of white light in her palm, to illuminate the way. At the bottom of the stairs stood a massive isolation door. The lock had been broken, and the door hung half open. Li An tightened his grip on the entrenching shovel and quietly stepped across the threshold first. And the moment they entered, they saw a shadow dart deeper into the darkness. Chapter 16, Arrangement. The dark figure moved with incredible speed, slipping through the gap in the half-open isolation door and disappearing into the depths of the 5th floor. Li An stopped and held the entrenching tool horizontally in front of his chest. He raised his left hand, making a stop gesture. The 4 girls behind him stopped in unison. Lin Qian pressed against Li An's back, her breath brushing against his neck, and asked in a low voice, What is that? Ang Li stared at the heavy metal isolation door, replaying the scene he had just glimpsed in his mind. Outline, range of motion, and posture while running. Walking on two legs. He gave his judgment. It is most likely a person. Combined with the several layers of access control that had been violently breached, plus the several corpses outside that had been completely devoured. Someone else found the seventh shelter earlier than them and got to the core supply area at the bottom first. The group moved quietly, hugging the wall as they approached the door. The isolation door was made of high-strength alloy. The original electronic lock was forcibly destroyed by external force, exposing the charred circuit board inside. A faint light shone through the crack in the door. Ang Li did not rush to push the door open and go in. With the enemy in the dark and US in the light, recklessly venturing into a closed underground space is no different from suicide. He turned to look at Zhao Dan. Zhao Dan, it is up to you now. Ang Li pointed to the door. Use your abilities to find out what is inside. Zhao Dan nodded. Through this series of practical battles, she had become much more proficient in mastering her ex's talent. She walked to the isolation door, closed her eyes, and placed her hands on the cold metal door. This door, containing a large amount of lead and insulating materials, was originally intended to protect against nuclear radiation. The process of spiritual power penetrating is like wading through thick swamp. Zhao Dan gritted her teeth and squeezed her willpower in little by little. The corridor was so quiet that only the breathing of 5 people could be heard. Shujia gripped the wooden handle of the entrenching tool tightly with both hands. Her face tense, Shu Tong held up her glowing right hand, dutifully acting as a human-shaped light source. Zhao Dan's breathing gradually became rapid, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Releasing mental energy consumes a great deal of physical strength, especially deep underground where the resistance to exploration is multiplied by the presence of thick metal and rock layers. After a while, Zhao Dan withdrew her hands and opened her eyes. She leaned against the wall, panting heavily, her face pale. How about it? Lin Qian asked impatiently. Zhao Dan organized her thoughts and reported. The space is too large, and my mental energy's detection range is limited. Unable to cover the entire boundary of the room, I can only sense the situation in the area near the door. Ang Li handed him a bottle of water. Get to the point. Zhao Dan took the water and drank a sip to moisten her dry throat. It is quite clean inside without the mountains of garbage and corpses that are outside. The power supply system is still running, and I can feel the slight fluctuations of current flowing through the lines. She paused for a moment. Then her tone became serious. Most importantly, I could sense a heat source inside. Heat source? Shu Tong asked, puzzled. Right. Zhao Dan nodded affirmatively. Several mobile heat sources. The temperature is very high. Definitely not ambient temperature. Ang Li stroked the stubble on his chin, his mind racing. This intelligence is extremely valuable. Ang Li has worked as an electrician for so many years that he is very familiar with circuit boards and power supply modules. The 5th floor is the core material area. According to standard design, the temperature control system here should operate independently. Zombies are inanimate objects. Their blood has stopped flowing, and their bodily functions have long since decayed and deteriorated. Their body temperature is consistent with the ambient temperature, and under mental probing or thermal imaging, they usually appear as a cold, lifeless state. Once inside, the temperature sensor won't give much feedback. There is a heat source, and it is a mobile heat source. Only living organisms emitting a body temperature of over 30 degrees Celsius can cause fluctuations in the thermal imaging module within the area. It's a living person, Ang Li concluded. Only a living metabolic system can generate this level of heat. Combined with the shadow that had been seen going inside earlier, the logic is completely closed. It is good to be alive. Shujia breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense little face relaxed. As long as they're not those monsters covered in tumors, we're all survivors who were teleported to this godforsaken place. Maybe we can even exchange some supplies. The little girl's idea is very naive. Ang Li poured cold water on the idea without any mercy. Put away your peacetime social logic. In this wasteland world where you have to risk your life for even a bottle of water, your fellow human beings are often more dangerous than zombies. He pointed to the floors above. How did those 3 corpses outside die? They were bitten to death by zombies. But why did they die at the shelter's gate, who pried open the door and then locked them out? The girls fell silent. It was a chilling thought. Under extreme survival pressure, some people use their companions as bait to feed zombies in order to monopolize the supplies in the shelter. Ang Li has seen too many of these kinds of things in post-apocalyptic novels. However, since the guys inside didn't set up an ambush at the door or launch a direct attack on us, It means that they haven't shown any obvious malice yet. Or rather, they haven't discovered us yet. Ang Li analyzed. So, shall we go in or not? Lin Qian gripped the energy sword in her hand tightly. The long, dark blue sword gleamed with a chilling light in the dimly lit corridor. Go in. Why not go in? Ang Li raised an eyebrow. All the core materials are on this floor. We've put in so much effort, we can't be scared off by a few unknown heat sources. The materials for building the spirit spring, well, haven't been gathered yet. And the dormitory's defense system is still non-existent. Retreat is tantamount to slow suicide. Ang Li began to devise tactics. Shujia, you walk in the middle of the group. If there is an emergency, don't hesitate. Raise your shovel and block in front of them. Although your shield maiden talent hasn't unlocked its active skill yet, your basic resilience is definitely stronger than ours. Shujia nodded vigorously and raised the entrenching tool above her head. Shutong, you stay behind Shujia and be ready to cast healing spells at any time. Remember, survival comes first. Don't rush to the front and become a sitting duck. The Western girl obediently responded. Zhao Dan, you're in charge of controlling the situation. If a conflict occurs, use your mind to control objects to disrupt the other party's vision and movements, creating space for Lin Qian to attack. Zhao Dan took a deep breath, indicating that she understood. Finally, Ang Li looked at Lin Qian. Lin University's campus bell. You'll lead the charge with me. Ang Li put his arm around Lin Qian's shoulder and pulled her to his side. Lin Qian struggled for a moment but couldn't break free, so she let him be. She knew that Li An's Yin Sword Immortal talent required him to absorb pure yin energy through physical contact. When it really comes down to a life or death situation, it is fine if he gets this little bit of advantage. Your yin sword technique is very powerful, but it requires me to be within 10 meters of you to activate. Stay close to me and don't fall behind. Ang Li gave his instructions. Lin Qian rolled her eyes at him. Mind your own business. Chapter 17, Dark Warehouse with the formation complete. Li An gripped the iron rod stained with black blood tightly with both hands. He raised his foot, braced it against the edge of the alloy isolation door, and stomped on it forcefully. With a screeching sound from the hinges, the half-open isolation door was pushed open completely. The 5 people maintained a tight formation, crossed the threshold, and entered the 5th floor of shelter number 7. What comes into view is an extremely spacious underground warehouse. The area is incredibly large, stretching as far as the eye can see. Neat rows of industrial lights on the ceiling cast a cool white glow, illuminating the entire space. Rows of huge metal shelves are neatly arranged, some as high as 7 or 8 meters, reaching the ceiling. The shelves were covered with tons of special steel, polymer materials, and even several unopened industrial-grade 3D printers wrapped in moisture-proof film. The top was piled with all sorts of incomprehensible mechanical parts, packaged engineering materials, and energy cores that emitted a faint glow. If we could move these things back to the dorm, we could build a well, or even a small fortress. Zhao Dan's investigation was correct. The place was indeed very clean. There was no blood, no corpses, and even the air from the air circulation system had a filtered, fresh smell. Ang Li looked around. It was too quiet. Where did those heat sources that Zhao Dan sensed go? The aisles between the shelves are intricate, and the view is severely obstructed. Li An gripped the iron rod and led the team slowly forward along the outermost passage. The stab-proof vests rustled softly against each other. I walked about 20 or 30 meters. Face smack the industrial lights overhead went out without warning. Even the indicator light for the backup power supply went out. Within a fraction of a second, the entire 5th floor warehouse was stripped of all light sources, plunging into absolute darkness where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Ah, Shujia couldn't help but let out a short gasp. Don't panic, Shutong. Turn on the light. Li An spoke in a low voice, and at the same time pulled Lin Qian into his arms. As the soft, warm body entered his arms, the supreme Yang sword energy within Li An's dantian began to circulate more rapidly. Shutong frantically raised her right hand, trying to activate the Light Angel's illumination skill. It is too late. In the darkness, a sickening chewing sound suddenly rang out. Creak, creak. Those were the sounds of extremely hard teeth crushing bones and tearing flesh. The sound of nauseating swallowing echoed through the empty underground warehouse. The source of the sound was less than 5 meters in front of them. A sudden wave of fear overwhelmed them instantly. The moment the lights went out, Shujia's scream sounded particularly jarring in the empty underground warehouse. The little girl's legs went weak, and she slid down the slope. Ang Li reacted extremely quickly, grabbing Shujia by the back of her collar with his left hand and lifting her up with force. Lin Qian was already standing next to Li An, and now she was so frightened that she crashed into his arms, clutching his clothes tightly with both hands. and even stopped breathing. "Don't move," Ang Li warned in a low voice. He was about to take a step forward when he suddenly stopped. "Something's not right." My body felt heavy. It wasn't the kind of heaviness caused by fatigue, but rather a real increase in physical weight. Ang Li felt as if dozens of kilograms of weight had been added to his shoulders out of nowhere, making even breathing difficult. He turned to look at the girls next to him. Shujia could no longer stand, and most of her weight was hanging on Lian's arm. Shutong and Zhao Dan were also bent over, panting heavily, their foreheads covered in sweat. "This is definitely not a simple power outage. Shutong, light the lamp." Ang Li issued another instruction. Shutong gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort in her body, and raised her right hand. A ball of white light shone in her palm. Normally, in the dormitory, Shutong's Angel of Light skill is enough to brighten the entire room. But now, just as that ball of white light peeked out, the surrounding darkness pressed in frantically. The halo was tightly confined to a very small area, not even a meter away. In the dim light, Ang Li could barely make out the four faces surrounding him. They were all deathly pale. "No, the light won't diffuse." Shutong's voice was trembling with tears, and her right hand was raised in midair, shaking violently. Ang Li frowned. "There are no zombies in this place at all. The corpses outside, the violently broken isolation door, and the eerie darkness and abnormal gravity all contributed to the scene. This is all man-made. Someone has awakened some kind of dark supernatural ability and is hiding on this 5th floor, pretending to be a deity. Moreover, this ability is far more dangerous than those low-level zombies outside that. Only bite less than 5 meters ahead." The teeth-grinding chewing sound continued. The sound was very clear. You could even hear the grinding sound of teeth crushing hard objects, and the subsequent swallowing of saliva. Lin Qian buried her face in Lian's chest, not daring to look up at all. "Who is eating there?" Zhao Dan struggled to stay upright, clutching a piece of iron she had picked up from upstairs, her palms sweaty. Ang Li did not rush to take action. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, and their abilities are so strange that rushing in recklessly would be suicide. He cleared his throat and spoke in the direction from which the chewing sound was coming. "We mean no harm. May we come out and meet you?" Ang Li's voice carried through the darkness without eliciting the slightest echo. The chewing sounds on the other end paused for 2 seconds. Then, the creaking sound grew louder, even taking on a slightly provocative tone. No one responded. Ang Li gripped the iron rod tightly, his knuckles turning white. Negotiations failed. The other party had no intention of reasoning with them at all. As time went on, the oppressive feeling around us grew stronger. Lian could clearly feel that Lin Qian's breathing had become extremely rapid, and her chest was heaving violently. Shujia below had begun to sob softly. The sound of Shutong and Zhao Dan's heartbeats was amplified infinitely in this enclosed space, pounding against Lian's eardrums. This is a form of oppression, specifically targeting the mind and spirit. Ang Li was all too aware of the lethality of this state. In environments of extreme fear and depression, a person's bodily functions can suffer extremely severe negative effects. Reactions become sluggish, muscles stiffen due to excessive tension, and strength and speed decline significantly. The most fatal thing is that the ability to think can be completely devoured by fear. If they don't get out of this situation quickly, when the other side has had their fun and is ready to make a move, these 5 people won't even have the strength to fight back, and they will be slowly and cruelly killed. This deadlock must be broken. Ang Li took a deep breath and switched the iron rod in his hand to his right. "Come closer, everyone, and hug me tight." Ang Li lowered his voice, his tone extremely serious. Chapter 18, Triple Slash. The girls were already on the verge of collapse, and after hearing Li An's words, they didn't need to be urged a second time. People instinctively seek something to rely on in the dark. Shutong lunged at Li An from the left, grabbing his left arm tightly with both hands and pressing her whole body against him. Zhao Dan approached from behind, wrapped her arms around Li An's waist, and rested her face against his back. Shujia hugged Li An's thigh from below and buried her head in the back of his knees. Lin Qian was already in Li An's arms, and now she was using both her hands and feet, wishing she could embed herself into Li An's body. 4 warm, delicate bodies pressed against him at the same time. Li An immediately felt a familiar throbbing sensation coming from his dantian. The supreme yang sword chi began to roam wildly through the meridians. The pure yin energy absorbed from the 4 girls continuously transformed into surging power, filling Li An's limbs and bones. The heaviness that had been pressing on my shoulders was instantly relieved by the impact of this force. Li An closed his eyes and felt the changes within his body. He is waiting. Wait for that state of overflowing yang energy that can unleash 3 times the absolute critical hit. Once that state is triggered, he doesn't care what kind of monsters or demons are on the other side. He'll just cleave them, and the shelves in two with a single blow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The screen remained completely still. The blue system panel didn't even display a single notification. Ang Li opened his eyes and cursed under his breath. It wasn't that simple after all. The passive ability of this woman, Master, clearly has some kind of hidden cooldown time limit. Thinking about it carefully, that makes sense. Last night, in that abandoned warehouse, those 4 girls used him as a human heater all night long, and there was no shortage of intimate contact between them. If there were no cooldown period, he would probably trigger the enhanced state several times in a row while he was asleep at night, and would have exploded and died long ago. The system will not provide such an unlimited, invincible bug. Although he didn't trigger a surge of yang energy, Lian could feel that the yang energy accumulated in his body was already quite considerable. His meridians were stretched so much that they ached slightly, but this power was enough for him to unleash several full-bodied yang sword energies. If it hits, it will definitely kill the opponent. With strength comes confidence. Ang Li moved his right wrist slightly, and the iron rod traced a tiny arc in the darkness. The biggest problem now is deciding which direction to attack. The ball of white light in Shutong's hand was completely suppressed and could not serve any purpose of illumination. All around was pitch black. The crunching sound seemed to be coming from about 5 meters directly in front of us, but Ang Li didn't dare to gamble. Who knows if this extraordinary ability to manipulate darkness might come with some kind of sound interference or illusionary misleading effects. What if that sound is just a decoy, and the real body is hiding to the side or above? If you blindly unleash your sword energy, you will not only waste the yang energy you have painstakingly accumulated, but you will also completely expose your attack methods and trump cards. To make matters worse, the underground warehouse was filled with metal shelves packed with supplies. The stick missed its mark, smashing down the shelf and causing several tons of falling steel to bury the 5 of them alive. Ang Li gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Do not move it. It must be a single decisive strike. Ang Li, I can hardly breathe. Lin Qian murmured softly in his arms, her voice very weak. That oppressive state continued to erode their physical strength. Shutong's arms, which were wrapped around her arms, were getting weaker and weaker. We can't delay any longer. Ang Li's mind raced as he considered various countermeasures. Why don't we have Lin Qian use her yin sword technique to scout ahead? No! Lin Qian is in too poor a condition to condense an energy sword. Or should I just charge forward, close the distance, and fight head? On! That won't work either. If they're separated from the group, these 4 girls definitely won't last a minute in the dark. Just when Ang Li was at his wit's end, Zhao Dan, who was pressed against his back, suddenly moved. The spirited young woman released one of her arms from around Lian's waist and shifted her body slightly upwards. Her chin rested on Ang Li's right shoulder, and her warm breath touched his earlobe directly. Ang Li tilted his head slightly. Zhao Dan moved very quietly, without making any unnecessary noise. She brought her lips close to Lian's ear, her voice so low that only the 2 of them could hear it. Don't rush. Zhao Dan uttered 2 words. Ang Li could feel Zhao Dan's body trembling slightly, but her tone was surprisingly calm. Through this series of practical experiences, Zhao Dan gained a deeper understanding of her X-talent. She knew very well that brute force alone could not solve the problem in the current situation. The other side deprived them of their sight with darkness and weakened their physical strength with gravity and a sense of oppression. But there is something that darkness cannot conceal. That is mental strength. Zhao Dan closed her eyes and focused all her attention on the depths of her mind. She gave up on physical perception of her surroundings, stopped listening to the eerie chewing sound, and stopped feeling the changes in air temperature. She condensed her spiritual energy into an extremely thin line which extended outward little by little along Ang Li's shoulder. This is an extremely risky approach. Releasing mental probes within an area covered by unknown supernatural abilities can easily lead to a backlash. But now, there is no other choice. Large beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Dan's forehead, sliding down her cheeks, and dripping onto Lian's clothes. Her breathing became extremely weak, and she poured all her life force into this exploration. Ang Li didn't urge him on. He simply gripped the iron rod in his hand, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Time passed second by second. The chewing sounds in the darkness suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, a very faint rustling sound of clothes came from behind the shelf to the left. The other party made a move. Clearly, the guy hiding in the shadows also sensed the fluctuations in Zhao Dan's mental energy and was preparing to change his position. In that very instant, Zhao Dan suddenly opened her eyes, a faint, eerie light gleaming in them in the darkness. Her fingers gripping Ang Li's clothes tightened suddenly. Zhao Dan whispered in Lian's ear, "Over there." Zhao Dan's voice was extremely low, so faint that it was almost completely drowned out by the teeth, grinding chewing sound. But at this critical juncture of life and death, these two simple words are the most accurate guidance radar for Ang Li. Ang Li didn't hesitate for a second. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. The intense yang energy within his body, which had accumulated to the point of near explosion due to the four girls pressing tightly against him, was surging wildly through his meridians, causing his body to ache slightly. Now, this violent force has finally found an outlet. Ang Li's right arm muscles tensed instantly, and thick veins bulged under his skin. The iron rod stained with black blood that he held in his hand was completely enveloped in an extremely dazzling crimson light at this moment. The high temperature instantly evaporated the dirt on the surface of the iron rod, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. "Release!" Lian let out a low roar, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. He suddenly exerted force with both legs, took a heavy half-step forward, and forcefully broke free from the girl's embrace. The waist twists, and the force travels up the spine, eventually converging on the right arm. Lian gripped the scorching iron rod tightly, with both hands, and swung it fiercely towards the shadowy area of the shelf to the left, as Zhao Dan pointed out. 1 stick? 2 sticks? 3 sticks? There was no probing, and no holding back whatsoever. In just 1 second, Lian unleashed 3 crescent-shaped sword energies in succession. The sword energy shot out with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. These 3 sword energies were dazzlingly bright in the absolute darkness, and the terrifyingly high temperature caused the surrounding air to be severely distorted, emitting a sizzling and popping sound wherever the sword energy passed. The eerie darkness, as thick as swamp, was torn apart like a fragile rag. Bang! The first sword strike cleaved through the air, directly severing a thick metal shelf support column to the left front. Several tons of special steel lost their support and crashed to the ground with a loud bang, shaking the entire underground warehouse. Clang! The second sword energy grazed something as it flew past and slammed into the rock wall behind it, sending shards of stone flying. Immediately afterwards, the third sword energy delivered an extremely dull sound of impact, as if it had struck a thick piece of rotten flesh. With a blood-curdling scream, the darkness of the entire underground warehouse collapsed instantly, like a holographic projection that had been suddenly unplugged. The glaring, cold, white industrial lighting suddenly filled everyone's field of vision again. Ang Li subconsciously squinted and used the back of his hand to block the light, quickly adjusting to the drastic change in his vision. He looked up at the ceiling. The neatly arranged industrial light tubes were lit up perfectly, without even blinking, and the backup power indicator light remained green. There was never a power outage. That absolute darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face was completely a trick used by the other side. As the darkness dissipated, the eerie weight of dozens of kilograms pressing down on everyone's shoulders, as well as the suffocating mental pressure, also vanished without a trace. Chapter 19, Death Manipulation. Call Lin Qian's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the cold ground. She greedily inhaled the fresh air, her beautiful face covered in cold sweat, her chest heaving violently. The suffocating feeling she just experienced almost made her think she was going to die there. Zhujie went even further. The little girl directly lying on the ground and dry heaving. The extreme fear and the oppressive gravity had tormented her, but now that she was suddenly relaxed, her stomach churned violently. Xu Tong leaned against Lian's back, her hands still trembling uncontrollably. The white light in her palm was finally able to emit normally, but it was no longer needed. Zhao Dan clutched her head in pain, her face ashen. Forcibly releasing mental probing within the opponent's skill domain just now had taken a huge toll on her, and now her brain felt like it was being pierced by a red, hot steel needle. But once the fear subsided, an uncontrollable rage followed. Once the 4 girls had recovered, they all gritted their teeth and stared ahead. I almost suffocated in this awful place. Anyone would be furious in that situation. Ang Li strode forward carrying a still smoking iron rod. He wanted to see which blind bastard was putting on this act. Behind the severed metal shelf, a figure lay fallen. The man was clutching his chest, rolling around in agony on the dusty ground, letting out whimpering howls. Ang Li took 2 steps closer and saw what the other person looked like. This was an extremely thin man wearing an ill-fitting set of coarse gray cloth clothes, the kind of initial clothing given to him by the system. He looked to be in his 30s with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. He had a sparse stubble, and even now, writhing on the ground in pain, his brows still revealed a slickness and ruthlessness that came from years of navigating the underworld. This is definitely not a student from Jiangnan Art College. When Ang Li saw the 3 corpses outside, he already had a guess in his mind. This apocalyptic trial has involved far more than just their school. The appearance of this man now completely confirms his thoughts. However, what made Ang Li and the other girls feel uneasy was not the man's appearance. It was the thing hanging on his chest. 3 fist-sized lumps of flesh were strung together on the man's neck with a rough electrical wire. Those were 3 human hearts. Moreover, none of the 3 hearts were completely shriveled. Their surfaces were covered with purplish, black blood vessels, and they were still beating very weakly. Thump, thump. Each beat sent shivers down my spine. The leftmost heart had been neatly sliced in half by Li An's 3rd sword strike. Instead of normal fresh blood flowing from the incision, a very viscous black liquid kept gushing out. This black liquid vaporizes rapidly upon contact with air, turning into a black mist that can block out light, but it quickly dissipates under the cold white light. Clearly, the eerie darkness and oppressive gravity we just experienced were tricks played by this cleaved heart. As for the remaining 2 hearts, although they were still hanging on the man's chest, their beating frequency was negligible, clearly indicating that they had been affected by the previous attack and lost their strength. Vomit? The moment Shujia saw the 3 hearts clearly, she couldn't hold back any longer and turned her head to vomit. Lin Qian's face also turned pale, and she subconsciously hid behind Li An. The scene was so shocking that it completely exceeded the psychological limits of these female college students. Ang Li, however, remained unfazed. Having worked as an electrician for so many years, he has seen all sorts of disgusting sewers and dead rats. While a living person's heart might be a bit nerve-wracking in the apocalypse, that is nothing. Looking down at the thin man still convulsing on the ground, Li An's mind raced, connecting all the clues. The 3 corpses outside were mutilated and eaten by zombies. The shelter doors were violently breached, and now the man is wearing 3 hearts hanging on his chest. The quantity was just right, a perfect fit. Li An sneered and tapped the iron rod in his hand on the ground, producing a crisp metallic clanging sound. "Stop pretending to be dead." Ang Li's voice echoed in the empty underground warehouse, carrying an undisguised mockery. Those 3 corpses outside, 2 men and 1 woman, must be the unlucky ones who were teleported in with you, right? Li An paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the 3 hearts, his eyes sharp. It seems these 3 hearts must belong to your teammates. Upon hearing this, the 4 girls behind him were all stunned. Zhao Dan suddenly raised her head, looking at the thin man with disbelief. "Kill your teammate in this perilous apocalypse. Everyone is too busy sticking together for warmth." But this guy actually killed all his teammates and even ripped out their hearts and hung them around his neck. What a depraved and insane monster. Upon hearing Ang Li's words, the thin man stopped rolling around. He slowly got up from the ground and leaned against the metal shelf behind him. He glanced at his heart, which had been split in 2, and a look of extreme heartache flashed in his eyes. Then he raised his head and stared intently at Li An, his deep-set eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Cough, cough. The man coughed up 2 mouthfuls of bloody saliva, grinned, and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You're quite clever, kid, you even guessed that," he snorted coldly, speaking in a hoarse voice with a crazy stubbornness in his tone, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with his defeat. "If my abilities weren't still underdeveloped, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." Ang Li raised an eyebrow, not in a hurry to take action. Anyway, this guy is already at his limit. His heart that could create darkness has been destroyed, and the remaining 2 are half dead. He can't cause any trouble at all. He wanted to hear what kind of sinister ability this was. "What? You think it is justified to kill your own teammates?" Li An sneered. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and simply confessed. "You guys don't know anything." He pointed to his heart on his chest, a morbid fanaticism appearing on his face. "What I've awakened is an extremely rare hidden profession, an ability called death manipulation. This ability is incredibly powerful. Given enough time, I can roam freely in this godforsaken place." The man gasped for breath, his voice becoming somewhat distorted. "But this ability is also very demanding. It requires a living human heart as its foundation to function. I myself have almost no combat ability. My ability is to turn other people's hearts into my own exclusive tools. The man became more and more excited as he talked, even gesturing wildly, completely immersed in his own world. Every heart, once I extract it, will develop unique functions based on the original owner's constitution and resentment before death. He pointed to the heart that Ang Li had split open. This can create an absolute dark domain, and it also comes with gravity suppression. Once you're trapped inside, no one can expect to get out alive. He then pointed to the two hearts next to him that were still beating faintly. These two, one can release highly toxic mist, and the other can control corpses. Once I fully develop them, I'll be invincible. As the man finished speaking, an extremely cruel smile appeared on his face. So I took advantage of their inattention and killed them all by surprise. Lock them outside to feed the zombies, then dig out their hearts while they're still hot to develop my abilities. What is wrong with that? In this world, only power is the only truth. After hearing this outrageous confession, the underground warehouse fell into a deathly silence. Shu Tong covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She never imagined that humans could be so vicious. Lin Qian trembled with anger, and the energy sword in her hand condensed again, its eerie blue light appearing particularly dazzling under the cold white light. "You're a complete beast!" Lin Qian cursed through gritted teeth, wishing she could rush up and stab him right now. Zhao Dan's face was also ashen. She clenched her fist so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. "How can you be so inhuman?" Zhao Dan questioned him sternly. "They are your teammates. They are living, breathing people." Faced with the girl's anger and questioning, the skinny man showed absolutely no remorse. Instead, he laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Ha ha ha, humanity." The man just smiled cruelly, his gaunt face contorted like a demon under the light. He stared intently at Li An and the four girls, his eyes filled with greed and resentment. If one can wield immense power, what is human life worth? What a pity. If I had just one more day to fully develop the abilities of the remaining two hearts, all of you would be dead. Chapter 20 post. Apocalyptic survival. The skinny man was still gesticulating wildly and laughing. His face was contorted with extreme excitement, and he kept spitting out bloody saliva, as if he could already see the magnificent scene of himself dominating the apocalypse. "Just give me time. Just give me one more day. You delicate college students will all become my nourishment." The man became increasingly agitated as he spoke, even pointing at Ang Li and hurling insults. Ang Li stood there and picked at his ear. He found this guy incredibly annoying. In this perilous fifth underground level, who has time to listen to a pervert making some villainous declaration? Ang Li didn't utter a single unnecessary word. Nor did he even have the inclination to refute. He suddenly exerted force with both legs, and his whole body leaped out like a cheetah. The distance wasn't far to begin with, and Li An was in front of the man in an instant. The man's arrogant laughter abruptly stopped. His deep-set eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief and astonishment. He couldn't understand why the young man opposite him had attacked him before he had even finished speaking. Logically speaking, upon hearing such a terrifying skill description, shouldn't one be wary or start negotiating? "You dare." The man only had time to utter those two words. The iron rod in Li An's hand, imbued with crimson yang sword energy, slammed down with a piercing whistling sound. There was no holding back. All that could be heard was a sharp teeth, grinding crack. The man's head exploded. His emaciated body slumped down like a lump of mud, crashing heavily onto the dusty ground. The two hearts hanging on his chest, which were still beating weakly, stopped twitching instantly with their owner's death, turning into two pieces of blackened, dead flesh. The entire underground warehouse fell silent instantly. Only the cold white industrial lights overhead emitted a faint hum of electricity. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The four girls following behind Li, and were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. Shujia let out a short scream. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. The little girl covered her mouth. The nausea she had just managed to suppress surging up again, and she lay to the side, dry heaving uncontrollably. Lin Qian was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, her back slamming heavily against the metal shelf. Her once beautiful face was now completely bloodless, and she was breathing heavily as she stared at the corpse on the ground, trembling all over. Shu Tong hid directly behind Zhao Dan, gripping Zhao Dan's clothes tightly with both hands, not daring to even glance in that direction. Even Zhao Dan, who is usually the calmest and most composed, was pale at this moment. Her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles white from excessive force. This is a living, breathing person. Before this morning, they were female college students sitting in a bright classroom, attending classes and discussing which milk tea shop was the best. Although they killed quite a few zombies along the way, zombies were, after all, monsters. Now, right in front of them, a living person had his head smashed by Ang Lee with a single blow. This intense visual impact, along with the moral values inherent in peacetime, was violently challenged at this moment. They have an instinctive fear and resistance to the idea of their own kind killing each other. The atmosphere at the scene plummeted to freezing point. Ang Lee stood expressionless beside the corpse. He rubbed the iron rod against the man's coarse cloth clothes to wipe away the dirt. Then, he turned around and looked at the four still, shaken girls. "What? You think I'm cruel?" Ang Lee's voice was very flat, with no discernible emotional fluctuations. Lin Qian bit her lower lip, her voice trembling, and stammered as she spoke. He has already lost the ability to resist, and you've destroyed his heart too. Should we tie him up, or just leave? Why did you insist on killing him?" Ang Lee gave a cold laugh. He carried the iron rod, walked up to Lin Qian, and looked down at this usually aloof and beautiful girl from the dance department. "Tie him up? And then what? Take him with you to survive? Share a drink of water with him? Should we wait until he recovers? Hide in the shadows and continue plotting against us, looking for an opportunity to kill us one by one, and rip out our hearts to upgrade his damn skill?" Ang Lee's series of rhetorical questions left Lin Qian speechless. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Dan, Shu Tong, and Shu Jia on the ground. "Listen to me carefully. This is the end of the world, not a game of make-believe in school. You all heard what that guy said just now. He can even kill his own teammates whom he spends every day with, and even rip out their hearts to use as props. You expect to talk about law and human rights with this kind of deranged madman? The safest way to deal with this kind of venomous snake that might bite back at any time is to just chop off its head." Ang Lee slammed the iron rod into the ground, producing a crisp metallic clang. "I don't care what kind of higher education you received before, nor do I care how high your moral standards are. Now, in my team, my rules are the rules. To survive, I'd do anything, even kill a psychopath, or even tear a hole in the sky." At this point, Ang Lee paused, his tone softening slightly. "If one day this damn apocalyptic scenario really ends, will we still be able to return to our original world alive? There are police outside who want to arrest the murderer and hold him accountable. You are welcome to point the finger at me. I, Ang Lee, will take all the blame. But as long as you're here for even a second, you'd better put away that ridiculous sympathy." These words resonated powerfully, echoing through the empty warehouse. The four girls were all stunned. The fear, rejection, and discomfort that had been lingering in my heart crumbled instantly under the powerful impact of these words. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of awe and an indescribable feeling of security. They suddenly realized Ang Lee is not a serial killer. He did all this to completely eliminate the hidden dangers and to protect everyone in the team. He took on all the dirtiest and bloodiest work, and even assumed future responsibilities. Zhao Dan was the first to come to her senses. She took a deep breath, walked over to Ang Lee, and patted him on the shoulder. "You're right." Zhao Dan looked at Li An, her tone very serious. "If he hadn't died, we would have been the ones who died. You saved everyone, so I shouldn't have had any other thoughts." Shu Tong also timidly approached, her eyes red, rimmed. "Ang Lee, thank you." Although Lin Qian still looked awkward, the knot in her heart had been completely untied. She knew that her questioning earlier had been incredibly rude. I don't blame you." Lin Qian turned her head away, muttered something under her breath, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Shu Jia got up from the ground, patted the dust off her trouser legs, and waved her little fist. "Brother Lian is the best. He beat the big bad guy to death." The little girl adapted remarkably well. The fear she had felt earlier seemed to have been forgotten. Seeing that the four girls had returned to normal, Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The team's cohesion has actually become stronger after this incident. With the crisis completely resolved, the most anticipated part is about to begin. Looting corpses and plundering. Chapter 21, Steel Street Wronghold, and the fragmented rules. Ang Lee walked to the corpse and, suppressing his nausea, searched through it. Aside from that set of coarse cloth clothes, this guy had nothing on him, and he didn't even get a single system blind box. It seems that killing other survivors does not trigger the system's reward mechanism. However, Ang Lee was not disappointed. because this underground fifth floor is itself a huge treasure trove. Since this guy has made this his lair, he must have already gathered all the good stuff together. Let's go inside and take a look. Li An waved his hand and led the four girls deeper into the warehouse. The further you go in, the more open the space becomes. Soon, they found a cleared-out rest area behind a row of collapsed shelves. Several moisture-proof mats were laid on the ground, and various supplies were piled up next to them. Wow! Shujia let out a cry of surprise and rushed over in the corner. There were more than a dozen boxes of highly compressed military rations, as well as piles of individual water purification tablets and first aid kits. Even more outrageous, there were several small portable water purifiers and several high-power military batteries placed next to it. We're rich, we're rich. Xu Tong excitedly ran over and picked up a military-grade can of food, admiring it with great delight. Although they had scavenged some food on the fourth floor, it was nothing compared to what they found here. The supplies here are enough for the five of them to eat a different meal every day for several months. Ang Li's attention, however, was not on the food. He walked to the other side and looked at the neatly stacked special steel, industrial 3D printer parts, and several backup energy cores emitting a faint glow. These things are the true essence of shelter number 7. Li An stroked his chin and opened the system panel. He clicked on the dormitory infrastructure option and then browsed the dungeon shop. After comparing the high-tech materials in front of him, Li An discovered an extremely strange phenomenon. The items sold in the system shop are all basic recovery potions, energy stones, wood, and stones. Items that lean towards cultivation or fantasy themes. The shelter they are currently in is filled with high-tech military products. Ang Li tried to put a piece of special steel into the system's backpack. The system immediately popped up a notification. Uncertified material detected. This item cannot be converted into dormitory building material and can only be used as a regular physical prop. Ang Li raised an eyebrow. That is really interesting. This means that the rules for survival in the apocalypse are completely separate from the original technological civilization of this world. The system doesn't recognize the real-world resources they found in this instance. If you want to upgrade your dorm, you still have to honestly kill zombies and get those system-certified material blocks. However, this does not prevent them from using these real resources to improve their current situation. Since the system doesn't recognize it, let's just use it here. Ang Li made the decision. There are still more than 50 hours left before the dungeon ends. There are zombies everywhere outside, and they are constantly evolving. We don't need to go out and wander around aimlessly. This underground space is large enough. Although the defensive door is broken, there is ready. Made special steel here. Let's turn this place into an impregnable fortress and just wait out the rest of the time. The girls cheered with joy when they heard that they wouldn't have to go out and face those disgusting monsters anymore. Let's get right to it. Ang Li immediately began assigning tasks. Shujia was strong and was responsible for moving the heavy steel plates. Zhao Dan used her mind to control objects and precisely wedged the steel plate into the damaged door. Xu Tong used light therapy to provide lighting for everyone, and also helped treat Shujia, who had scraped her skin while moving things. Lin Qian was in charge of organizing the food and daily necessities and rearranging the rest area. Li An himself was not idle either. He used an iron rod in conjunction with the high temperature of the supreme yang sword qi to weld the steel plates together, completely sealing off the entrance to the 5th underground level. Only a few small holes were left for observation and ventilation. After more than 2 hours of hard work, a completely safe temporary base was finally established. The roars of the zombies outside were completely blocked by the thick steel plates. The warehouse was lit by soft backup lights. Everyone sat around on the moisture-proof mat, opened several military-grade meat cans, and enjoyed a delicious meal with purified water. After eating and drinking my fill, my nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed completely. A wave of exhaustion washed over me. Shujia had already fallen asleep, leaning on Zhao Dan's shoulder. Lin Qian and Xu Tong were also yawning constantly. Ang Li leaned against the soft supply crate, looking at the 4 stunningly beautiful women in front of him, each with her own unique charm, looking back on the life and death struggle of that day and night, and his bizarre profession where he had to rely on seducing women to become stronger. A meaningful smile curved at the corners of Ang Li's lips. He shifted to a more comfortable position and said in a deep voice, "I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. By the way, I'll thoroughly understand your abilities. This canned meat tastes all right, but the production date is a bit scary." Ang Li used his tactical knife to pry open a military green tin can, picked up a piece of meat covered in white grease, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled indistinctly. Several girls sat around in a makeshift rest area made of tarpaulins and empty supply boxes. The backup light overhead emitted a faint white glow, illuminating everyone's dusty yet undeniably pretty faces. Lin Qian held a can of yellow peaches in her hands, staring at the label on the packaging with a furrowed brow. This is over 30 years past its expiration date. Is it really safe to eat? What if we die of food poisoning here before the monsters outside eat us? What is there to be afraid of? Shutong swallowed the compressed biscuit in her mouth and patted her ample chest with great pride. With me here, you can eat as much as you want. Even if you get an upset stomach, I'll cast a light therapy spell on each of you, and you'll be back to your old selves. Anyway, I'm absolutely safe now, and I have plenty of time to recover my mental strength. Zhao Dan was amused by this and reached out to pinch Shutong's cheek. You're top-notch healer skills are only used to cure diarrhea. If the system heard this, it would be so angry that it would crash. Everyone burst into laughter. The tension that had been building up for days finally eased completely at that moment. In this underground 5th floor, sealed off by special steel, the roars of monsters outside could not be heard at all. Having food and drink and a shelter so cold that not even the wind can get in is an extremely luxurious experience in the apocalypse. Ang Li finished the canned food in a few bites, then casually tossed the empty tin box aside with a clatter. He patted the crumbs off his hands and glanced at the 4 girls. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's not just sit idle. There are still more than 2 days before the forced teleportation in the dungeon. We can't just lie around sleeping all the time. Take advantage of the fact that no one is around to disturb you now and thoroughly understand each other's abilities. Once we're outside, there won't be time for you to test them slowly. Ang Li stood up, walked to the center of the field, and casually picked up the iron rod stained with black blood. He closed his eyes, feeling the surging, supremely yang sword energy within his body. Through practical experience, he gained a clearer understanding of his main profession, the Yin Sword Immortal. This class name sounds elegant, but it is actually an extremely violent melee class. Since he didn't have a real flying sword or spirit sword, he could only attach his power to this iron or wooden stick. Anything that resembles a sword in shape can serve as a carrier. Chapter 22. Each showing their unique skills and the lost shield maiden with a flick of his wrist. Lian sent a surge of crimson energy flowing from his palm into the iron rod. The ordinary metal surface instantly turned red-hot, and the surrounding air distorted and hissed. My ability, to put it simply, is to infuse power into a weapon to deal high physical damage. As he spoke, Ang Li brandished the iron rod twice, creating a whooshing sound. Moreover, this profession's enhancement of the physical body is outrageous. When I was fighting that freak just now, I felt that my explosive power and nerve reaction speed were at least several times that of a normal person. At this point, Lian turned to look at Lin Qian and raised an eyebrow. Of course, the premise is that there must be enough pure yin energy. Without you guys who are like power banks, I, the Yang Sword Immortal, am just an ordinary person with better physical fitness. Lin Qian rolled her eyes at him, her cheeks flushing red. Who is your power bank? That is really rude of you. Despite saying that, Lin Qian still put down the can of food in her hand and walked over to Li An. She stretched out her right hand, a thought forming in her mind. A deep blue light gathered in her palm and quickly transformed into an energy sword about 3 feet long. The sword exuded a chilling aura, cooling down the surrounding air. My yin sword technique is quite powerful. Lin Qian gripped the energy sword and casually slashed it across a nearby discarded metal box. Without any obstruction, the thick sheet metal was sliced open with a smooth cut. Lin Qian sighed and put away the energy sword. The problem is that there are too many limitations. If the distance is more than 5 meters from you, or if you don't have enough yang energy in your body, my sword can't even take shape. It is just a decoration. What is wrong with being a keychain? In this godforsaken place, countless people want to be keychains but don't have the opportunity. Ang Li walked over and put his arm around Lin Qian's shoulder. You just stay by my side and be good looking, and maybe finish me off with a quick twist. Lin Qian twisted her body but couldn't break free, so she let him do as he pleased. She began to get used to Ang Li's handsy approach and even subconsciously accepted this binding relationship. Zhao Dan, how are things on your end? Lian asked, turning his head. Zhao Dan sat cross, legged on the moisture, proof mat, her fingers slightly raised. Not far away, a metal gear weighing more than 10 kilograms floated up out of thin air, flipping and turning in midair, and even making extremely complex rotational movements. I can currently control a weight of about 20 kilograms, and the limit is 10 meters. Zhao Dan withdrew her finger, and the gear landed steadily on the ground without making a sound. Besides controlling objects, my mental detection range has also expanded. As long as I concentrate, I can vaguely sense the movements in the corridor outside, even through this steel plate. This ability is very useful for early warning and surprise attacks. Ang Li nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Dan's X talent is absolutely divine, capable of offense, defense, and scouting. As long as she levels up, she will definitely become the core controller of the team. What about me? What about me? Shu Tong leaned closer, her golden curly hair swaying with her movements. She opened her hands, and two soft white lights shone in her palms. Besides emitting light and healing wounds, I don't seem to have any other use. How about I dance for you guys to liven things up? Shu Tong said this half jokingly, but her tone revealed a hint of insecurity. In this blood-soaked dungeon, the lack of offensive power always makes one feel insecure. Li An stroked his chin and stared at the white light in Shu Tong's hand for a while. Shu Tong, try shining your light on me, Ang Li suddenly spoke. Don't use that soft lighting mode. Try to concentrate the light and burst it out instantly. Shu Tong paused for a moment, then hesitated. Will this work? What if it hurts you? Just try it. Stop talking nonsense. Li An stopped and looked directly at Shu Tong. Shu Tong took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, and concentrated all her mental energy in her palms. The white light began to compress violently, becoming increasingly dazzling. Put! Li An gave a low shout. Shu Tong pushed forward with both hands. An extremely intense flash of light instantly erupted in the underground warehouse. Ang Li felt that everything in front of him was white, and he could not see anything. Moreover, the moment he was exposed to the bright light, he felt a brief slowdown in his nerve responses, and a momentary blankness in his mind. It took about 2 or 3 seconds for Ang Li's vision to gradually return to normal. He rubbed his sore eyes, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Good heavens, this isn't a flashlight. It is a flashbang. Shu Tong herself was startled and looked at her hands, unsure of what to do. It is not just about causing blindness. Ang Li stepped forward, patted Shu Tong on the shoulder, and spoke with great certainty. When the light shone on me just now, my movements and thoughts clearly paused, which shows that your light-based abilities can not only heal, but also have a strong control effect on enemy units. Really? Shu Tong's eyes widened, her exotic face filled with excitement. So, does that mean I can fight too? Of course, if we encounter a large number of zombies or troublesome monsters in the future, you can just throw a flashbang at them, and then we can rush in to finish them off. This teamwork is simply invincible. Ang Li smiled and reassured her. Shu Tong jumped up happily and pulled Zhao Dan aside to chatter about how to cooperate in the future. The atmosphere inside the safe house was very lively. Everyone found their place in this apocalyptic trial and saw hope for survival. Just as everyone was in high spirits, Ang Li keenly sensed that something was amiss. He turned his head to look. Shujia was huddled up behind a supply box in the corner. The little girl hugged her knees, buried her face in her arms, and her shoulders were sobbing. She was clearly crying. Ang Li frowned and walked over. Hearing footsteps, Shujia looked up. Her innocent-looking face was covered in tears, and her eyes were red, making her look incredibly pitiful. In the air in front of her, a semi-transparent system panel that only she could see was suspended. On the panel, the job title, Shield Maiden, hangs alone at the very top. The skill tree below is lined up in a row. All of them grayed out and locked. What is wrong? You were having a great time eating canned food just now. Ang Li squatted down and spoke in a very gentle tone. Shujia sniffed, wiped away her tears, and spoke in a choked voice. Brother Li An? Am I really useless? Sister Qian can conjure up a sword to help you fight bad guys. Sister Dandan can control things, and Sister Tong Tong can heal illnesses, and also fire flashbangs. Shujia felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and tears streamed down her face again. I'm the only one who can't do anything. All my skills are grayed out. Nothing happens when I click on them. I'm just a burden. The little girl's self-blame quieted down the 3 girls next to her. They came over and surrounded Shujia, but didn't know how to comfort her. After all, in this cruel world, lacking strength means being a burden. And that is an indisputable fact. Looking at Shujia's pitiful appearance, Li An didn't rush to say those empty words of comfort. He reached out and ruffled Shujia's hair, making her already messy hair even messier. What are you thinking about? Chapter 23, the final street age Ang Li sat down next to Shujia and pointed to the virtual panel in front of her. You think this system is doing charity? Since it awakened the Shield Maiden class for you, it is absolutely not going to give you a useless stat sheet. Shujia looked at him with teary eyes. But it just won't light up. If it is not lit up, It means the unlocking conditions are very strict. Ang Li began to analyze the situation for her, his tone very confident. Think about it. In most games, how many of those skills that you get just by clicking are actually powerful? The truly overpowered ultimate skills, which one doesn't require completing a bunch of insane tasks to obtain? Li An paused for a moment, looking into Shujia's eyes. Your class is Shield Maiden, which, as the name suggests, is the main tank. You are the core member of the team responsible for absorbing damage. I speculate that your abilities require certain extremely special conditions to be activated. Special conditions? Shujia stopped crying and tilted her head in confusion. Yes, for example, it requires withstanding a fatal attack under extremely dangerous conditions, or it requires a specific energy stimulus to activate. As Li An spoke, he patted Shujia on the shoulder. Perhaps it hasn't been unlocked yet because your abilities are actually extremely powerful. The system is limiting your early development, afraid that you will disrupt the balance as soon as you come out. These words were logically sound and made perfect sense. Shujia's eyes slowly brightened. Really? Is my ability really that amazing? Of course. Ang Li smiled, his tone full of confidence. After we finish these 3 days of dungeon runs, we'll go back to the dorm, and I'll help you study this skill tree properly. Even if it takes every possible method, I'll definitely help you unlock this skill tree. Ang Li stood up and looked around at the team of 5. You all need to remember this. Now that we're all in the same dorm, we're a unit. There is no such thing as being a burden or not. As long as I'm alive, I'll live on with you all. These words, though not overly sentimental, carried real weight in this dark and damp underground warehouse. Ang Li used his unique methods to completely bind this originally loose team together. Shujia stopped crying and smiled, nodded vigorously, got up from the ground, and took the initiative to help Lin Qian pick up the scattered supplies. The safe house returned to calm in the following days. There is no concept of day and night in the underground shelter. The only way for people to tell how much time has passed is by looking at the countdown timer on the system panel. Eat well, sleep well, and occasionally get up to stretch your muscles and bones. Life was so comfortable that it gave people the illusion that the end of the world had already ended. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days have quietly passed. Just when everyone thought they could get through the final moments peacefully, a voice appeared in their minds. Without warning, a piercing electronic alarm suddenly rang in everyone's minds. Immediately afterwards, 5 scarlet holographic panels were forcibly ejected onto everyone's retinas, casting an unpredictable shadow on each person's face. The iron spoon in Shujia's hand clattered to the ground. Lin Qian was so frightened that she almost spilled the canned soup on the stab-proof vest she had just put on. The alarm rang in my head 3 times, making my eardrums ache. Then, a line of bold blood-red text appeared on the panel. Warning: zombie crisis, beginner instance time remaining 10 hours 00 minutes 00 seconds. The final stage of the dungeon has been forcibly activated. The boss quest line is about to begin. The final boss will officially descend upon this area in the last hour of the dungeon run. A series of pre-mission tasks will be released next. All surviving survivors, please be prepared. The moment those few lines of text appeared, the atmosphere inside the safe house completely changed. That cruel sense of oppression for survival descended upon everyone once again without warning. Lin Qian pushed the can of food in her hand aside, her delicate eyebrows furrowing tightly. She turned to look at Ang Li, her tone full of annoyance and confusion. What does this mean? We've already welded the door shut. Can't we just stay here peacefully and wait for the countdown to end? Why do we have to bring out some kind of final boss? Shutong nodded in agreement, reaching out to smooth her golden curls, her expression quite uneasy. Yeah. Those zombies outside have been eating people and evolving all along, and now they've created a boss. It is obvious they're not letting people live. Ang Li leaned against the supply crate, fiddling with the tactical dagger in his hand. His face showed no surprise, but rather a cold smile that suggested he had seen through everything. You really think this doomsday trial is a resort? Li An tapped the steel plate next to him with his dagger, producing a crisp clanging sound. I've said it before, this system will never let us get by comfortably. Its purpose is to filter out and eliminate all the useless people who only know how to hide in the corner and tremble. 10 hours is exactly when people are most likely to let their guard down after being extremely comfortable. Throwing the ultimate mission at this time is to force everyone to go out and fight for their lives. Zhao Dan sat cross-legged on the floor, her fingers tapping unconsciously on her knees. She strongly agreed with Ang Li's statement. Ang Li is right. Think about it. That freak even dug out his teammates' hearts to upgrade his skills. This shows that the system encourages competition. Even killing, If everyone hides and avoids each other, what is the point of this trial? The purpose of creating this series of prequests and the final boss is to force all the survivors to the same place. Just as everyone was discussing this, the scarlet panel on the retina changed again. The originally blinding red light slowly transformed into an alluring dark gold. A list of extremely generous rewards immediately went viral. The reward mechanism for the final stage of the dungeon has been announced. 1 rewards for successful prequest completion. For each successful completion of a prequest chain, each member of the team will receive an additional 100 personal points. They will also receive 1 free draw from the system shop for black iron grade resources. 2 boss damage rewards. In the final boss battle, survivors who deal effective damage to the boss will receive a random reward chest ranging from iron to silver tier based on their damage percentage at the end of the match. 3 super kill rewards. Survivors who land the final blow and completely eliminate the dungeon boss will receive an extremely rare super reward. As soon as those few lines of text popped up, even the breathing in the entire safe house became heavy. Shujia stared wide-eyed at those seemingly harmless eyes, gesturing wildly with her hands in front of her. 100 points. 1 ring is 100 points. The little girl was so excited that she forgot her fear and rushed to Lion's side, grabbing his arm and shaking it. Brother Li An, quickly calculate this. We only get 1 point for killing a zombie. How many good things can we exchange for 100 points? And it is 100 points per person. The 5 of us together have 500 points. Once we complete just 1 step of the quest, we can build that basic spirit spring well when we get back to the dorm. Shutong's face was also flushed, and her 2 hands were clenched tightly together. And there is that free draw opportunity with black iron grade supplies. What if I manage to draw some top-tier recovery potion or a skill book that suits me? Then I won't just be a glowing flashlight anymore. Zhao Dan's reaction was even more direct. She suddenly stood up, an invisible spiritual force surging around her body, even shaking the empty cans on the ground. Chapter 24, Desperate Measures. Damage chests guarantee at least black iron with a maximum of silver. Zhao Dan stared intently at the panel, his tone revealing an barely suppressed fighting spirit. As long as you deal effective damage, you can get a treasure chest. This deal is definitely worth it. I can now skillfully manipulate objects weighing 20 pounds with my mind. With your combined attack, we can definitely tear a piece of flesh off that boss. Even Lin Qian, who was just complaining, was completely stunned by the generous reward. She bit her lower lip, her mind racing. If they can get these points in treasure chests, their dormitory 503S infrastructure level will definitely far surpass that of other survivors. And the super reward for defeating the boss is guaranteed to be at least gold level. What kind of heaven-defying artifact or supreme talent could this be? Lin Qian subconsciously moved closer to Li An and reached out to grab the hem of his clothes. Ang Li, this reward is really too extravagant. Lin Qian's voice was filled with obvious excitement and greed. Should we go for something big? With you here and our teamwork so good, as long as we're careful, complete the prerequisite quests, and take some damage from the boss, we're sure to make a killing. All 4 girls were overwhelmed by the sudden windfall of the huge reward. They had worked themselves to the bone outside, and together they had only managed to accumulate less than 100 points. Now that the system is throwing mountains of gold and silver at their faces, who can remain rational? Everyone stared at each other, caught in a state of intense tension and excitement. The atmosphere of the entire team instantly transformed from the stifling feeling of passively surviving to the fervor of actively facing the challenge. But Ang Li, however, was not at all dazzled by these fancy rewards. He knows this tactic all too well. Having been a bookworm for 10 years, he has read more outrageous and unfair contract terms than these girls have ever eaten rice. The richer the bait, the more deadly the hook hidden beneath. Ang Li didn't speak, but instead stretched out his finger and slowly slid it down into the void of his retina. He scrolled to the very bottom of the dark gold reward list, beneath all the glamorous text, in that inconspicuous corner. There was a line of tiny, blood-red characters smaller than an ant and so dark they were almost invisible. Li An sneered. He gripped the hilt of the dagger with his other hand and banged it twice on the metal box next to him. Clang. Clang. The shrill sound abruptly pulled the 4 girls, who were in a state of high excitement, back to reality. Calm down, everyone. Ang Li's voice wasn't loud, but it directly extinguished the burning passion in their hearts. You only see the thief eating meat, but not the thief getting beaten up, right? He pointed to the bottom of the holographic panel in front of him. Scroll to the bottom of the panel and carefully read the last line of text before deciding whether or not to risk your lives. The 4 girls paused for a moment. They quickly followed Li An's instructions and slid the panel to the bottom. When they saw the contents of the blood-red lettering, the air in the safe house seemed to freeze instantly. Note! This series of pre-mission tasks is a mandatory countdown mode. If surviving survivors fail to complete the corresponding number of tasks within the specified time, for each failed task, the final boss will receive a 100% boost to all attributes and a mutation enhancement upon arrival. If all tasks in the series are failed, the final boss will directly evolve into an indescribable level of terror and indiscriminately wipe out all living things in the area during the final hour. There was no sound. The entire 5-story underground warehouse was eerily quiet. Shujia, who was just excitedly waving her arms and legs, now had her mouth agape, her face ashen, and she stumbled back several steps before collapsing onto the moisture-proof mat. Lin Qian tightened her grip on Lian's clothes, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with terror, and even her voice was trembling. A 100% increase in all attributes. And this is just the penalty for failing the first stage? If all attempts fail, it will evolve into an indescribable horror. Lin Qian swallowed, feeling a dry, sore throat. This isn't a multiple-choice question at all. Zhao Dan also gasped. She dispersed her spiritual energy, and the floating empty cans fell to the ground with a clatter. The system is pushing us to our doom. Zhao Dan gritted her teeth, a layer of cold sweat seeping from her forehead. If we are afraid of death and hide here to do the mission, the entire chain of missions will definitely fail when the countdown ends. When that time comes, what will descend will not be an ordinary boss, but a monster that has absorbed all the penalties of failure, and whose attributes have increased many times over. Zhu Tong was so frightened that she immediately grabbed Zhao Dan's arm, her voice trembling with tears. What should we do? Will these welded-up steel plates stop that monster? Ang Li stood up and tucked the tactical dagger back into the leg wrap at his waist. He walked up to the door that was completely sealed off by special steel plates and reached out to touch the rough welding marks on it. Block it. Ang Li turned his head and looked at the 4 girls who were terrified. If that boss has really evolved to an indescribable level, let alone these few broken steel plates, even if we were hiding in a nuclear defense bunker 10 stories underground, it could dig us out like sweet potatoes and swallow us whole. Since the system dares to issue this mission, it will definitely not leave any safe zones that can be exploited. The reward it gives is indeed generous, but it is money to buy your life. Lian walked back to the rest area, bent down and picked up the iron rod that was covered in black blood and had been tempered to be extremely hard by the supreme Yang Sword Qi. He weighed the item in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Lin Qian, Zhao Dan, Shu Tong, and Shujia. There is only one path before us now. Take the initiative to dismantle the door and go out to receive the mission. Complete all the prerequisite tasks one by one and make sure that the boss doesn't get any buffs. Only in this way will we have a chance to survive when it comes in the last hour. Lin Qian bit her lip. Although she was scared, she knew in her heart that Lian was right. She stood up, and with a thought, a dark blue energy sword quickly condensed in her palm. I'll listen to you. Lin Qian moved closer to Lian, feeling the warm, pure yang energy emanating from him, which calmed her down a little. Anyway, my life as the Yin Sword Immortal is already tied to yours. At worst, we'll die together. Zhao Dan quickly adjusted her stab, proof vest, and hung several spare entrenching tools on her waist for easy access. Let's do it. Sitting and waiting to die is not my style. Since the system wants to play, I'll play it to the end. Although Shu Tong and Shujia were still terrified, they quickly got up from the ground and stuffed all the supplies they could carry into their system backpacks. They understood perfectly well that in this group, only by following Ang Li could they survive. Lian watched as the 4 girls quickly got into battle mode and nodded in satisfaction. The practical experience and mental preparation over the past few days have not been in vain. Once they overcome their fear, this team, which includes a main tank, healer, crowd control, and 2 DPS, will definitely be able to carve a bloody path through the upcoming missions. But he still had great doubts in his heart. Just how dangerous are the pre-mission tasks? What kind of twisted trials will the system arrange to torment them? And what exactly is that guaranteed gold, level super reward? Why is the system making such a big fuss about it? Lian, carrying an iron rod, strode to the sealed steel gate. He frantically poured the pent-up Yang Sword energy he had accumulated into his arms. A crimson light instantly enveloped the entire iron rod, and the terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air. Lian gripped the iron bar tightly with both hands, aimed it at the welding point on the gate, and smashed it down hard. Sparks flew everywhere. Ang Li stared at the pitch, black corridor outside, and cursed through gritted teeth. Looks like this damn system isn't planning on letting us get through this period peacefully. Well then, let us deal with it. Chapter 25 Chain Quest begins. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out in the warehouse on the 5th basement level. The red-hot iron rod in Ang Li's hand slammed solidly into the welded special steel plate. Sparks flew as the high temperature instantly melted the weld joint. The thick steel plate made a teeth, grinding, twisting sound as it was smashed open, creating a gap large enough for one person to pass through. A whiff of air mixed with the smell of mildew and a faint stench of blood rushed in through the opening. Ang Li put away the iron rod and shook his sore wrist. The consumption of the supreme yang sword qi was quite high. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Qian without saying anything, but his meaning was clear. Lin Qian rolled her eyes, then skillfully moved closer, hooked her arm around Li An's, and pressed most of her body against him. The pure yin energy flowed continuously through the point of contact between the two, instantly calming the heat in Li An's body and rapidly restoring his stamina. Just then, the scarlet panels on the retinas of the 5 people began to flash again. A sharp system notification sounded in my mind. The first step in the series of prerequisite tasks has been officially released. Mission objective: destroy the zombie nodes hidden in the city's sewers. Mission description: there are currently 23 mutated zombie nodes in the area. Survivors must proceed to these nodes as quickly as possible to eliminate the special zombies and disrupt their operation. The node information list is as follows. Sewer number 1. A special mutant exists. Sewer number 3. 2 special mutants exist. Sewer number 5. Abnormal fluctuations in node position. Sewer number 6. 3 special mutants exist. The densely packed list went straight to the bottom, revealing a total of 23 numbers. Ang Li stared at the panel for a long time, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Zhao Dan peered through the gap, then turned and asked, "What is wrong? Is there a problem with the mission?" "This isn't just a problem, it is downright ripping people off." Ang Li sneered and pointed at the virtual panel in midair. "Take a close look for yourselves. Besides a number and a quantity, what else does this lousy task give you?" Several girls quickly brought up the panel to check it carefully. Zhu Tong looked at it twice, then hesitated before asking, "It seems there is no button to accept the mission. There is no answer button." Lin Qian also noticed the blind spot. She let go of Li An's arm and crossed her arms over her chest. There is not even a map for navigation, let alone a progress bar. It just says there are a certain number of monsters in which sewer. How are we supposed to find those sewers? This system is intentional. Zhao Dan pointed out incisively, "It doesn't want us to complete the task easily at all." Li An nodded and slammed the iron rod in his hand onto the ground. "This is called a hardcore mechanism. Without a map, without coordinates, and without even a directional guide, those survivors who are terrified and running around like headless flies probably won't even be able to find the first node before their time runs out." Ang Li's tone was laced with sarcasm. "Once 10 hours have passed, as long as one node remains intact, the final boss will receive the buff. There are 23 nodes. Just imagine how powerful the monsters will become if no one can find their way." Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong gasped. "What do we do then? This underground shelter is so big, and the city outside is a complete wasteland. Where are we going to find these numbered sewers?" Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat tense. Just then, Shujia, who had been hiding in the back, timidly raised her little hand. Shujia's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of uncertainty. "I think I know where there is a map." In an instant, all 4 people's eyes were focused on the little girl. Shujia shrank back under the gaze and stammered. Before, when Brother Li An asked me to move those steel plates, I saw that the door to a room next door was half open. There were a lot of messy instruments inside, and there seemed to be a large blueprint on the wall with lots of pipes and numbers drawn on it. It looked a bit like the kind of urban underground pipe network diagrams shown on TV. Ang Li's eyes lit up. "Come on, lead the way." Shujia nodded quickly and walked ahead with her short legs. The 5 people crawled out through the opening they had just smashed and returned to the dark underground corridor. Shujia hadn't gone far when she stopped in front of a rusty iron gate. The sign on the door vaguely reads, "Control Room." Li An stepped forward and kicked open the half-closed iron door. Inside was indeed an abandoned control room, with dusty control panels and scattered documents everywhere. Shujia ran to the innermost wall and pointed to a huge yellowed blueprint. "This is it." Ang Li walked over quickly and wiped the dust off with his sleeve. The drawings are very detailed, not only showing the internal structure of Shelter No. 7, but also detailing the underground pipeline network of the entire surrounding urban area. Most importantly, Those intricate sewer lines are clearly marked with numbers such as number 1 and number 2. Well done. Li An couldn't resist reaching out and ruffling Shujia's hair, making the little girl's hair all messy. You have a really good memory, girl. You've done a great job this time. Shujia's cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head somewhat shyly, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but turn up. She had always felt like a useless burden, with all her skills gone and unable to help in any way. The little girl was overjoyed to finally be able to do something for everyone. Lin Qian and Zhao Dan also came over. Ang Li, which one should we go to first? Lin Qian felt a little dizzy looking at the dense network of wires. Ang Li picked up a broken pencil from the control panel next to him and quickly circled a few points on the drawing. Time is of the essence, and we can't possibly run all 23 nodes. The system must have issued this task for all surviving survivors. We only need to take care of the few in our vicinity. Ang Li's pen stopped at the red dot closest to their current location. Sewer No. Go out of the shelter and walk east for about 2 kilometers to reach the entrance. The system indicates that there are 3 special mutants there, which is just enough for us to practice on and earn those 100 personal points. Zhao Dan glanced at the scale on the drawing and nodded. 2 kilometers is not far. If we go at full speed, we can get there in half an hour. Okay, let's set this as our goal. Ang Li tore the blueprints off the wall, folded them, and stuffed them into his system inventory. Check all the equipment. Ang Li turned around and looked at the 4 girls. What we're going to face next might not be ordinary zombies. Since the system specifically marked them as special mutants, it means these things are definitely capable. Chapter 26, the giant cocoon appears, Shu Tong. Don T, throw your flashbangs around. Only use them when I tell you to. They can be life-saving control skills in critical moments. Understood. Shu Tong nodded vigorously, her hands clenching unconsciously. Zhao Dan, keep your mind focused on controlling objects and constantly monitor your surroundings. If you encounter any emergencies, immediately smash them with heavy objects. Leave it to me. Zhao Dan patted the entrenching tools hanging at his waist, his heroic face full of fighting spirit. Shujia, stay close to Zhao Dan and Shu Tong. Don't wander off. Your skills haven't been unlocked yet, so if you encounter any danger, hide behind me. Shujia obediently hummed in agreement. Finally, Ang Li looked at Lin Qian. Today, the most beautiful girl in the dance department was wearing coarse cloth clothes and pants issued by the system. With a light stab-proof suit she had scavenged on the 4th floor over them. She was holding a tactical dagger in her hand, and she really looked like a female warrior in the apocalypse. However, a hint of nervousness still lingered on her stunningly beautiful face. Ang Li walked over, put his arm around her shoulder, and pulled her forcefully into his arms. Ah, what are you doing? Lin Qian gasped, and instinctively tried to break free. Don't move. Let me charge it. Ang Li confidently tightened his arms, pressing the 2 of them together tightly. We're about to face a tough battle, so I need to get myself back in top form. Lin Qian glared at him, her face instantly turning bright red with shame and indignation. She felt incredibly embarrassed to be hugged like that in front of her 3 roommates, but feeling the reassuring warmth emanating from Li An, she couldn't bear to push him away, so she could only bite her lower lip and let him hold her. After holding him for a full 2 minutes, Li An felt that the supreme yang sword chi within his body had reached its peak before he finally let go. Let's go. Let's go out and meet those special mutants. Ang Li picked up the iron rod and led the way out of the abandoned control room. The 5 people retraced their steps, passed through the alloy gate that had been violently broken open, and headed upwards, leaving the number 7 underground shelter. Back on the ground, the sky outside was dark and gloomy. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, far more pungent than when they first arrived in the instance. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered on the streets, and dried black bloodstains and broken bones were visible everywhere on the road. From the distant ruins, the chilling roars of zombies could be faintly heard. Stay close. Don't fall behind. Li An whispered a few words of instruction, and then led the way with an iron rod. Lin Qian stayed close to his side, her right hand clenched, a dark blue energy sword ready to condense at any moment. Zhao Dan walked in the middle of the group, her invisible spiritual power spreading out like a large net, probing the movements within dozens of meters around her. Shu Tong and Shujia held hands and followed at the very back. Following the map, the group deliberately chose to travel through secluded alleys and the edges of ruins, trying to avoid the ordinary zombies that roamed the main roads in groups. Occasionally, they would encounter a few lone blind zombies. Before Li An could even make a move, Zhao Dan would use his mind to control discarded bricks to smash their heads. The team advanced very quickly. Half an hour later, they had crossed most of the block and arrived near the number 6 sewer marked on the map. This is an old industrial area. Everywhere you look, there are rusty corrugated iron factory buildings and towering abandoned chimneys. Sewage flowed across the ground, emitting a pungent chemical smell. That half-open manhole cover in front should be the entrance to sewer number 6. Li An stopped and pointed to a heavy discus that was half overturned a dozen meters away. There was a lot of black slime around the wellhead, which looked disgusting. Everyone be careful. This place has an eerie atmosphere. Li An gripped the iron rod tightly, and the supreme yang sword chi began to circulate in his palm, just as the group was about to approach the manhole cover and reach the entrance to sewer. Number 6, Zhao Dan, who was walking in the middle, suddenly stopped. Her expression suddenly changed, and her previously spread spiritual energy seemed to have touched something extremely terrifying, instantly contracting back. Zhao Dan suddenly turned her head and pointed solemnly at the tallest building in the distance. "What is that?" Zhao Dan stopped and pointed to the tallest building in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. The horizon was now turning slightly white. The dark fog that had been hanging over the city had mostly dissipated, and visibility had improved significantly. The gaze passed through layers of abandoned buildings and landed directly on the top of a commercial building that was at least 70 or 80 stories high. There, a ridiculously exaggerated oval-shaped black shadow lurked. The thing was enormous, almost taking up the entire rooftop platform. The surface was covered with thick, tangled purplish, black blood vessels, which were contracting and relaxing at a strange frequency. With each contraction, the surrounding air seemed to distort, and faint wisps of dark red energy could be seen flowing from the various pipes on the building's exterior walls into the massive shell. Even from such a distance, the palpable sense of oppression still hits you. The moment Lin Qian saw what it was, her stomach churned, and she bent over and began to gag. Xu Tong gripped Zhao Dan's arm tightly, her whole body trembling violently, and all the color drained from her face. "Then what kind of monster is it?" Xu Tong stammered as she spoke, her voice trembling. Ang Li frowned and interrupted their fear directly. "Stop watching." He turned around, blocking the view of several girls, and tapped the virtual panel on his bracelet. That is the final boss the system was talking about. It is still in the gestation stage and hasn't taken shape yet. Ang Li pointed to the scarlet countdown above. "We only have less than 10 hours. If it drains all the energy from the 23 nodes and it finally hatches, we'll all die together." Lin Qian wiped the sour taste from the corner of her mouth and forced herself to stand up straight, suppressing her nausea. She knew Ang Li was right. Being afraid was useless now. "Let's go down the well." Ang Li walked to the half-open manhole cover, gripped the rusty edge with both hands. His arm muscles bulged suddenly, and he forcefully overturned the heavy discus to the side. A muffled clang. A foul stench, mixed with the smell of fermenting marsh gas, wafted over. Ang Li peeked inside, and saw a row of rusty iron ladders leading down into a dark space. "I'll go first. Zhao Dan will cover the rear. The three of you stay close." Without the slightest hesitation, Ang Li slid quickly down the ladder to the bottom. The water underfoot was sticky and made a squelching sound when you stepped on it. Shujia was the second to climb down. The little girl was afraid of the dark, and the iron ladder was in a damp environment all year round, so a layer of slippery grime had formed on its surface. She had only stepped halfway when her foot slipped, and she fell down with a scream. Chapter 27, Unexpected Gains. Ang Li reacted quickly, opening his arms to catch her steadily. The astonishing weight slammed into her chest, and Li An instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. A surge of pure yin energy instantly flowed into his body, replenishing much of the yang sword energy he had consumed while smashing the door. "Be careful. Make sure you step firmly before you step down." Ang Li put her on the ground. Shujia blushed, whispered a thank you, and quickly stepped aside. Lin Qian and Xu Tong also came down one after another, and Zhao Dan was the last to land. The space here is surprisingly spacious. It wasn't a narrow, cramped circular pipe at all, but an underground flood discharge channel that was 5 or 6 meters wide. On both sides are walkways that rise about half a meter above the water, with dark, murky sewage flowing in the middle. The walls were covered with thick, dark green moss, and the sound of flowing water echoed in the empty underground space. "Xu Tong, put some light on, not too bright, just enough to see the path ahead." Li An lowered his voice and gave the instructions. Xu Tong immediately raised her hand, and a soft white light shone from her palm, illuminating a range of 7 or 8 meters around her. Zhao Dan closed her eyes, and an invisible spiritual force spread deep into the flood discharge channel. Her current range of exploration is much larger than when she first awakened, and her mental power spreads out like a large net. A few seconds later, Zhao Dan opened her eyes and pointed to a corner on the right ahead. Over there, about 50 meters away, there are 3 moving targets. Ang Li nodded, gripped the iron rod in his hand, and led the way forward. The 5 people tried to walk as quietly as possible, slowly approaching along the slippery path after turning the corner. With the help of Xu Tong's light therapy, everyone was finally able to see the 3 so-called special mutants. Lin Qian was stunned. This is not a blue-faced, fanged, and enormous monster at all. They were 3 emaciated humanoid creatures, almost skin and bones. Their flesh had almost all fallen off. Their bones were severely deformed, and their limbs lay sprawled on the ground, resembling 3 enlarged, hairless, mangy dogs. What is most chilling is that several thick, dark red, fleshy tubes are inserted into their backs. The pipe extended all the way to the top of the sewer, seemingly conveying something outwards. Sensing the light, the 3 deformed zombies turned their heads sharply. What happened next shocked everyone. They didn't pounce and bite like ordinary zombies. Instead, it let out an extremely sharp scream, pulled out the tubes from its back, and turned to run away. It moved with extreme agility, using all 4 limbs to dart wildly across the walls and the ground, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. They ran away? Shujia stared wide, eyed her face filled with disbelief. Don't let them get away. Ang Li was the first to react. He suddenly exerted force with both legs, and his whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The supreme yang sword energy within his body surged wildly, and the iron rod instantly turned crimson red and scorching hot. Using the momentum of his sprint, Ang Li swung his arm violently. Swish! Swish! 2 crescent-shaped crimson sword energies shot out from the body, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, and directly slashed at the 2 deformed zombies running at the very back. There was no suspense whatsoever. As the sword energy swept across, the bodies of the 2 zombies were instantly severed in 2. The cut was charred black, and he died on the spot without even bleeding. The high temperature even evaporated the nearby sewage into a white mist. But the one in the lead had already turned into another side road, and Ang Li's view was blocked by the wall. Leave it to me! Zhao Dan's voice came from behind. She pushed her hands forward, unleashing a powerful burst of mental energy. A tactical dagger shot from her waist, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that traced an extremely tricky arc in midair, bypassing the corner of the wall and chasing inside. PFFT. A muffled thud came from the side road. The dagger pierced the back of the deformed zombie's head with pinpoint accuracy, the powerful kinetic energy driving it to the moss-covered wall. Its limbs twitched twice, then it went completely still. The battle ended exceptionally quickly. From spotting the target to eliminating them all, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Li An put away the iron rod and walked to the 2 charred corpses. The System S prompt sounded in everyone. S mines precisely on time. Successfully defeated the special mutant node transmitter, earning 100 personal points. Squad participation detected, points allocated. Congratulations, survivor. You have absorbed a small amount of special energy. Strength +1. Agility +1. Ang Li raised an eyebrow. 1 gives 10 points, including the one Zhao Dan just killed. That is a total of 30 points. Even after accounting for the dormitory S-shared account, there was still a deposit of over 7 points. What surprised him even more was the hint that followed. Killing these special zombies can actually directly increase your base stats. Li An clenched his fist, and could indeed feel a very faint but real strength within his muscles. His agility had also noticeably improved. Zhao Dan also put away the dagger. She looked at her hands with surprise on her face. My mental strength limit has increased. Zhao Dan turned to look at everyone. Did you receive it? Lin Qian and Xu Tong nodded in agreement. I added a little to my constitution. Lin Qian was somewhat excited. I ran such a long way just now, and my legs were a little sore, but they're all better now. Shujia jumped up with joy. Me too, me too. The system notified me that I've increased my defense by 1 point. Li An hoisted the iron rod onto his shoulder, looked at the corpse on the ground, and quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Now I understand everything. Ang Li kicked the severed limb on the ground. These things aren't combat units at all. They're called node transporters. Their sole purpose in existence is to hide in this dark corner and supply energy to the giant egg on the roof. Therefore, in their logic, survival is the top priority. If we encounter a living person, we run away without even fighting. The more one person runs away, the more energy the giant egg can absorb. Zhao Dan nodded in sudden realization. No wonder the system doesn't provide a map. If everyone could easily find them, these monsters with no attack power would be like free points and attribute points. That's right. Li An looked around at the four excited girls. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only can you complete the prerequisite tasks to get the 100-point reward, but you can also get basic attributes for free. These 23 nodes are the super gift package that the system has left for us. Lin Qian's azure energy sword gleamed. She was no longer afraid. As long as I can become stronger, as long as I can survive, what does it matter if I kill a few fleeing zombies? Then what are we waiting for? Lin Qian took the initiative to walk to Li An's side. Let's hurry to the next spot, or we'll lose a lot of money if someone else snatches it up. No rush. Li An reached out and put his arm around Lin Qian's waist, pulling her closer to him. Chapter 28. A narrow encounter. Drawing a boundary, I just unleashed 2 sword energies in quick succession, which took a lot of energy. I need to recharge first. Lin Qian blushed, but this time she didn't struggle and let Li An hold her. She even leaned her head on Li An's shoulder to speed up the transmission of pure yin energy. She knew very well that the stronger Ang Li was, the greater everyone's chances of survival would be. Shu Tong and Shu Jia watched from the side, covering their mouths and chuckling. Zhao Dan rolled her eyes and turned to scout ahead. 2 minutes later, Ang Li was back to full strength. The 5 people climbed back to the surface through another exit of the sewer, according to the map Shu Jia had noted down. The nearest sewer, number 5, was just 2 streets away. The node there showed abnormal fluctuations, indicating a major job was likely underway. Having tasted success, the team immediately headed to the next node, but as they turned a corner, they ran into a team of survivors who were also fully armed. As he turned the corner, which was filled with abandoned shared bicycles and rusty metal barrels, Ang Li suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhao Dan, who was walking in the middle, reacted very quickly. Almost at the same time, she raised her hand, and an invisible mental force instantly erected a barrier in front of her. There are people ahead. Zhao Dan lowered her voice, her fingers resting on the entrenching tool at her waist. 12 meters away, 5 people were standing in front of a chain supermarket whose storefront sign was half missing. 3 men and 2 women. These 5 men were also fully armed. The leader was a burly man with a buzz cut, carrying a fire axe with black, sticky residue still clinging to the blade. The men following behind him were carrying controlled knives such as steel pipes and watermelon knives. Moreover, everyone reeked of blood, clearly having fought their way here. The 2 groups bumped into each other on the narrow street. The stench in the air seemed to have stagnated, leaving only the heavy breathing of the people on both sides. The burly man with the buzz cut was visibly taken aback when he saw the setup on Ang Li's side. A man accompanied by 4 beautiful and stunningly beautiful women. This scene looks extremely out of place in the post-apocalyptic ruins. In this dog-eat-dog world, without sufficient strength, flaunting yourself with 4 beautiful women is simply being a walking piece of meat. But when the burly man's gaze swept over the faintly red iron rod in Li An's hand and the dark blue energy sword in Lin Qian's hand, the contempt on his face vanished instantly. Anyone who is still alive and dares to wander around outside is definitely no pushover. Moreover, these people's equipment looks much better than theirs. Neither side spoke, and neither dared to take a step forward easily. The distance was about 10 meters, just right at an extremely delicate safety boundary. Taking a step forward would be a provocation, while retreating would expose one's back to the other party. The atmosphere was very tense. Lin Qian subconsciously moved closer to Li An, her palm sweating as she gripped the energy sword. Shu Tong and Shu Jia didn't even dare to breathe loudly, sticking tightly to Zhao Dan's back. The burly man with the buzz cut across from him swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He seemed to want to break the deadlock, so he tentatively took half a step forward and opened his mouth to speak. Brothers, you're here too. Before the burly man could finish speaking, Ang Li suddenly flipped his wrist. The supreme yang sword energy within his body erupted instantly. Laugh. The intense red heat traveled straight through the bottom of the iron rod to the ground. The asphalt road surface was instantly scorched by the terrifying high temperature, emitting a piercing burning sound, accompanied by a pungent acrid smell, and a charred scratch, a meter long, appeared on the ground between the 2 people. Sparks bounced along the edge of the scratch. The burly man with the buzz cut had his words stuck in his throat, and his raised foot was suspended in midair, unable to step down. Because the 2 men behind him, the moment the burly man spoke, had already subtly changed the posture of their watermelon knife and steel pipe to one that made it easier to exert force. and their center of gravity had clearly shifted forward. This is not a friendly exchange at all. It is a probing attack that could erupt at any moment. Ang Li looked at the 5 people opposite him, his face expressionless. Step back. Ang Li's voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard clearly on the empty street. He didn't say a word more, but simply raised the iron bar in his hand, the tip of which was pointed at the burly man with the buzz cut between his eyebrows. The burly man's expression changed, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced at the still, smoking scorch mark on the ground, then at the 4 girls standing guard behind Li An, and finally gritted his teeth, slowly lowering the fire axe he had raised. Walk. The burly man tilted his head slightly towards the person behind him. The 5 people hugged the wall of the supermarket, retreating step by step until they disappeared into another alley and were completely out of sight. Only after confirming that the other party had gone far away did Zhao Dan dispel the mental barrier in front of her and let out a long breath. That was close. I thought a fight was going to break out. Zhao Dan wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin Qian looked at Li An with some confusion. Li An, we're all survivors. Now that the system has issued such a ridiculous mission, why don't we try to exchange information with them? Lin Qian put away her energy sword and stepped forward to ask a question. Maybe they know the locations of the other nodes. If we all work together, wouldn't we be able to complete the mission faster? Li An hoisted the iron rod onto his shoulder and turned to look at Lin Qian. Cooperation? What can we use to cooperate? Ang Li pointed to the alleyway where the group of people had disappeared. Didn't you see what those people were doing? The one in the lead was talking, but the people behind him were preparing to make a move. If I had shown even the slightest weakness or kindness, they would have pounced on us without hesitation and torn us to pieces. Ang Li turned around and continued leading the way forward. In this godforsaken place where there are no laws and no moral constraints, the suspicion among people of the same kind can never be eliminated. Task resources are limited. Ang Li analyzed as he walked. That pervert on the 5th basement level would kill his teammates to upgrade his skills. Do you think the others are all kind-hearted people? The system's reward is so generous, 100 points in black iron grade supplies. These things are seen as the means to survive by others. If we try to exchange information with them, they will only think that we are trying to steal their resources. Lin Qian fell silent after hearing this. She recalled the pervert with the heart hanging from his body that she had seen in the shelter, and her stomach churned again. So we're just going to keep guarding against everyone like this? Shu Tong whispered from behind. Yes, we're on guard against everyone. Ang Li answered very simply. Real, normal communication can only take place after the instance ends and everyone returns to their respective dormitories through the system's security mechanisms. Outside, apart from the 5 of us, everyone else is a potential enemy. These words are extremely cold, yet they clearly dissect the rules of survival in the apocalypse. The girls kept Ang Li's words firmly in mind. They completely abandoned those unrealistic fantasies and focused all their attention on the task at hand. Chapter 29, the System S Trap. The next 9 hours were a grueling battle that tested both physical strength and willpower. The node in sewer line number 5 is indeed a big problem. There weren't 3 mutants there, but a full 5. Moreover, the terrain is extremely complex, with collapsed rubble and intricate pipes everywhere in the sewers. It took Ang Li and 4 girls 2 whole hours to clear out all 5 extremely cunning node transmitters. The battle was extremely dangerous. Although those mutants do not attack proactively, they are extremely fast at escaping, and even use the complex terrain of the sewers to hide. Zhao Dan's telekinesis played a crucial role. She continuously used her mental power to lift heavy stones, blocking the mutants' escape route. Shu Tong then unleashed a flashbang at a crucial moment, blinding the monsters that were trying to slip away from the shadows. Li An and Lin Qian are the main contributors. Li An's supreme yang sword chi is powerful and sweeping, capable of taking down a mutant with each strike. Lin Qian's yin sword technique became increasingly proficient, and her dark blue energy sword drew deadly arcs in the darkness. Although Shujia's skills were not yet unlocked, she always stood at the forefront, using her superhuman physique after awakening to help everyone withstand some of the flying debris and impacts. Ang Li leaned against the moss, covered wall, panting heavily. His body was severely depleted of the supreme yang sword chi, and his clothes were completely soaked with sweat and sewage from the sewer, sticking to his body and emitting an unpleasant odor. Lin Qian took the initiative to move closer and wrapped her arms around Li An's waist. The pure yin energy flowed continuously to him, helping him to quickly recover his strength. This is already the 2nd node. Zhao Dan sat on a relatively clean rock, rubbing her aching calves. Should we move on to the next one? Go! Li An opened his eyes and pushed Lin Qian away. There is still time. We can't waste it. The team set off again. The intense pace of the operation pushed everyone's nerves to their limits. They visited several nodes marked on the map, some of which had been destroyed by other survivors, while others were hidden very well and would take a lot of time to find. When they encountered a horde of zombies, Shu Tong threw a flashbang to blind them. Zhao Dan used her mind to control a heavy object to disrupt their formation, and Li An and Lin Qian rushed in to quickly finish them off. The 5-person team is working together more and more seamlessly, and they are clearing nodes faster and faster. By the time they climbed out of the entrance to sewer number 8, it was completely dark outside. The ruined city was shrouded in a depressing darkness drop. A system notification sounded in my mind. Successfully destroyed the node, earning 100 personal points. Congratulations, survivor. You have absorbed a small amount of special energy. Your constitution attribute has increased by 1. Ang Li plopped down on the ground and threw the iron rod aside. He was too tired. After 9 hours of intense fighting, even with Lin Qian constantly providing pure yin energy to replenish his energy, his spirit had reached its limit. The 4 girls collapsed onto the ground, completely undignified, too exhausted to even speak. Shujia leaned against Shu Tong's chest and began to snore softly. Lin Qian and Zhao Dan also looked exhausted. Their stab-proof vests were torn and covered in black stains. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Li An caught his breath and brought up the system panel. He wanted to see the results of those 9 hours. Their team cleared 3 nodes in total, and each member received 300 personal points. With the points accumulated from killing monsters, they now have over 200 points in their dormitory's shared account. This is absolutely a huge sum of money. Li An clicked on the task progress bar, intending to check the completion status of the entire area. A scarlet panel popped out from the retina. Ang Li's gaze fell on the top line of statistics, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Current progress of node destruction in the current area, 74 103rds, 103. Ang Li blurted it out, his voice even changing tone. Upon hearing this number, Zhao Dan and Lin Qian, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sat up. How could there be 103? Zhao Dan scrambled to Li An's side, staring intently at the empty space in front of him. The task list that the system released earlier clearly only listed 23 numbers. Ang Li gritted his teeth and slid his fingers rapidly across the panel. The system is playing word games. Ang Li's voice was filled with suppressed anger. The list it provided only showed nodes with special mutants. Those hidden nodes that didn't have mutants but only had energy transmission devices weren't listed at all. Lin Qian's face turned deathly pale instantly. So, how many are left that haven't been destroyed? 29. Looking at the bright red number on the panel, Ang Li felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by a giant hand. Of the hundreds of node tasks, only about 70 were completed despite the desperate efforts of all the surviving survivors in the entire area. Nearly 30 nodes remained intact. What does that mean? This means that the final boss, which is being spawned on the rooftop, will receive a nearly 30-fold increase in attributes. There is no way to fight this. Zhao Dan slumped to the ground, covering her face with her hands. A 30-fold increase. Even if this monster were a pig, it would now be a prehistoric behemoth capable of smashing down buildings. Shu Tong and Shujia were also awakened. After hearing the news, the 2 girls hugged each other and trembled. A sense of despair quickly spread through the squad. They risked their lives to complete the mission, even braving dangers to fight the mutants in the sewers. In the end, however, an individual's strength seems so insignificant compared to the sheer number of people in the entire region. Those survivors who hid in the safe house and dared not come out. Those unlucky guys who couldn't find their way and wandered aimlessly in the ruins, all became nourishment for that monster's evolution. How much time is left in the countdown? Lin Qian asked in a trembling voice. Ang Li glanced at the numbers in the upper right corner of the panel. 10 seconds. The numbers ticked by extremely slowly, yet with a sense of oppressive urgency. The entire city ruins fell into an eerily quiet moment. You can't hear the roars of zombies. You can't hear the wind. And even your own heartbeat is amplified infinitely. 3, 2, 1. Countdown has reached 0. The chain of prerequisite tasks has been completed. The final boss has absorbed the remaining node energy and completed its mutation and enhancement. The final stage has officially begun. What followed was neither a dazzling light and shadow effect, nor a dramatic explosion. Then, with a loud thud that echoed throughout the city, the fleshy mass on the massive building began to throb with heartbeats. The final boss is about to arrive, Chapter 30, Demon Hunter. A dull thud echoed from the distant rooftops. The sound penetrated the air and struck Li An and the others' eardrums directly. The air in the city ruins had stopped moving. A suffocating sense of gravity descended from above, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Shujia's legs buckled, and her knees slammed heavily onto the gravel-strewn ground. Lin Qian and Shu Tong clutched their chests, their faces pale, and gasped for breath. Zhao Dan bit her lip until it bled, forcibly using her mental strength to stabilize herself. Ang Li gripped the iron rod tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He looked up and stared at the roof of the city's tallest building. On the surface of the enormous oval-shaped fleshy cocoon, thick purplish, black blood vessels were writhing wildly. Click. The tearing sound echoed through the deathly silent city. A huge crack appeared at the top of the fleshy cocoon. Thick, dark red liquid poured down the building's exterior walls, corroding large sections of the glass curtain wall and emitting pungent white smoke. Li An's muscles were completely tense, and the supreme Yang Sword Qi within his body was circulating wildly. He had prepared for the worst. If a gigantic monster, so large it blotted out the sky and bursting through the building, crawled out, he would immediately turn tail and run with the four girls. Without any hesitation, he found the deepest basement to hide in, determined to never show his face. The system's rewards are indeed extremely generous. The guaranteed gold level treasure chest is enough to drive anyone crazy, but not being alive to take it is another matter entirely. If you lose your life, all your best equipment and points are just a bunch of useless data. The cracks in the fleshy cocoon grew larger and larger, eventually opening completely from the middle. The colossal, terrifying beast that was expected did not appear. The rooftop was empty, with only the cracked shell swaying slightly in the night wind. "Zhao Dan, can you see what is inside?" Li An asked in a low voice. Zhao Dan endured the stinging pain in her head and focused her mental energy into a straight line, extending it towards the rooftop. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes filled with astonishment. "There are no giant monsters inside," Zhao Dan quickly reported. The bottom of the cocoon was covered with a layer of glowing eggs. Ang Li squinted, his gaze piercing through the dim night. From a distance, the inside of the broken cocoon does indeed appear to be filled with a dense array of oval-shaped objects. However, most of the eggs had completely lost their vitality and fallen into a lifeless gray state. Only a small number of the eggs were still flashing a blinding red light. The red light flashed faster and faster, and the light became brighter and brighter. Bang! Bang! The still flickering eggs exploded one after another. The viscous liquid splashed everywhere. One by one, twisted, extremely robust bodies rose from the shattered eggshells. They raised their heads and let out an extremely sharp roar that pierced the night sky and made the glass shards below rattle. Immediately afterwards, these monsters bent their legs and jumped off the edge of the building, which was tens of meters high. The heavy body crashed onto the street. The asphalt road instantly blasted open, creating craters several meters wide. Gravel mixed with mud shot into the sky, and the huge impact overturned the abandoned vehicles next to it, sending them crashing into the shops on the roadside. The smoke and dust cleared. Ang Li frowned slightly. These monsters are definitely very different from ordinary zombies. They had no rotting flesh or mutilated limbs. His limbs were extremely thick, with muscles that looked exaggeratedly fibrous, and his body was covered with a layer of grayish-white bone armor. Without pausing after landing, they immediately raised their heads, their scarlet eyes fixed on the direction of Li An and the others. "Let's go. Let's go to the mall." Ang Li gave the order decisively. Staying on the street would make them easy targets. He pulled Shujia up from the ground and led the way to the abandoned commercial center across the street. Lin Qian, Zhao Dan, and Shu Tong followed closely behind. The 5 people burst into the mall at top speed and plunged into the main entrance on the first floor. The mall was in a mess. The floor was covered with broken glass, collapsed shelves, and scattered clothes. The light was extremely dim, and the air was filled with a musty smell. "Go to the second floor. Find a place with many load-bearing columns." Ang Li did not linger on the first floor. The first floor has a very open view and no defensive depth. The 5 people quickly climbed up the stopped escalator to the second floor and hid in a corner of a large clothing store. There are 2 thick reinforced concrete load-bearing columns here, which can barely be considered as a shelter. Just as the group had regained their footing and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. Drop! An extremely piercing system alarm rang simultaneously in the minds of the 5 people. Immediately afterwards, A scarlet holographic panel was forcibly ejected onto their retinas. The blood-red lettering stood out starkly in the dimly lit mall. Warn. You have been marked as a demon hunter for hunting a special zombie node transmitter. A fight to the death. Ang Lee stared at the words on the panel and spat out a harsh pah. I knew this damn system was up to no good. Ang Lee gritted his teeth and slammed his fist into the supporting pillar next to him, shaking off a cloud of dust. Lin Qian looked at the panel, and the dark blue energy sword in her hand trembled slightly. Lion, what exactly does this mean? Aren't we trying to disrupt the nodes to prevent the boss from mutating? That is called a trap. With a cold expression, Ang Lee quickly analyzed the current situation. The series of prequests issued by the system is a complete conspiracy. It uses 100 points and black iron treasure chests as bait too. Trick us into killing those node transmitters that have no offensive capabilities. Ang Lee pointed to the two characters marked on the panel. Those gray eggs represent nodes that haven't been destroyed. They channeled energy into the cocoon but didn't hatch any monsters. And those shimmering eggs represent nodes that we survivors destroyed. Zhao Dan gasped, instantly understanding Li An's meaning. So, if we destroy a few nodes, several monsters will hatch from the cocoon and come after us? That is right. Ang Lee nodded. We've completed 3 mission nodes and killed 3 waves of special zombies, so 3 demon hunters will be attacking us. The demon hunter was clearly the robust monster that had just emerged from that enormous cocoon of flesh. Shutong covered her mouth in fright, tears welling up in her eyes. Wasn't it a waste of our time and effort to kill those mutants? The system doesn't need smart players. It only needs the GU King who can survive to the end. Ang Lee's eyes turned extremely cold. Fortunately, the system did not completely block the road this time. Below the scarlet warning, some detailed information about the demon hunter was displayed. Ang Lee opened the message list. Monster name, demon hunter position, dedicated assassin strength test threshold. 1,000 kilograms or more physical characteristics, standing height 3 meters, body covered with high-density mutated muscles, and high-strength bone spurs growing at the joints. Maximum speed, 150 km/h weakness. No obvious fatal weakness. The central nervous system must be completely destroyed. After reviewing the data, Li An and the others looked grim. This is not a monster that should exist in this world. Are you down? Or are you killing mission? Strategia 1 horror panel, a force of over 1 ton. Zhao Dan's voice was a little dry. Her current limit for controlling objects with her mind was 20 pounds. A ton of force means that this monster can easily overturn a small car or punch through a half-meter thick brick wall. Her mental barrier was less than a piece of paper in the face of such absolute power. 3 meters tall, covered in bone spurs. Lin Qian looked down at the energy sword in her hand. Her sword was only 3 feet long. Even if it could cut through the monster's muscles, it might not be able to cut through those high-strength bone spikes. Moreover, his 3-meter height brings a huge physical disadvantage, putting him at a severe disadvantage in close combat. 150 kilometers per h-hour. Ang Lee stared at the last line of data. His brows furrowed into a deep knot. 150 kilometers per hour is equivalent to a car speeding along a highway. At this speed, human neural responses simply cannot keep up. The monster only needs 1 charge to smash them into a pile of minced meat. 5 people stood behind the load, bearing pillar, and a deathly silence permeated the air. The main characters and others did not look very good. Faced with such an exaggerated numerical panel, a huge question arose in their minds. Is this something they can really defeat right now? Shujia clung tightly to Lian's clothes, her face deathly pale. Her shield maiden skills are all grayed out and locked. Right now, apart from having a slightly better physique than ordinary people, she has no means of defense. Brother Leon. Shujia's voice was trembling with tears. Will we die here? Ang Lee took a deep breath. He gripped the iron rod with his other hand and mobilized all the remaining yang sword energy within his body. A crimson light flowed across the surface of the iron rod, radiating an astonishingly high temperature that illuminated the surrounding dim space. I won't die. Lian's voice was surprisingly calm. He turned around and his gaze swept over the 4 girls. The data provided by the system proves that this thing is not invincible. A ton of force is indeed very strong. But this is a shopping mall. Ang Lee pointed with an iron rod at the densely packed load, bearing pillars and the crisscrossing abandoned counters around him. It is too big, and no matter how fast it is, it can't maneuver properly in this narrow and complicated terrain. If it dares to rush in, it will definitely crash into these pillars. Ang Lee quickly deployed tactics. Zhao Dan, spread out all your mental energy, but don't use it to attack. Use it only to locate them. Once you spot them approaching, report their position immediately. Shutong, get your flashbangs ready. Don't use them carelessly. Wait until the monster is 5 meters away from us, then use maximum power to blind it. Lin Qian, stay close to me. Your yin sword technique is responsible for severing the monster's tendons or joint spurs to restrict their movement. Shujia, find the safest corner to hide in and don't make a sound. Ang Li's composure inspired the 4 girls. The initial panic was forcibly suppressed. They quickly spread out and took their positions around the load, bearing pillars following Ang Li's instructions. Outside the mall, the night wind howled. Heavy footsteps echoed through the deathly silent streets. Bang, bang. With each step, a slight tremor would be felt on the second floor. The glass shards on the shelf made a soft grinding sound as they vibrated. Zhao Dan closed her eyes, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her spiritual energy extended outwards from the mall's entrance. They're here? Zhao Dan suddenly opened her eyes, her voice extremely tense. 3 of them, right outside the main entrance on the first floor. Ang Li gripped the iron bar tightly with both hands, staring intently at the escalator leading from the first floor to the second floor. The stench in the air instantly intensified tenfold. At that very moment, with a loud bang, cracks appeared in the walls of the abandoned shopping mall. The loud noise was deafening. The mall's thick reinforced concrete wall couldn't even hold for 3 seconds before being violently smashed open from the outside. Large chunks of bricks, mixed with dust, rained down on the mall floor. 3 monsters, each 3 meters tall, accompanied by a strong, foul stench, charged directly into everyone's field of vision. These are creatures that humans simply cannot fight against in the early stages of the apocalypse. Their bodies were covered in grayish, white bone armor, especially the joints, which were covered with sharp bone spurs more than half a meter long, thick, purplish. Black blood vessels throbbed wildly on the surface of the exaggerated muscles, each throbbing accompanied by heavy breathing. The stench instantly filled the entire second-floor space. His scarlet eyes gleamed in the dim light, radiating an intensely pure killing intent. Their massive bodies crushed glass shelves and metal counters along their path without any pause. Those hard metal materials are so fragile and vulnerable under their feet. Shujia was so frightened that she covered her mouth and her body moved backward uncontrollably, falling to the ground with a thud. The ball of light in Shutong's hand shook violently and almost went out. Scatter. Go around the pillar. Ang Li roared fiercely. His voice echoed in the empty shopping mall, instantly pulling the 4 girls back to reality from their dazed state. The 5 people quickly dispersed in 5 different directions, according to the pre-arranged tactics. Li An, carrying an iron rod, charged directly towards the area with the densest concentration of load, bearing columns in the center of the mall. He ran for more than 10 meters, then suddenly stopped and looked back. The situation was completely unexpected. The 3 demon hunters didn't even glance at Shujia, who was weak in combat and the slowest to run, nor did they pay any attention to Shutong, who was glowing in her hand. They all turned around in unison, their 3 pairs of scarlet eyes fixed on Ang Li's back. Its powerful hind legs slammed into the ground. The marble floor tiles shattered instantly, creating 3 large craters. The 3 monsters charged straight at Ang Li at an incredibly terrifying speed. Ang Li cursed inwardly. These monsters have an aggro mechanic. The system determined that the supreme yang sword Qi on his body posed the greatest threat, and directly marked him as the first priority target for elimination. Don't worry about me, stick to the plan and hide. Ang Li yelled at Lin Qian, who was trying to turn around to help. Lin Qian gritted her teeth, forced herself to stop, and hid behind a row of collapsed clothes racks. She gripped the dark blue energy sword tightly, her palms sweating profusely. The wind howled. A speed of 150 kilometers per h are as extremely terrifying when sprinting in a straight line. The first demon hunter was right behind Lai, and in the blink of an eye, the enormous claw swept across the air with a whooshing sound. Ang Li's pupils contracted, and his body instinctively lunged to the side, rolling around on the ground covered in shards of glass. Bang! The demon hunter's giant claw slammed heavily onto the support pillar that Lian had just dodged. Cement fragments were flying everywhere. The load-bearing steel bars, as thick as a wrist, were bent and deformed by this slap, making a teeth, grinding, twisting sound. Ang Li was sweating bullets watching this. If you were to slap someone with this, they would definitely turn into a puddle of mud on the spot. The demon hunter's attack missed, and his massive body was propelled forward several steps by inertia, his side completely exposed. Seizing this fleeting opening, Ang Li propelled himself into the air with a burst of speed from his legs. The supreme Yang Sword energy within his body surged wildly, pouring into the iron rod in his hand without reservation. A bright crimson light shone brightly, and the surrounding air was distorted and deformed by the high temperature. "Break it off!" Chapter 32 Desperate counterattack. Li and gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands, exerted force from his waist, and slashed down hard at the unsuspecting demon hunter's neck. This strike, imbued with terrifying heat and the full force of Liang Quan's troops, was powerful enough to melt through a special steel plate several centimeters thick. The demon hunter sensed the danger and let out a piercing shriek. Its massive body couldn't turn around in time, so it could only forcefully raise its thick left arm to block. Sizzle. The iron rod slammed down hard on the demon hunter's left arm. Blinding sparks exploded instantly in the dimly lit mall. The high temperature burned through the monster's mutated muscles, emitting a burnt stench and white smoke. But they only severed the left arm. The iron rod struck the thickest part of the bone armor, producing an extremely dull metallic clang, and could not advance any further. The immense recoil caused Ang Li's hands to go numb, and the iron rod nearly flew out of his hand. Using the reaction force, he flipped over in the air and landed steadily on the open ground a few meters away. Looking at the demon hunter with the missing arm still roaring madly, Li An gasped. The defensive power of this bone armor is outrageously high. His strongest attack couldn't even completely break the monster's bones. The one-armed demon hunter, completely enraged, let out a piercing scream. Two other demon hunters also flanked from both sides. The three monsters went completely berserk. Speed surged again. Ang Li dared not have any more thoughts of direct confrontation. He turned around and plunged into the most complex area of the mall. Everywhere you look, there are crisscrossing load, bearing columns, abandoned glass counters, and scattered mannequins. With his nerves enhanced by pure yin energy, Ang Li frantically navigated through these dense obstacles. The demon hunter is too big. A 3-meter, tall body is absolutely invincible on an open street, but it is frequently hindered in this narrow terrain. They simply don't know how to take detours. If a counter is blocking your way, smash it with your body. When it encounters a load, bearing column, it simply swings its giant claws to smash it. Boom! Boom! Deafening crashes echoed continuously from the second floor of the mall, one after another. The load-bearing columns were smashed open, leaving deep cracks. The ventilation ducts and decorative chandeliers on the ceiling clattered down. Gravel and shards of glass flew through the air, hitting Ang Li's stab-proof vest with a slapping sound. Ang Li's physical strength was severely depleted during this high-intensity, extreme exertion. His breathing became extremely heavy, and a burning pain shot through his lungs. Sweat streamed down his forehead and into his eyes, the stinging sensation forcing him to blink frequently. Ang Li. Lin Qian hid in the shadows, watching Li An being chased by three monsters and in grave danger, and she stomped her feet in frustration. She gripped the energy sword tightly, poised to rush out and help. "Don't come any closer. Go back and stay there." Ang Li ran wildly while shouting in a distracted manner. He knew all too well what Lin Qian's current state was like. Without his close-range charging, the dark blue energy sword couldn't cut through the monster's monstrous bone armor at all. Going up there would be a pointless death. Xu Tong hid under the cashier's counter, covering her ears tightly with her hands, too afraid to look at the horrific scene outside. Shujia huddled in an abandoned fitting room, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at the skill panel in front of her, which was all grayed out and locked, and felt a sense of powerlessness. Zhao Dan hid in a corner furthest from the battlefield. She gripped a metal railing with both hands, her fingernails snapping from the force. She watched Ang Li flirt with death, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her throat. Zhao Dan understood that Ang Li wouldn't last much longer. This kind of extreme neural response and physical exertion is something no living person could withstand. We must find a way to break this deadlock. Zhao Dan closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down. His mental energy poured out without reservation. Instead of investigating the monster's location, she used her mental energy to cover the ground in front of Leon's escape route. There was a cosmetics counter there that had been completely smashed. Countless cylindrical glass bottles and jars were scattered on the marble floor, along with several discarded steel pipes from the renovation. Zhao Dan's eyes snapped open. The whites of her eyes filled with frightening red blood vessels. These three monsters are indeed ridiculously fast. Its power is so great that it inspires despair, but they have one extremely fatal weakness. That is balance. With a speed of 150 kilometers per h, and a weight of over 1 ton, It is indeed unstoppable when sprinting on flat ground. However, once it encounters an extremely smooth or rolling obstacle, this terrifying momentum can become a death sentence. Li An, run to the cosmetics section, Zhao Dan shouted with all her might. Upon hearing the voice, Ang Li did not hesitate at all. He suddenly changed direction and rushed directly towards the cosmetics counter area dozens of meters away. 3 demon hunters were hot on their heels. Their massive bodies made them noticeably sluggish when turning. But the explosive power of straight-line acceleration instantly made up for the distance. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Ang Li rushed through the messy area of the department store. With a sudden burst of strength from his legs, he leaped high into the air, landing directly on the back of a load, bearing pillar and clinging tightly to it. The 3 demon hunters, with terrifying momentum, charged into the area without slowing down. Now, Zhao Dan bit her lip until it bled, and blood flowed down her chin. Get up? His powerful mental strength exploded to its limit in an instant. The dozens of cylindrical glass bottles and jars on the ground, as well as the few round, discarded steel pipes, were precisely scanned by mental power to the spot where the 3 demon hunters were about to land. The foremost one, armed demon hunter, stepped on a rolling steel pipe, a body weighing 1 ton, plus the inertia of a sprint of 150 kilometers per h. My foot slipped instantly. The one armed demon hunter let out a terrified scream, its massive body instantly losing its balance. He was thrown into the air and then fell heavily forward. The 2 demon hunters behind it couldn't stop in time. They also stepped on those slippery glass bottles and jars. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds followed. Their extremely poor balance caused them to lose their center of gravity instantly. The 3 terrifying killing machines crashed together with a loud bang due to the immense inertia. Its massive body slid for over 10 meters across the smooth marble floor, overturning a large section of shelves. Finally, it crashed heavily into a load-bearing wall at the end. The wall was smashed open with large cracks, and dust filled the air. Dust filled the dimly lit, abandoned shopping mall. The ear-piercing sound of reinforced concrete breaking mingled with the heavy breathing of the demon hunter. The air was thick with gunpowder smoke and a nauseating stench. The sense of oppression almost solidified into a tangible form. The 3 demon hunters crashed heavily into a heap. Ang Li abruptly stopped in his tracks. The red, hot iron rod drew blinding sparks as it scraped across the floor. He turned around, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Make your move. Shu Tong, who was hiding behind the cashier, suddenly stood up. Her exotic face was filled with tension and determination, and her golden curls were covered in dust. From the start of the battle, she kept her eyes closed, frantically compressing all her mental energy into her palm. Go blind, Shu Tong let out a sharp scream and pushed her hands out hard forward. The pent-up spiritual energy was released without reservation at this moment. A blinding white light burst forth from her palm, instantly engulfing the entire 2nd floor of the mall. This is not ordinary lighting, it is a flashbang at maximum power. A bright light pierced through the dim space. 3 demon hunters who had just struggled to get up from the ground were struck head on by the unsuspecting beam of light. A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the mall. To everyone's surprise, this white light brought more than just absolute blindness. When the light attribute energy came into contact with the thick, dark red blood vessels on the surface of the demon hunter's body, it produced an extremely strong burning reaction. The blood vessels that were originally throbbing wildly on the mutated muscles suddenly emitted large plumes of white smoke, emitting a pungent smell of burnt roasted meat. Under the intense light, the blood vessels quickly dried up and ulcerated, and thick, black blood seeped out wildly from the wound. Ah! The demon hunter let out an extremely painful roar, its massive body rolling wildly on the ground littered with shards of glass, its thick claws tightly covering its eyes, making it completely unable to discern its direction. Light is the natural enemy of these dark creatures that mutate by absorbing evil thoughts and flesh. Chapter 33. A devastating counterattack. Well done, Li An roared, giving the monsters no chance to breathe. His leg muscles tensed instantly, and he was propelled forward by the reaction force of the ground. He pushed the supreme Yang Sword energy within his body to its limit, and it surged wildly into the iron rod along his arm. The already red-hot iron rod now erupted with an even more terrifyingly high temperature, distorting and sizzling the surrounding air. Li An stepped over the shattered glass and cosmetics scattered on the ground and rushed to the largest demon hunter at the front. The monster was still screaming while covering its eyes. Ang Li's arms were bulging with muscles and veins, and he suddenly exerted force from his waist, causing his upper body to complete an extremely violent crescent-shaped twist. Die, the iron rod, imbued with the extreme heat of the Yang Sword energy, and carrying the force of splitting a mountain, slammed directly into the demon hunter's thick neck. This time, there were no obstacles. The intense heat instantly melted through the gray, white bone armor on the demon hunter's neck, and the iron rod, carrying immense force, slashed deep into the mutated muscle. With a sickening crack of bones breaking, the head of the foremost demon hunter was completely severed. The foul-smelling black blood shot into the sky, spraying more than 2 meters high, splashing onto the nearby load, bearing pillars, and making a hissing, corrosive sound. The massive headless corpse twitched twice, then crashed heavily to the ground and remained motionless. At the same moment that Ang Li completed the beheading, Lin Qian, who was hiding behind the supporting pillar on the other side, also moved. As she watched Ang Li fight desperately ahead, and as the headless corpse fell, a surge of strength suddenly welled up in her legs, which had been trembling violently. She can't be a mere accessory forever. She can't hide behind Ang Li forever and wait to die. Ah! Lin Qian let out a delicate shout, forcibly overcoming the fear in her heart. She gripped the dark blue energy sword tightly with both hands, pushed off the ground with her high heels, and shot off to the side. The second demon hunter was wildly waving its claws on the ground, scorched by the intense light. Lin Qian rushed to its side and, without any hesitation, plunged the energy sword in her hand into the monster's ugly face. PFFT. The dark blue blade pierced the demon hunter's eye socket without any resistance. The intense heat and sword energy exploded instantly inside the monster's skull. Lin Qian gripped the sword hilt with both hands, gritted her teeth, and stirred it violently inside twice. The monster's central nervous system was instantly destroyed. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, letting out a short, muffled groan before collapsing like a lump of mud. Done. Double kill. Lin Qian pulled out her energy sword and looked at the red and white mixture flowing from the monster's eye sockets. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, she could no longer hold back. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground, retching violently. His hands, gripping the sword, were still trembling uncontrollably. You did it. Li An turned his head, panting heavily, and gave Lin Qian a thumbs up. The teamwork was seamless. Zhao Dan's slippery trap, Shu Tong's extreme blindness, plus Li An and Lin Qian's fatal blow. This seemingly weak college student team actually managed to turn the tide and defeat this terrifying killing machine in a desperate situation. Ang Li gripped the iron rod, turned around, and prepared to finish off the last demon hunter whose arm had been severed in one fell swoop. Once they kill all 3 of them, they can safely evacuate. However, an unexpected change occurred. The demon hunter, who only had 1 arm left, was writhing in pain on the ground, but suddenly stopped moving. Its eyes, which were burned and bloodied by the bright light, actually forced open. Black blood streamed wildly down its face. But it didn't care at all. It escaped from the state of blindness ahead of time. Ang Li raised the iron rod, ready to rush forward and deliver the final blow. But this one, armed demon hunter, had no intention of fighting back. It let out an extremely shrill scream, and its only remaining right arm suddenly shot out, grabbing the headless corpse of its companion that Li An had just beheaded. The massive 1-ton corpse was lifted into the air by the monster's single arm. The next second, the 1-armed demon hunter suddenly exerted force from his waist, and swung his thick right arm in a wide arc, directly using the headless corpse weighing 1 ton as a lead ball, and smashed it hard towards the location where Li An was. The enormous corpse, accompanied by a terrifying howling wind, obscured the light above Li An's head. Li An's pupils contracted sharply. The attack came too quickly and too suddenly. He had just finished swinging the stick. His old strength was exhausted, and no new strength had been generated, so he didn't have time to adjust his center of gravity. Even more fatally, Lin Qian was kneeling behind him, dry heaving. If he had chosen to dodge, that 1-ton corpse would have absolutely smashed Lin Qian into a pile of minced meat. There was absolutely no choice. Li An gritted his teeth, raised the still hot iron rod horizontally with both hands, and frantically forced out all the remaining Yang Sword energy in his body, pressing it against his body. Bang! A deafening crash echoed through the mall. A 1-ton corpse, combined with the immense kinetic energy of the monster's throw, is simply beyond the human body's ability to withstand. Li An felt an overwhelming force travel through the iron rod into his arms. The tiger's mouth instantly split open, and blood splattered everywhere. The iron bar was severely bent from the impact and struck Ang Li directly in the chest. Click! The crisp crack of his sternum breaking was clearly audible. Lian was sent flying by the terrifying force. That wasn't the end of it. At the joints of the headless corpse, there were still high-strength bone spurs more than half a meter long. At the moment of impact, several sharp bone spikes pierced through Lian's clothes, leaving several bloody holes in his shoulders and abdomen. Ang Li. Lin Qian looked up and saw Lian being smashed into the air, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Ang Li traced an arc in mid-air before crashing heavily into an abandoned counter more than 10 meters away. Wooden planks and glass were scattered all over the floor. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his chest red. The excruciating pain instantly overwhelmed his senses, completely draining him of the strength to even get up. After defeating Lian, the one-armed demon hunter didn't pause at all. Without lingering in the fight, it turned around, took a few strides with its powerful legs, and sprinted away into the depths of the mall. It was terrified. The death of its companion and the scorching heat of the bright light made it feel a deadly threat, and now it just wanted to escape from this place. However, the straight path it took to escape led directly to an abandoned fitting room that was precisely where Shujia was hiding. The little girl was huddled in the corner of the fitting room, her hands tightly covering her head. The sounds of fighting outside, the roars of monsters, and the collapse of load, bearing pillars, had long since terrified her. Her eyes were closed, and she was trembling like a leaf, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Thump, thump. Thump, the heavy footsteps grew closer, and the floor trembled violently. Ang Li lay in the ruins, coughing up blood, his vision blurred. He saw that terrifying killing machine, weighing a ton, hurtling straight into the fitting room with the kinetic energy of a high-speed train. Shujia, get out of the way. Chapter 34, Awakening in Desperate Circumstances, the Shield Maiden. As absolute defense with his eyes bloodshot, Lian let out a hoarse roar with the last of his strength. He gripped the broken glass on the ground with both hands, trying to prop himself up to rescue the person, but blood was gushing out of the bloody holes in his abdomen and shoulders, and his body wouldn't obey him. It is too late. Standing at a distance, Zhao Dan wanted to use her mental energy to pull Shujia away, but creating the slippery trap had completely exhausted her mental energy. As soon as she raised her hand, a sharp pain shot through her brain, and she collapsed to the ground. Shu Tong covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to utter a sound. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the rampaging demon hunter with its destructive power crashed into the fragile fitting room. Upon hearing Ang Li's shout, Shujia instinctively looked up. What came into view was the demon hunter's enormous despair. Inducing body, the grayish-white bone armor was stained with black blood, and the thick lower limbs possessed the power to crush everything. A huge shout that instantly enveloped the little girl's petite body. There is no escaping it. Shujia's mind went blank. In her extreme fear, she even forgot to scream. She instinctively raised her slender, fair arms and held them tightly in front of her, closing her eyes completely. Just as the demon hunter's massive body was about to smash through the fitting room and crush Shujia into a pulp, a sudden change has occurred. Suddenly, without warning, an extremely deep black light burst forth from Shujia's body. This black light was completely different from the blinding white light that Shu Tong had released before. It is not dazzling, but it carries a sense of weight that can swallow up all the surrounding light. Black light erupted from Shujia's petite body, instantly coalescing in front of her. It was an illusory heavy shield, 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. Bang! A deafening thud echoed across the second floor of the mall. The sound was so muffled that it made one's heart stop beating. The horrific scene of the fitting room being smashed and blood and flesh flying everywhere that I had imagined did not occur. The demon hunter's body, propelled by the momentum of a sprint to its limit, crashed solidly into the illusory black heavy shield. Time seemed to stand still for half a second at that moment. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying reaction force rebounded violently from the surface of the heavy shield crack. The half of the demon hunter's body that crashed into the shield shattered instantly, its grayish-white bone armor breaking into pieces. The thick leg bone made a crisp snapping sound. The monster let out an extremely miserable howl. The illusory, heavy shield, after withstanding this shattering blow, shattered into countless black specks of light. The powerful recoil force acted on both of them instantly. With a dull thud, the demon hunter's massive body and Shujia's petite frame crashed into the depths of the ruins, their fates unknown. Ang Li gritted his teeth and braced himself against the cracked marble floor, pulling himself out of the pile of broken glass. The excruciating pain in his chest made his vision go black for a moment. The broken ribs had definitely pierced his internal organs, and every breath he took carried a strong smell of blood. Shujia. Lin Qian and Shu Tong rushed over, crying and shouting, and began shoveling away the heavy construction debris with their bare hands. Despite her exhaustion, Zhao Dan stumbled and ran toward the collapsed fitting room. Ang Li did not go over immediately. He dragged his half-crippled body, staggering step by step, to the side of the demon hunter that had followed him into the ruins. This terrifying killing machine, weighing a ton, is now lying sprawled out in the pile of rubble. It is not completely dead yet. Its thick lower limbs twisted grotesquely, large areas of its grayish-white bone armor peeled off, and black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs kept gushing out of its mouth, making a hissing sound like a broken bellows. Ang Li's eyes hardened as he gripped the bent iron rod with both hands. Without any hesitation, he squeezed out the last bit of pure yang sword energy from his body, aimed it at the back of the demon hunter's head, and stabbed it down hard PFFT. The scorching hot iron rod pierced through the monster's skull, pinning it firmly to the floor. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times, then fell completely still. The system's kill notification sounded in my mind. Ang Li pulled out the iron rod and was about to turn around to help dig out the person when his gaze suddenly froze. He stared intently at the spot where the demon hunter had just struck. Shuja, I gasped. The right half of this demon hunter's body was a truly gruesome sight. Those high-strength bone spurs, which were so hard that even the supreme yang sword chi had difficulty cutting through them completely, were now breaking apart inch by inch, shattering into bone fragments the size of fingernails. Not only that, the monster's chest cavity, which was even thicker than a special steel plate, was caved in by more than half the depth of a basketball. This is an extreme sprint at 150 kilometers per h-hour, weighing a ton, crashing into Shujia's black, illusory heavy shield not only failed to shatter the shield, but also left him in this state. That terrifying recoil force directly destroyed half of the demon hunter's life. Ang Li, come quick, Shujia is here. Lin Qian's tearful cry interrupted Li An's shock. He quickly dropped the iron bar, clutched his bleeding abdomen, and went over. Several girls had worked together to lift up a huge fitting room door. Under the wooden board, Shujia was curled up in an extremely awkward position. The little girl's head and face were covered in ash. Her once fair and clean doll-like face had turned into a little cat-like mess. Hearing the noise, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the four people surrounding her with some confusion. Sister Qian Qian, Sister Tong Tong. Shujia blinked, her voice soft and sweet, with a hint of sleepiness. Am I not dead? Pa, pa, pa. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qian burst into tears and pulled Shujia out of the rubble, holding her tightly in her arms. You scared us to death, you know that. Ang Li looked Shujia up and down. Apart from a few small cuts on her arms and calves from the flying wood chips, there wasn't a single bruise on her entire body. That is absolutely outrageous. The earth-shattering impact just now, if it were Li An himself, even with the protection of the supreme yang sword chi, would definitely have been smashed into a pile of minced meat. How are you feeling? Is anything hurting? Zhao Dan nervously squeezed Shujia's shoulder. Shujia shook her head and rubbed her ears, which were numb from the shock. I just felt a little dizzy. It felt like something dark came out of my body, and then with a bang, I don't know anything anymore. Li An let out a long sigh and plopped down on the broken wall next to him. Don't just stand there. Quickly check your skill panel. Li An gestured with his chin toward Shujia. What did I say before? The system would never give you a useless profession. Shujia then realized what was happening and quickly activated the semi-transparent panel that only she could see. Upon seeing this, the little girl's mouth gaped open into an O shape, and her expression became extremely strange. What is wrong? Did you unlock a new skill? Shutong leaned closer. Although she couldn't see Shujia's interface, she could tell from Shujia's expression that there must have been a big change. Shujia swallowed hard, stretched out her dusty little hand, and pointed in the air. It is lit up. Shujia's voice became shrill with excitement. My skill tree was all grayed out a moment ago, but now it is lit up. It says here that the core of the Shield Maiden class can only be fully activated when facing an absolute death crisis. Upon hearing this, Li An and the others exchanged bewildered glances. These unlock conditions are really outrageous. If that demon hunter hadn't gone berserk and crashed into the fitting room, Shujia probably would have remained a blank slate until the end of the dungeon. Tell me quickly, what skills have you unlocked? Zhao Dan urged. Shujia cleared her throat and began reading from the panel. That black shield we just saw is called Absolute Defense. This is a passive skill that can be forcibly triggered the moment a fatal attack is received. 100% of the damage is blocked, and 50% of the impact is reflected back to the attacker. However, this skill has a very long cooldown time, a full 30 days. Chapter 35 Reverse Thinking. Upon hearing this, Ang Lee suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the demon hunter was backfired by its own kinetic energy from the charge, shattering half of its bone armor. This is practically a god-tier life-saving trump card. Anything else? Lin Qian perked up, wiped away her tears, and asked, "There are several more passive abilities." Shujia became more and more excited as she read, her eyes shining like two black gems. Shield Mastery, when using any shield. Type Armor. Defense is increased by an additional 200%, and you are immune to most knockback and stun effects. Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Base Physique doubled, possessing extremely high resistance to physical and energy attacks. Even without a shield, the physical body can withstand attacks from monsters of the same level. Taunt Aura, when activated, it forcibly attracts the aggro of hostile targets, forcing them to attack only me. After reading these words, Shujia raised her head and looked at Li An with anticipation. Brother Li An, are my skills impressive? Ang Lee couldn't help but laugh out loud, which aggravated his chest injury, causing him to wince in pain. Amazing? That is insane. Ang Lee was generous with his praise. You're now an unkillable human fortress. With you in front of us, we won't be afraid of any monsters we encounter in the future. You can just activate a taunt aura to draw all the monsters aggro, and we can just close our eyes and attack from behind. After surviving a near-death battle, this 5-person team finally completed the last and most important piece of the puzzle. The main tank has returned to its place. Upon hearing Li An's affirmation, Shujia jumped up and down twice with joy. The inferiority complex I had felt before, that I felt like a burden, completely vanished at that moment. All right, stop being so happy, and hurry up and treat me. I'm in so much pain. Ang Lee leaned against the wall and pointed to his abdomen, which was still bleeding. Shutong then seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly ran to Li An's side. Seeing the several shocking bloody holes on Li An's body, Shutong felt heartbroken, and tears fell again. Bear with it. I'll treat you right away. Shutong clasped her hands together, and an extremely rich, soft white light shone in her palms. She gently placed her hands on Ang Lee's wound. The healing effect of phototherapy is extremely significant. Li An could clearly feel that the broken ribs were rapidly reconnecting and healing in an itchy manner. New granulation tissue began to grow from the torn flesh wound, and the bleeding quickly stopped. However, this deep-seated treatment took a huge toll on Shutong's mental energy. Within 2 minutes, Shutong's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her face turned pale. My mental energy is almost gone. Shutong gritted her teeth and desperately maintained the white light in her hand. I'll help you. Without hesitation, Lin Qian walked over to Li An and sat down right next to him. She reached out and hugged Li An's arm, leaning most of her body against his chest. A continuous stream of pure yin energy surged into Li An's body from the point of contact between the two. Li An's supreme yang sword chi was replenished, and his body's recovery speed instantly accelerated, greatly reducing Shutong's pressure. The three worked together seamlessly. Zhao Dan and Shujia stood guard on either side of the mall's staircase, keeping a watchful eye on them. Just as Ang Lee's injuries had mostly healed and everyone was preparing to take a short break, a series of extremely shrill screams suddenly erupted from the previously deathly silent night sky outside the mall. Help! What kind of monster is this? Don't kill me! Ah? Screams echoed from all directions of the city. His voice conveyed a sense of despair and fear, as if he had been brutally torn apart. Accompanying this was the booming sound of heavy objects smashing through the walls, and the unique chilling shriek of the demon hunter. The entire city ruins were transformed into a massive slaughterhouse at that moment. The demon hunters that hatched from the flesh cocoons on the rooftops have all scattered to every corner of the city, and have begun to hunt down all the surviving survivors indiscriminately. Hearing the chilling noises outside, the atmosphere inside the safe house instantly plummeted to freezing point. Shutong put away the white light in her hand, slumped to the ground, and gasped for breath. Shujia's newly built confidence was once again suppressed by the screams filling the air, and she tightly gripped Zhao Dan's clothes with her small hands. Lin Qian didn't let go of Li An's arm. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. She looked up, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with fear and unease. Li An, the people outside are all being unilaterally slaughtered. Lin Qian's voice was strained, and her body was trembling slightly. What should we do next? Should we go out again? Those monsters are terrifying. We just fought tooth and nail to kill 3 of them. Now there are these things everywhere outside. If we get surrounded by them, we're definitely doomed. How about we just hide here? Anyway, there is not much time left before the dungeon ends. Can we find a basement to hide in and just tough it out? Lin Qian's suggestion represented the sentiments of the other 3 girls. Faced with such an overwhelming killing machine, any normal person's first reaction would be to run away. Ang Li did not answer immediately. He stood up, stretched his newly healed shoulder, and made a few crisp cracking sounds from his bones. He walked to the edge of the broken glass curtain wall and looked down. Flames soared into the sky from the distant streets. A massive demon hunter grabbed a survivor by the neck with one hand and tore the person in 2. Blood rained down from the sky, and the demon hunter roared to the heavens, his gray-white bone armor seemingly growing even thicker. Ang Li turned around and looked at the 4 girls who were full of expectation, hoping that he would agree to hide. There is no escaping it. Ang Li's voice was extremely cold, like a bucket of ice water, directly extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. Listen carefully to what is happening outside. Ang Li pointed out the window. The screams were initially confined to a few fixed areas, but now they are moving rapidly and getting closer and closer to us. What does that mean? Zhao Dan swallowed hard, her face grim as she replied. Does that mean they can pinpoint our location? That's right. Li An nodded. Since the system has released them, it will absolutely not allow any survivor to survive to the end by playing hide and seek. This is a forced removal mechanism. Ang Li walked back to the rest area, picked up the iron rod, and weighed it in his hand. And have you ever thought about an even more terrifying question? These demon hunters evolve by devouring flesh and blood. The more survivors they kill and the more people they eat, the stronger they will become. If we choose to hide and endure it. Ang Li's gaze swept over everyone, his tone heavy. In the last few tens of minutes, once all the survivors outside have been killed, those demon hunters who have evolved to their peak will concentrate all their power to find us. At that time, we might not be facing monsters with the strength of a 1-ton creature, but prehistoric behemoths weighing 10 or 20 tons. Hiding away won't bring safety. Instead, they'll drag you out one by one and crush you into mincemeat. There will be no winners. This analysis is logically rigorous and gets straight to the heart of the matter. Lin Qian's face turned deathly pale. She released Li An's arm and slumped to the ground in despair. So what should we do? We can't fight them, and we can't escape them. Are we just supposed to wait to die? Shu Tong and Shu Jia hugged each other and silently shed tears. A sense of despair spread across the second floor of the mall. Ang Li remained silent. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the shattered glass curtain wall, fixed on the tallest building in the city in the distance. On the rooftop of that building, the enormous oval-shaped fleshy cocoon still swayed slightly in the night breeze. In Ang Li's mind, countless clues began to connect wildly. The hatched demon hunter. Indiscriminate massacre throughout the city. The system provides a series of prerequisite tasks, as well as a guaranteed gold-level final kill reward. Suddenly, Ang Li's eyes lit up. An extremely crazy, yet logically self-consistent idea took shape in his mind. He suddenly turned around and strode over to the 4 girls. Who says we're just waiting to die? Ang Li's voice conveyed a do, or die determination, even tinged with a morbid excitement. The system did indeed set us into a dead end, but it also left behind an extremely fatal vulnerability. Zhao Dan suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. What vulnerability? Ang Li pointed an iron rod at the tallest building outside the window. Reverse thinking. Think about it now that all the demon hunters have hatched. They are scattered all over the city, frantically hunting down survivors. What does that mean? Li An paused for a moment, and looking at the 4 girls' eyes widening. He revealed the answer word by word. This means that the nest where they were born is now the most vulnerable area in terms of defense. The real way to survive is neither to hide like a rat nor to fight to the death with those ever-evolving demon hunters. The key lies in counterattacking. Li An walked up to Lin Qian and pulled her up from the ground. So, we're going to those demon hunters' lairs. All the demon hunters have come out, and the place is empty. Maybe the so-called final boss is just a weak, trashy zombie that can control those demon hunters? Or perhaps that fleshy cocoon nest is the final boss. Chapter 36, Stealth in the Shadows. Go to the nest. Zhao Dan was the first to react, and she stood up abruptly, tearing away the layer of despair in her eyes. You mean while all the demon hunters are scattered out hunting down the survivors, we should just take down their lair? Right! Ang Li slammed the iron rod on the ground. The sound wasn't loud, but every word struck the hearts of everyone present. The system's reward mechanism is clearly stated. Dealing damage to the final boss will earn you a rare treasure chest, and completing the kill will grant you an even greater super reward. That fleshy cocoon is the boss's true form, or the boss is hiding inside the fleshy cocoon. The demon hunters are the soldiers it hatches. Once all the soldiers are sent out, the generals will inevitably be left vulnerable. This is our only chance. Lin Qian was still sitting on the ground, her hand supporting her on the cold tile floor, her fingertips slightly white. She didn't speak immediately, but closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The screams outside the window grew even closer. Some people were crying out, some were begging for mercy, and there was the dull thud of flesh being torn apart. Lin Qian opened her eyes and stood up. "Let's go." Her voice was still trembling, but there was no hesitation in her tone. "Since we're going to die anyway, if we hide here, we might as well take a gamble." Shu Tong wiped the tears and sweat from her face with her sleeve and stood up, leaning against the wall. Shujia gripped Zhao Dan's clothes, her lips pressed into a thin line, and nodded vigorously. No one was talking nonsense anymore. Li An pulled up the city map he had memorized in the control room of the shelter and quickly calculated the distance. The straight-line distance from the shopping mall to the tallest building in the city center is about 2 kilometers, but it can't travel in a straight line. The streets were teeming with demon hunters and their prey. To cross them head on would be suicide. Zhao Dan exists. Zhao Dan immediately got into the zone. How far can your mental detection reach? If used continuously, it can reach about 80 meters. Zhao Dan answered in a deep voice, but if it is just a short-range pulse scan, the accuracy is higher, and it can determine the volume and speed of the heat source. That is enough. Ang Li had a plan in mind. The demon hunter was 3 meters tall, and its heat signature was extremely obvious, making it impossible for Zhao Dan to hide from it within his detection range. "We'll take the alleyway." Ang Li made the decision quickly. The city has a very high building density. The main roads are lined with residential buildings and shops, with less than 2 meters between them. Someone of Hunter's size simply can't squeeze in. Zhao Dan will continue to scout ahead. I will direct the route from the middle. Lin Qian will bring up the rear, and Shu Tong and Shujia will be sandwiched in the middle. They are not allowed to make a sound or use any light, emitting skills throughout the entire process. When I hear the demon hunter's noise, my first reaction is to stick to the wall and stay still until it passes before I move on. Everyone remember one thing? Ang Li's gaze swept across the faces of the 4 people one by one. From now until we enter that building, we are not warriors, we are rats. A rat doesn't need courage, it just needs to survive and crawl into its hole. Do you understand? 4 voices rang out almost simultaneously. Understood. Ang Li didn't delay any longer. He led the way, scaling the broken glass curtain wall on the 2nd floor of the mall, stepping on the air conditioner units on the exterior wall to jump onto the rain shelter on the 1st floor, and then landing lightly. The 4 girls followed one after another. After several days of intense fighting, their basic physical fitness has far surpassed that of ordinary people, and this level of climbing is no longer a problem for them. The moment it landed, a strong, nauseating smell of blood hit me. Ang Li frowned, but didn't stop. He hunched over and moved quickly along the wall, turning into the first narrow alley next to the mall. The alley is very narrow, with the exterior walls of residential buildings on both sides and clothes racks, and rusty iron pipes crisscrossing overhead. There was no moonlight, no streetlights. The only light source was the dark red reflection of distant firelight on the clouds. Zhao Dan walked at the front, her hands slightly raised, her mental energy spreading forward in pulses like sonar. No heat source 60 meters ahead, she lowered her voice to report. Walk. The 5 people crouched low, their steps extremely light, and quickly advanced along the alley. Everything went smoothly when we passed through the first alley. As they passed through the second alley, Zhao Dan suddenly stopped, raised her right hand, and clenched it into a fist. This is the pre-arranged signal. Stop. Everyone instantly pressed themselves against the wall and remained motionless. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Dan's forehead, and his lips moved slightly. 40 meters to the right front, on the main road, a demon hunter. It is moving. The speed is very fast. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion. The sound of a heavy object slamming into the ground came from the direction of the alley entrance, accompanied by a gust of air carrying a foul, fishy odor. It was the wind pressure created by the demon hunter as he ran. The ground is shaking. The walls were shaking. Dust fell in clumps from the exterior walls of the buildings on both sides. Li An pressed one hand on Lin Qian's shoulder behind him, while the other hand braced against the wall, his body taut like a bow. The footsteps grew closer. They were so close they could hear the hissing sound of air coming from deep inside the demon hunter's trachea with each breath. Then, the massive gray figure flashed past the alley entrance. It didn't slow down, didn't turn around, and didn't even glance at the narrow alley. It is chasing something. The scream of that thing came from a distance, 3 seconds later, and then stopped abruptly. Ang Li waited for 10 seconds to make sure the footsteps had completely disappeared. Walk. The five continued their advance. As they turned the third alley, Ang Li led the group through the ground floor passage of a residential building, the exit of which led to a relatively wide street. They had to cross the street to enter the alley on the other side and continue forward. Ang Li poked half his head out and observed for 3 seconds. All the vehicles on both sides of the street were overturned, and several were burning, the flames turning the entire street a dark red. There was blood on the ground, lots of blood, one beach, 2 beaches, connected in a continuous stretch. In the firelight, the dark liquid looked as if it were seeping from the road surface itself. Pass through quickly, don't look at the ground. Li An gave the order in a low voice. He was the first to dash out, hunching over as he rushed across the street, which was more than 20 meters wide. Lin Qian followed closely behind, Shu Tong pulled Shu Jia along, and Zhao Dan brought up the rear. Shu Jia did not listen to Li An. As she ran through the middle of the street, her gaze involuntarily fell on a corpse on the roadside. That wasn't a complete corpse. Their upper bodies were lying on the curb, dressed in the same coarse cloth clothes as the others, with their hands still in a crawling posture. The lower half of the body is gone. The spine was exposed from the broken point at the waist, stark white. Shu Jia froze for a moment, her stomach churning, and she almost vomited. Zhao Dan grabbed her by the back of her collar and dragged her into the alleyway across the street. Don't he look? Zhao Dan. His voice was low but forceful. Remember what Ang Li said. We are mice. Chapter 37 Beneath the Nest. Shu Jia. Didn't he say anything, but bit her lower lip tightly and followed the group in front. Every minute of the journey that followed felt like walking on a knife's edge. Zhao Dan conducted 17 mental pulse probes, making accurate judgments each time. Proceed, stop, detour, or stick to the wall. She bled twice from her nose, wiped it away haphazardly with her sleeve, and continued exploring. Ang Li directed the route from the middle, comparing the map he remembered with the actual terrain one by one. On 3 occasions, the alleyway was blocked by collapsed buildings, and he quickly found an alternative route which took him nearly 400 meters longer. Lin Qian was always at the very back. Her left hand always gripped the short sword imbued with dark blue energy, while her right hand rested on Shu Tong's shoulder, both to protect him and to draw a bit of warmth from him. Along the way, they did not encounter the demon hunter's head. And again, but they heard it. I heard a lot. At the end of the 4th alley, they heard a man frantically pounding on a door on the other side of the wall, yelling, "Open the door. Please open the door." Then came a loud bang. The banging on the door stopped. In the middle of the 7th alley, they heard someone crying. It was a girl's voice, calling out a name intermittently. The sound lasted for about 10 seconds before being replaced by a sharp cracking sound of bones breaking. Shu Tong covered her mouth, tears silently rolling down her cheeks. Nobody stopped. No one looked back. Ang Li walked ahead, his back straight and his steps steady, like an emotionless navigation instrument, precisely guiding the 4 people through the gaps between death. But his right hand was trembling slightly. The residual Yang Sword energy on the iron rod flickered with his emotions, casting dancing spots of crimson light on the walls of the narrow alley. 23 minutes. This is the actual time they spent getting from the mall to the bottom of the city center building. When Ang Li led the 4 girls out of the last alley and saw the skyscraper standing in the very center of the city, everyone was stunned for a moment. This building is much taller than all the surrounding buildings. The glass curtain wall on the exterior is shattered in large areas, exposing the steel structure, resembling the skeleton of a giant that has been skinned. The enormous oval-shaped fleshy cocoon on the rooftop still occupies the highest point, with countless dark red pipes hanging down from its cracked shell, spreading down the building's exterior walls like roots sinking into the ground. Liquid seeping from the cracks in the fleshy cocoon was slowly dripping down the outer wall, forming a dark puddle tens of meters in diameter at the base of the building. A cloying, rotten smell permeated the air. Li An glanced at the system panel. The last 30 minutes arrive. He took a deep breath and turned to the 4 girls. The 4 faces were etched with fatigue and tension. Zhao Dan still had dried bloodstains on both sides of her nose. Shu Tong's eyes were red and swollen. Jie's lips were bitten until they bled, and Lin Qian's face was pale, but there was no sign of backing down in her peach blossom eyes. The main entrance to the building is on the north side. We'll start from... Ang Li didn't finish his sentence. Zhao Dan suddenly turned her head, her expression changing drastically. There is someone there. Ang Li's pupils contracted. He followed Zhao Dan's gaze from the east entrance of the building. A 4-person team is rapidly approaching from behind the ruins. Leading the way was a bald man with dense black lines wrapped around his right arm. With each step he took, the pebbles beneath his feet would be shaken apart by some invisible force. Almost simultaneously, to the southwest of the building, another team emerged from a collapsed office building. The leader was a tall woman who held a military dagger she had somehow acquired, the blade still dripping blood. Further south, at the end of the street, the silhouettes of a third team could be faintly seen in the firelight. The number of people was unknown, but they were moving at a very fast pace, with a clear purpose. 3 teams, 3 directions. They all converged on the same building. Ang Li's fingers slowly tightened, and the surface of the iron rod began to glow with a dark red heat. Lin Qian leaned closer to him, her voice extremely low. Did other teams come up with the same method? Someone who has survived the demon hunter's slaughter to this day, and is even actively running towards the lair. Ang Li didn't finish his sentence. He didn't need to finish speaking. Zhao Dan finished his sentence for him, her voice as cold as a knife. None of them are easy to deal with. Ang Li gripped the iron rod tightly, took a half step back, and used his body to completely block the 4 girls behind him. 3 teams from 3 directions, like 3 unsheathed swords, simultaneously held to each other's necks. The first team to stop was the one on the east side. The bald man stopped 30 meters from the building entrance, the dense black lines on his right arm twitching slightly. 3 men followed behind him, one carrying a steel pipe, one carrying a fire axe, and the other empty-handed, but his eyes kept darting around as if he were calculating something. The team heading southwest then stopped. The tall woman leading the group tucked her military dagger back into her waistband, crossed her arms, and leaned against a fallen lamppost. Behind her were 3 other people, 3 girls, each with a different expression. But their positions were carefully chosen, maintaining an arm's length distance from each other so they could easily separate. The team from the south was the last to appear. There were 4 men, all of whom were dressed in coarse cloth clothes stained with dark dirt, making it impossible to tell whether it was mud or blood. Leading the way was a tall, thin man wearing a pair of broken glasses he'd picked up from who knows where. His gaze behind the lenses was extremely sharp. 16 people, 4 teams. Everyone stopped within a 50-meter radius of the building, and no one took another step forward. Quiet. That kind of silence is more unbearable than any roar. The screams in the distance had become sparse, indicating that there were very few survivors left in the city who could still run. The howls of demon hunters occasionally drifted from several blocks away, deep and drawn out, as if announcing the ownership of their territory. Everyone is waiting. Wait for others to speak first. The tall woman made the first move. She straightened up from the lamppost, tilted her head slightly towards Li, and glanced at the 4 girls behind him, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. A man with 4 women, and he is still alive. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly through the empty ruins. You're quite capable. Ang Li did not respond. The woman didn't care. She shifted her gaze from Li An to the bald man to the east, and the bespectacled man to the south, her voice becoming crisp and clear. Stop pretending. Nobody came here for a stroll. She pointed to the building above her head. The demon hunters have all gone out. The lair is empty. What you've thought of, I've thought of too. We're all smart people. There's no need to waste time down there. The bald man snorted coldly, and the black lines on his right arm began to writhe even faster. What are you trying to say? Chapter 38, Survival Rules in the Stairwell. I don't want to say anything. The woman shrugged. I just want to confirm one thing. Her gaze swept across the 4 teams before finally settling on Ang Li. Each goes their own way. Each enters their own door. Whoever gets to the top floor first makes the first move. Life or death is irrelevant, and no one will be held accountable. Is it okay? The moment those words were spoken, the tension in the air eased slightly. It wasn't because of trust, but because the proposal was pragmatic enough. 16 people, 4 teams. Their strength and trump cards are unknown. Fighting a chaotic battle in front of the final boss consumes your physical strength and abilities, but the only benefit is the fleshy callus on your head. It would be better to go upstairs separately and rely on each other's abilities." The bald man was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. The bespectacled man on the south side pushed up his shattered glasses frame without saying a word. But his three teammates behind him had already begun to adjust their positions and move closer to the fire escape on the south side of the building. It was accepted by default. Ang Li didn't say a single word from beginning to end. He simply stood there, the iron rod upright in front of him, a faint reddish light flickering on its surface, like a fuse that could ignite at any moment. The woman glanced at him a couple more times, seemingly surprised by his silence, but didn't press him for details. "That is settled, then." The woman turned and led her three-person team toward the emergency exit on the west side of the building. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, and he didn't even glance back. The bald man also moved, leading his team to circle around to the east. The group led by the bespectacled man was the most decisive, having already disappeared into the shadows of the south entrance. In less than 2 minutes, only Ang Li and 4 girls remained on the open ground at the bottom of the building. "Walk." Ang Li spoke in a low voice and led the way toward the main entrance on the north side of the building. The revolving door at the main entrance had long since fallen off, and the tempered glass was shattered all over the floor. The hall was dark and filled with a damp, musty smell. Walk through the lobby and find the fire escape staircase on the north side. Lian opened the fire door, probed inside with the iron rod in his hand, and after confirming that there was nothing amiss, stepped inside first. It was darker inside the stairwell than outside. The emergency lights had long since run out of power. The only source of light was the faint glow of firelight filtering through the cracks in some broken windows on several floors. A layer of dust had accumulated on the cement steps, and there were dark marks on the walls that had dried long ago, the kind that looked like they had been rubbed on and dragged downwards. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. The sound of 5 people's footsteps was amplified in the enclosed stairwell, mingling with their heavy breathing, making it particularly jarring. When they reached the 4th floor, Lin Qian quickened her pace and moved closer to Ang Li. I have a question. Explain." Lin Qian lowered her voice and glanced down at the stairs behind her to make sure no one was following her. What that woman said earlier made a lot of sense. Everyone should go their own way and not interfere with each other. But what I don't understand is, she paused. Why not concentrate our efforts and go up together? Li did not stop and continued climbing. Isn't it better for 16 people to fight the boss together than 4 or 5? Even if we don't trust each other, we can at least let them go first, wear down the boss once, and then we can pick up the rest. Lin Qian spoke very quickly, as if she had mustered up her courage for a long time before asking these questions. Or we could do the other way around. Let them watch us fight, and then we can substitute players when things get tough. Rotating and wearing them down is always better than each of us fighting our own battles, right? Do you think they would agree to this proposal? Lian asked. Give it a try. No, it won't. Ang Li's voice was very flat. Think again. What did that woman actually say just now? Lin Qian was stunned for a moment. She said we should each go our own way and not interfere with each other. Yes, what else did she say? Whether they live or die, we will not pursue the matter further. Anything else? Lin Qian frowned, carefully recalling the conversation she had just had, and suddenly realized something. She didn't mention a reward. That is right. Lian stepped onto the 5th platform, stopped, and looked back at Lin Qian. In the dim light of the fire escape, his face was half lit and half shadowed, and his expression was cold. 4 teams, 16 people stood at the bottom of the boss's lair for 2 minutes. Everyone knows what the system rewards are? Dealing damage to the boss will get you a rare treasure chest, and completing the kill will get you an even greater reward. But no one has mentioned it. Why? Lin Qian stopped in her tracks. Zhao Dan, who was walking behind, also stopped. Her brow twitched slightly. She had already vaguely guessed the answer. Because there is only one reward. Ang Li continued walking upstairs, his voice echoing in the stairwell. The system said that you will receive a super reward for completing the kill. The killer is not a participant. 16 people teaming up to defeat a boss. What happens after they're done? Who gets the reward? You think that bald guy will give the super reward to that guy with glasses? You think that woman will share the rare treasure chest with us? Without any contracts, without any constraints, and with the strength of each side unknown. There is only one outcome when merging teams. Ang Li raised the iron rod and pointed it to the top of his head. When fighting the boss, we hold back our strength, afraid that we will run out of energy first, and be killed by our teammates. After the boss died, the 16 people fought amongst themselves over the loot, resulting in a bloodbath. Even before the boss dies, someone will attack their own allies first, eliminating the competitors first. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck everyone's eardrums. That woman is a smart woman. Her suggestion to go their separate ways was not because she was magnanimous, but because she knew better than anyone else present that if they joined forces, she would be the first to die. Going upstairs separately is actually the safest way, because as long as we're not on the same path, we don't need to be wary of being stabbed in the back. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Whoever gets to the top first gets to fight first. If they win, they take the reward. If they lose, they can only blame themselves. This is the law of the apocalypse. Li An paused for a moment. Without referees, without rules, and without any force that can guarantee that a temporary ally won't stab you in the back of the head the moment you turn around. So don't cooperate. At the very least, don't cooperate with people you can't control. The stairwell was silent for several seconds. There was only the sound of 10 pairs of feet stepping on the cement steps. Lin Qian didn't speak again. She curled her fingers, lowered her head, and followed Li An's steps. The blood stains on both sides of Zhao Dan's nose hadn't been wiped clean yet, but her eyes had changed. The subtle change was hard to describe in words. The childlike innocence deep in his pupils faded a little. Xu Tong, who was walking in the middle, subconsciously shrank her neck and leaned closer to Li An after hearing these words. Xu Jia kept tugging at Li An's clothes from the first floor until now. Her hand has never let go. The building has a total of 32 floors. The climbing process is tedious, depressing, and lengthy. With each floor you go up, the cloying rotten smell in the air grows stronger. Chapter 39, The Flesh and Blood Nest. The higher you go, the dimmer the light becomes in the hallway. The dry, dark marks on the wall layered upon each other, evolving from scattered spots into large splatter, like graffiti. These stains had long since turned black and hardened, emitting a musty, rusty smell. The situation worsened as they passed through the 12th and 15th floors. The 2 fire doors were completely destroyed. The heavy metal doors were deformed from the inside by some kind of brute force, and a horrifying arc was dented in the center. The hinge was broken at the base, leaving only half attached to the door frame, teetering on the verge of collapse. Li An stopped and gently tapped the broken door panel with an iron rod. The friction of metal produced a harsh, screeching sound. The cut edges were jagged, with a few wisps of dry black hair still clinging to them. The damage was concentrated about 30 centimeters below the door lock. Li An squatted down and used an iron rod to measure the size of the dent. This means the monster is about waist, high to an adult, short in stature, but with surprisingly great explosive power. If it is a social creature, then Baldy and his crew are in for a lot of trouble. Lin Qian took a closer look, and her stomach churned. She quickly covered her mouth and nose and took 2 steps back. Imagining hordes of short, stocky monsters rushing at her, she couldn't help but shudder. Don't let your bad luck come true. This is a reasonable inference. Ang Li stood up and dusted off his hands. The first rule of survival in the apocalypse is to always think of things as worse than they actually are. That way, when disaster really strikes, you won't even be unable to find the right way to escape. The group proceeded to the 17th floor. A jumble of noises came from afar. The sound was coming from the stairwell in another direction. Even through the load-bearing wall, the sounds were still clearly audible. That was the sound of leather boots slamming hard against the concrete steps. A rapid, desperate, and frantic sound, far more reckless than their climbing. The people on the bald guy's side. Ang Li assessed the location but did not stop. On the 22nd floor, Zhao Dan suddenly raised her hand. Someone stopped in the stairwells in other directions. Which direction? Li An asked. West side. The group of tall women. How long has it been stopped? About 30 seconds. Zhao Dan closed his eyes, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. It is starting to move again, continuing upwards. Ang Li offered no comment and continued climbing. However, he moved his right hand 2 inches forward to grip the iron rod, placing it in a more comfortable position to exert force. 25 floors, 28 floors, 30 floors. The air became viscous, and each breath felt like inhaling some kind of warm liquid. The temperature was also rising. The exhaustion from climbing 30 floors, coupled with the sweltering heat, left everyone drenched in sweat on the platform on the 31st floor. Zhao Dan spoke again. The other 3 teams are all above the 30th floor. The closest one to us is on the northeast side, about 40 meters away, with a load-bearing wall in between. The furthest one is due south, almost up to the 32nd floor. Ang Li nodded. The fastest team is the one on the south side with glasses. The fastest speed indicates the most urgent need. The most eager person is often the first to reveal their hand. Ang Li paused briefly on the platform on the 31st floor, waiting for the four girls to catch their breath a little. The last floor. He looked at the last section of stairs in front of him. There were freshwater stains on the rusty handrail. It is not water. It is a transparent liquid with a faint fluorescence. It seeped out from the crack in the door above and flowed slowly down the edge of the steps. Ang Li reached out, dipped his finger in the water, and smelled it. His brows furrowed. He didn't say what it was. Once we get up there, everyone stay close to me. Don't get separated, and don't make a sound. Don't make a sound when you see anything. He glanced at Shuja. Shuja bit her lower lip tightly and nodded. Ang Li took a deep breath, used the iron rod in his right hand, and pushed open the fire door on the 32nd floor with his left. The door hinge emitted a piercing scream. Behind the door was an extremely wide corridor. The corridor leads to the rooftop terrace, where the fire door has completely disappeared, replaced by a huge hole filled with dark red fleshy tissue. The pipes hanging down from the fleshy cocoon on the rooftop densely penetrated the ceiling and walls of the entire 32nd floor, like the roots of some parasitic organism, completely transforming this floor into part of its nest. The corridor floor was covered with a layer of viscous, transparent liquid that made a sticky, teeth-grinding sound when stepped on. A strong, suffocating stench wafted over. The view from the top floor made everyone hold their breath. The corridor on the 32nd floor, there are no marble floors, no metal ceilings, and no glass partitions. As far as the eye could see, everything was covered by thick, dark red fleshy tissue. The walls, ceiling, and floor form a nauseating whole. It feels soft and yielding when you step on it. You'll sink into it. A layer of transparent mucus covers the surface, and stepping on it produces a sticky sound. The air was filled with a cloyingly bitter smell of blood. Shujia's legs went weak on the spot. She clung tightly to Ang Li's left arm, burying her face in his clothes, not daring to look around. Lin Qian stood close to Li An's right, gripping the dark blue energy short sword tightly in her hand, her body trembling involuntarily. Shu Tong and Zhao Dan stood behind Li An, the two of them close together, leaning almost all their weight on Li An's back. Driven by their instincts of extreme fear, the four girls completely abandoned all restraint and tried to maximize their physical contact with Ang Li. Ang Li did not push them away. On the contrary, he desperately needs this contact. A continuous stream of pure yin energy surged into Li An's body through the arms, shoulders, and backs of the four people. The physical exertion from climbing 32 floors and the muscle soreness from the previous battle quickly subsided under the cleansing effect of this energy. Ang Li's face, which had been pale from exhaustion, regained its color. The crimson yang sword energy on the chipped iron rod in his hand ignited again, even more dazzling than before. Li An raised the iron rod, aimed it at a thick strip of meat hanging in mid-air, and swung it directly at it. Laugh. The extremely hot iron rod cuts through the meat tissue, producing a sizzling sound like roasting meat. Dark red blood gushed from the cut, splattering onto the slimy floor and emitting a pungent white smoke. No monsters jumped out. Apart from that nauseatingly sticky sound, there was no other noise in the entire corridor. "Where is the boss?" Lin Qian lowered her voice, which was filled with panic. "Have no idea." Ang Li stared at the broken tube that was still dripping blood, and did not make any rash moves. Chapter 40. The core brain. A series of chaotic footsteps came from the direction of the stairwell. The bald man was the first to step into the corridor. He lost his footing and stepped on a puddle of slime, sliding forward half a meter and nearly falling flat on his face. He steadied himself, and after taking in his surroundings, the fat on his face twitched violently. "Damn it, what the hell is this place?" the bald man cursed, and the black lines on his right arm began to writhe violently. The tall woman came up with her three subordinates. She glared at the bald man. "Shut up, as if you're afraid the things here can't hear you." The last one to come up was the tall, thin guy with glasses. He pushed up the shattered picture frame and, without a word, led the people to the left side of the corridor. 16 people, 4 teams. They were all crammed into this 32nd floor, which had been completely transformed by flesh and blood. Everyone kept their distance from each other, no one touching anyone else, each clutching a weapon and cautiously surveying their surroundings. The bald man ordered his men to use fire axes to chop the chunks of flesh off the wall. The tall woman squatted on the ground and used a dagger to pick up the transparent sticky substance for examination. Everyone is looking for the so-called final boss. Ang Li ignored them. He stood there, his gaze fixed on the fleshy tube he had severed. The blood is still flowing. but it doesn't flow continuously, rather, it surges out in bursts. Ang Li turned to look at the wall. The walls of the entire corridor were pulsating rhythmically. Contraction, expansion, contraction, expansion. The frequency was slow, but extremely stable, like the heartbeat of some enormous creature. Ang Li slowly moved his gaze along the path of those thick pipes. He noticed a detail. These pipes did not grow haphazardly. They intertwined inside the walls, eventually converging at a corner at the far right end of the corridor. That corner was originally where the CEO's office was located. Now, the double wooden doors there are completely gone, replaced by a wall of flesh and blood that is more than twice as thick as the walls elsewhere. The pulsation frequency there was also the strongest in the entire corridor. Ang Li turned around and patted Zhao Dan on the shoulder. "Come with me." He lowered his voice and, leading 4 girls, slowly moved towards that corner, hugging the right side of the wall. Lin Qian, Shu Tong, and Shu Jia understood each other perfectly. The 3 of them deliberately spread out a bit and used their bodies to block Lai, and An Zhao Dan cutting off the other 3 teams' view of their side. I walked up to that thick wall of flesh and blood. Ang Li brought his lips close to Zhao Dan's ear. "Let's explore behind this wall." Zhao Dan nodded and closed her eyes. An invisible wave of spiritual energy emanated from between her brows and seeped into the cracks in the wall. Only 2 seconds passed. Zhao Dan suddenly opened her eyes, panting heavily, a fine layer of cold sweat seeping from her forehead. "It is empty inside." Zhao Dan's voice was very low, even trembling slightly. "Empty?" Lin Qian was stunned for a moment. "It is not that there is nothing there." Zhao Dan quickly offered an explanation. It was a very large room, and in the very center of the room was a very large heat source. "Alive?" Li An asked. "Alive?" Zhao Dan swallowed. It was throbbing violently, and its heat was frighteningly high, higher than all the monsters we've encountered before combined. Ang Li did not ask any further questions. He glanced back at the other end of the corridor. The bald man was struggling with a wall, the tall woman was still checking the slime on the floor, and the group of men with glasses had reached the far left end of the corridor. No one noticed what was happening on their side, ready to go in. Li An gripped the iron rod with both hands, pouring his pure yang sword energy into it without reservation. The iron rod instantly turned bright red, even faintly emitting a blinding white light, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. Li An aimed at the thick wall of flesh and blood in front of him and forcefully rammed it in. Sizzle! The extreme heat contacted the flesh and blood, instantly producing a piercing explosion. An explosive burnt smell filled the air. Li An gripped the iron rod and slashed downwards with force, melting a hole as tall as a person into the wall. "Enter!" Li An pushed Shu Jia inside. Next came Shu Tong, Lin Qian, and Zhao Dan. The 4 girls moved extremely quickly, almost tumbling and crawling into the hole. Ang Li was the last to slip inside. As he turned around, he reached out and grabbed the edge of the cut flesh, pulling it forcefully towards the center to barely close the large hole back up. The whole process happened extremely quickly. The bald man at the other end of the corridor turned around when he heard the noise, only to see a wisp of white smoke rising from the wall. Ang Li's team has vanished into thin air inside the office. There is no office furniture here. There is no genuine leather sofa, no executive desk. The room was eerily empty. In the very center of the room, something was perched. It was a huge ball of flesh, as tall as a person and more than 2 meters wide. The fleshy mass had a sickly grayish white color. The surface is covered with grooves of varying depths, symmetrical from left to right, divided into 2 hemispheres. This is a human brain magnified countless times. At the base of the brain are hundreds of large blood vessels. These blood vessels are rooted in the floor, extending into the walls, connecting to the outside corridor, and even to the huge fleshy cocoon on the roof. It is pulsating. With each throb, the flesh and blood throughout the room would tremble, emitting a dull thud. This is the boss. Lin Qian's eyes widened, and she almost dropped the dark blue energy short sword in her hand. Shu Jia was so frightened that she couldn't speak, and she clung tightly to Li An's clothes. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this is the one. Ang Li gripped the iron rod tightly and took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the enormous brain seemed to have sensed the presence of the intruder. The thumping stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, dramatic physical changes began to occur in the soft tissues on the surface of the brain. A layer of grayish, white, bony carapace seeped from those grooves, spreading at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, The once soft brain was completely encased in a thick layer of bone armor, transforming it into an indestructible fortress. It has a defense mechanism. Zhao Dan took a step back. Ang Li did not back down. He raised the iron bar in his hand, preparing to smash open the outer shell. Just then, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly rang out from outside the building. The roar pierced through the thick wall of flesh and blood, clearly reaching everyone's ears. It wasn't the screams of the survivors. It was the voice of the demon hunter. Then came the second, third, and fourth sounds. The roars echoed across the city. Moreover, the sound is no longer scattered throughout the city. A large number of demon hunters abandoned their hunts on other people and rushed toward the building. Chapter 41. A chaotic situation of greed. Li An gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands, unleashing the full power of his yang sword energy. The crimson light illuminated the entire empty room of flesh and blood, and the surrounding air was distorted due to the extreme heat. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his arm and slammed it down hard on the enormous brain encased in grayish-white bone armor in front of him. When a piercing metallic clang exploded in the room, the expected scene of the bone armor shattering did not occur. That seemingly rough, grayish, white outer shell was harder than anyone could imagine. The iron rod, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, struck it, but didn't even leave a white mark. An extremely powerful recoil force swept back along the iron rod. Ang Li's hands instantly split open at the base of his thumbs, and blood gushed out. He groaned. His body jolted back 3 steps by the force, a piercing pain shooting through his newly healed sternum. Lin Qian quickly supported him from the side, holding his arm tightly with both hands, and frantically transferred the pure yin energy in her body to him. Not breached? Lin Qian's voice was strained. Ang Li did not answer, his gaze fixed on what was ahead. After being attacked, the giant bone-armored brain did not retaliate. Instead, a faint blue light flashed across its surface, centered on the brain. This faint light formed a visible pulse ripple that penetrated the fleshy walls and rapidly spread outwards from the building. Immediately afterwards, the chaotic howls of demon hunters outside the building changed. The voice became extremely shrill, carrying a sense of frenzied rage. Moreover, this sound was rapidly approaching the building at an alarming speed. Ang Li realized it instantly. This thing has no offensive capabilities whatsoever. It is purely a command center. That pulse was a distress signal it sent after being attacked. It is shaking people, or rather, it is summoning the demon hunters scattered throughout the city to return and defend. Boom. Before Ang Li could give any further instructions, the thick, fleshy wall on the right side of the room was violently smashed open from the outside. Minced meat and slime splattered everywhere. The bald man and his 3 henchmen stormed in. The bald man immediately noticed the enormous skeletal brain in the center of the room, and the countless blood vessels connected to its base. Damn! You guys actually found it first, the bald man cursed, his face contorted violently with extreme excitement. He completely ignored Li An and the other 4 who had retreated to the corner. All his attention was drawn to that enormous brain. The super reward offered by the system was too tempting. The dense black lines on the bald man's right arm writhed wildly, and his entire arm swelled up instantly, his muscles bulging. He conjured out of thin air a massive black hammer, as big as a door panel. His 3 henchmen behind him also drew their weapons, all of them heavy melee equipment, greatswords, maces, and long-handled battle axes. Attack! The first kill is ours! The bald man roared and charged towards the bone armor's brain, his black giant hammer creating a gust of wind as he slammed it down on the side of the brain. At this critical moment, suddenly, a large hole exploded in the fleshy wall on the left side of the room. A surge of extremely cold white vapor rushed in through the hole, instantly freezing the sticky liquid on the ground into frost. The tall woman led her 3 subordinates as they rushed in through the ice. Want to get the first kill? Did you even ask me? The tall woman sneered and quickly formed hand seals. More than a dozen thick ice spikes suddenly appeared in midair, slamming into the bald man's back with a piercing whistling sound. At the same time, the 3 girls behind her also made their move. 3 crimson fireballs, each the size of a wash basin, roared out. Their target not the bone, armored brain, but rather to completely block the bald man's 3 henchmen's charge route. Frost and flames intertwine. Sensing the deadly threat coming from behind, the bald man was forced to twist his waist and abdomen, swinging his black giant hammer to smash the ice spikes in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Ice shards splashed everywhere. The bald man was thrown backward by the enormous impact, and his first kill attempt was completely interrupted. His 3 men were also forced back by the fireball. One of them couldn't dodge in time and was grazed on the shoulder by the fireball. His coarse clothes instantly caught fire, and he rolled on the ground in pain. "You bitch! You're asking for it!" The bald man steadied himself, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the tall woman, his murderous intent fully unleashed. "It is all about skill. Why are you in such a hurry?" The tall woman did not back down, and once again conjured a ball of pulsating electricity in her hand. The 2 teams instantly became tense and on the verge of conflict. In their quest for the kill reward, they abandoned even the boss, and turned their weapons on each other, just when the 2 sides were about to completely break off relations and start fighting. The fleshy wall facing the main entrance of the room melted away silently. A tall, thin man wearing glasses led the group in. He pushed up the shattered glass's frame, and without saying a word, pulled a handful of grayish-white powder from his pocket and forcefully tossed it into the air. Upon contact with air, the powder instantly expanded and transformed into more than a dozen enormous, bizarre hunting dogs covered in pustules. "These hounds have no eyes, only a gaping maw full of fangs. Go," the bespectacled man pointed. A dozen or so pustular hounds split into 3 groups. Some lunged at the bone armor's brain, some at the bald man, and the rest charged directly at the group of tall women. The once spacious CEO office instantly transformed into a chaotic battleground for 3 parties. The giant hammer smashed the ice spikes, the fireball ignited the pustular hound. The hunting dogs were tearing at the man carrying the heavy sword. Sparks flew from the colliding metal, and colorful elemental lights flickered continuously in the room. Extreme heat alternated with frost, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning and a strong stench of blood. These survivors, who were originally struggling to survive in the apocalypse, are now completely blinded by greed. No one cared about the strangeness of the bone, armored brain anymore, nor did anyone wonder why the roars outside the building were getting closer. They only knew one thing: kill the person in front of them, and the boss would be theirs. Along with the super reward, Ang Li and 4 girls hid in a dead corner at the very edge of the room. Shujia was so frightened that she covered her ears tightly and huddled against the wall. Zhao Dan and Shu Tong looked at the chaotic battlefield ahead, and then at the bone, armored brain in the center of the room that had not retaliated. "Lion, they've started fighting, and nobody's taking care of the boss now." Zhao Dan's breathing became rapid, and she gripped the tactical dagger tightly in her hand. "We'll sneak over while things are in disarray. If we can break through that shell, the reward is ours." Shu Tong was also somewhat tempted, and a ball of white light had already been condensed in her hand. "I can buff you guys. Let's speed things up, grab the loot and run." Faced with enormous profits, even the most timid Shu Tong felt a pang of greed. Ang Li stretched out his hands and pressed down hard on Zhao Dan and Shu Tong's shoulders, one on each side. He was very strong, and his grip on their shoulders made their bones crack. "Stay where you are. No one is allowed to move." Ang Li's voice was low, yet it carried an irresistible sense of oppression. But Zhao Dan wanted to argue further. "But what?" Ang Li coldly interrupted her, gesturing with his chin towards the direction of the brawl. "You think that shell is so easy to break? I just attacked with all my might and didn't even leave a mark. What can you do up there? Go and die." Zhao Dan was stunned. She was indeed blinded by greed and completely ignored the fact that Ang Li's previous attack had failed. Chapter 42, The Curtain Wall Shatters, and evil spirits ascend the building. Li An let go of her hand and pulled Lin Qian in front of him so that she could block the view that the people outside might be looking at. Take a closer look at that group of people. Ang Li pointed to the 3 teams that were fighting fiercely. The bald man's arm had been cut open by an ice pick, leaving a deep gash that exposed the bone. One of the tall woman's henchmen had his neck bitten off by a pustular hound, and blood splattered all over the ground. The bespectacled man hid at the very back, constantly summoning new monsters, but his face had turned deathly pale. "They've gone mad." Ang Li's tone was extremely cold, without a trace of sympathy. The system only promised a reward, and didn't even reveal the boss's attributes, yet it turned them into mad dogs biting each other. At this point, whoever touches the brain will become the target of the other 3 parties' combined attacks. Let them fight. The worse they fight, the better. Lin Qian leaned against Li An's chest, listening to these words, and felt a chill run through her body. She turned her head and looked at Li An's calm, almost cold-blooded face, and suddenly felt grateful that she was bound to this man. If it were a bald man or a tall woman, she might already be a corpse on the ground. "So we're just going to stand here and watch?" Lin Qian asked in a low voice. "What if they actually decide a winner and kill the boss?" Ang Li did not answer. He turned his head, his gaze passing over the chaotic battlefield, and stared intently at the entire shattered glass curtain wall on the right side of the room. Outside the curtain wall, the night sky was a dark red. At that moment, an extremely dense teeth, grinding friction sound came from below the glass curtain wall. Sizzle! It was the sound of extremely sharp claws piercing deep into the reinforced concrete of the building's exterior wall, and then forcefully climbing upwards. Not just one. There are hundreds or thousands. The entire exterior wall of the building trembled slightly amidst the intense friction sounds. Ang Li could even feel the floor beneath his feet vibrating. Those demon hunters summoned back by the bone armor brain have given up on taking the stairs. With their terrifying physical abilities, they climb directly up the exterior wall of the building. The speed is astonishing. The three teams, caught up in the chaos, were completely unaware of the commotion outside. The bald man smashed the head of a pustular hound with a hammer, then turned and kicked the tall woman in the stomach. The tall woman spat out a mouthful of blood, slammed her hands onto the ground, and a huge ice wall rose up, cutting the bald man's subordinate in half at the waist. Screams, curses, and explosions completely drowned out the approaching death countdown outside the window. Li An withdrew his gaze, held the iron rod horizontally in front of his chest, and the supreme yang sword qi within his body began to circulate slowly and steadily. He reached out and pulled Shujia up from the ground, then shielded all four girls behind him. Li An? Zhao Dan also heard the noise outside the window, and her face turned pale instantly. Ang Li ignored the group of madmen who were killing each other for the reward, and stared at the broken glass curtain wall outside the window. His voice was as cold as ice. Ignore them, the vengeful ghost is coming up. The friction sound outside the glass curtain wall became increasingly piercing. The entire 32nd floor was shaking. The extremely high-frequency vibrations traveled down the soles of the shoes to the legs, causing the calves to cramp. Ang Li pushed Shujia to the far end of the corner, then took a half-step to the side, using his back to block the view from outside. He held the iron rod horizontally in front of his chest, suppressing the crimson heat emanating from the rod to a minimum. In the center of the room, the three teams, completely blinded by greed for kill rewards, were utterly unaware of the impending doom. The bald man swung his giant black hammer and smashed the ice wall erected by the tall woman. Ice shards were scattered everywhere. He roared and charged forward, the black lines on his right arm spreading to his neck. His whole being in a state of extreme excitement, the tall woman clutched her stomach and backed away, still vomiting blood, while her hands frantically formed hand seals, trying to come up with some other attack method. The tall, thin man with glasses hid on the far edge, his fingers trembling as he controlled the three remaining pustular hounds to bite the bald man's ankle. Go to hell. The bald man kicked the hunting dog over, raised the giant hammer high, and was about to smash it down on the tall woman's head. Right in this very second. Bang. An entire bulletproof glass curtain wall exploded inwards without warning. Countless shards of glass, accompanied by strong winds from high above, poured directly into this empty, fleshy room. The bald man squinted as the strong wind blew, and the giant hammer in his hand paused in midair for half a second. In just half a second, a massive gray shadow darted in from outside the breached curtain wall. It moved so fast that its movements were completely obscured. The dark figure landed, crashing directly in front of the bald man. That was a demon hunter, but they were completely different from the three that Ang Li and his team encountered in the mall. The demon hunter had grown to 4 meters tall, and its originally grayish-white bone armor had turned dark black, covered with barbs. What is even more terrifying are its eyes, which are completely bloodshot and scarlet, exuding a kind of reckless madness. The distress pulse from the bone armor's brain drove these monsters completely mad. The bald man was stunned. He stared at the monster in front of him, which almost reached the ceiling, still not quite understanding what was happening. The demon hunter gave him no time to think. The giant claw covered in bone spurs swept across PFF. Before the bald man could even scream, his upper body was sent flying. His lower body remained standing for 2 seconds before a column of blood, half a meter high, spurted from the incision, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground. The massive black hammer, the size of a door panel, slammed onto the floor with a clang, splashing up a cloud of slimy liquid. There was a brief pause in the room. Cold sweat poured down the tall woman's face. She didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and turned to run towards the corridor. The bespectacled man reacted even faster, abandoning the few cowardly hounds and scrambling under a smashed desk. But it didn't work. The scraping sounds outside continued. The second one, the third one, the fourth one. In just over 10 seconds, a total of 7 evolved berserker demon hunters, jumped in from outside the broken curtain wall. A dull thud came from the direction of the corridor. The demon hunters climbing the stairs were ramming their bodies against the flesh and blood wall that Lian had cut open and then closed again. The entire 32nd floor was completely surrounded by monsters. Grass, Ang Li cursed under his breath. There is no way to hide now. As soon as the 7 demon hunters entered the arena, they began an indiscriminate slaughter without any unnecessary movements. Before the tall woman even reached the door, she was caught up by a demon hunter. The demon hunter bit her shoulder and ripped it off, tearing her entire arm and half of her shoulder off. The tall woman fell to the ground, screaming madly, throwing fireballs wildly, which hit the wall and started up a cloud of white smoke. The bespectacled man, hiding under the desk, was trampled into a bloody pulp by a demon hunter, who stomped on him and the desk together. Those survivors who were originally alive and kicking couldn't even survive a single move against these berserk killing machines. Blood, bits of flesh, and entrails instantly filled most of the room. The intense smell of blood excited the demon hunters even more. They raised their heads and let out sharp roars, then turned their scarlet eyes and began searching for their next target. Soon, the largest of the dark demon hunters set its sights on Li and his group of 5 in the corner. It smelled the scent of a living person. The demon hunter landed on all fours, pushed off the floor with a thud, and his massive body traversed a distance of more than 10 meters, crashing down towards Li An. "Retreat!" Li An shouted. Zhao Dan pulled Shujia and Shu Tong back and forth until they reached a corner with nowhere left to retreat. Li An did not retreat. He gripped the iron rod tightly with both hands, and the supreme yang sword chi within his body circulated wildly, instantly illuminating the entire corner with a crimson light. "Get out of my way." Facing the charging demon hunter, Li An swung his iron rod and smashed it hard against the head. Covered in bone spurs, the iron rod, radiating extreme heat, struck the demon hunter's cheek with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle! The smell of burning flesh filled the air. A gash several centimeters long was cut open in the bone armor on the demon hunter's face, and the dark red blood that had just flowed out was evaporated by the high temperature. But the demon hunters don't care about such damage at all. In their berserk state, they have completely blocked their sense of pain. Despite the intense heat of the iron rod, its enormous claw slammed directly into Li An's chest. Chapter 43. A kiss in desperation, Li An forcibly withdrew the iron rod and held it horizontally in front of his chest to block. Bang! A terrifying force slammed into the iron rod. The rod instantly bent into an exaggerated arc. Ang Li was sent flying by the force, crashing heavily into the bloody wall behind him. Puff! Ang Li opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sternum, which was broken when it was smashed in the maul, had already cracked when it hit the brain just now. Now, after this blow, the bone is completely broken and is embedded directly in the flesh. The gauze wrapped around his chest was instantly soaked with blood, and the red liquid dripped down the hem of his clothes. Ang Li! Lin Qian exclaimed in surprise and quickly ran over to support him with Lin Qian's help. Li An steadied himself, panting heavily. His lungs were filled with the smell of blood, and each breath was accompanied by a tearing pain. "Don't come any closer!" Li An shoved Lin Qian aside and used the iron rod to support his body on the ground. The demon hunter, whose cheek had been cleaved open, had already stood up again, shook its head, and charged forward once more. Not only that, the flesh and blood wall in the direction of the corridor was finally knocked down. 5 more demon hunters squeezed in from the corridor. There are now 12 berserk demon hunters in the room. The bald man and the tall woman are all dead. Now, all the attention of these 12 monsters is focused on the 5 people in the corner. "Shu Tong, start treatment," Li An shouted through gritted teeth. Shu Tong's face was covered in tears, and she raised her hands, desperately trying to squeeze out a little white light. But her mental energy was already exhausted, and the light dissipated into the air as soon as it shone a little. I can't squeeze any more out," Shu Tong cried out. "Zhao Dan, control it." Ang Li gave the order again. Zhao Dan pressed her hands to her temples, blood dripping down her chin. She stared intently at the demon hunter charging at the front, trying to disrupt its balance with her mind. The demon hunter paused for a moment, but only for a moment. The mental resistance in the berserk state was too high. As soon as Zhao Dan's thoughts made contact, they were directly repelled. Zhao Dan's vision went black, and she collapsed to her knees, clutching her head and retching painfully. "Shujia!" Ang Li looked at the little girl. Shujia held up her 2 little hands, her face pale. "Brother Li An, my shield won't come out." Shujia's voice was trembling. The cooldown time for absolute defense is as long as 30 days. Now, apart from being physically stronger than ordinary people, she has no means of defense at all. The entire team was in dire straits. The healer is out of mana, crowd control is exhausted, and the main tank's skills are on cooldown. All the pressure fell on Ang Li alone. The demon hunters had already rushed to within 5 meters of them. The nauseating, fishy stench hit my face directly. Ang Li took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the sharp pain in his chest. He drew out all the Yang Sword energy from his body, and the red light on the iron rod lit up again, but it was noticeably dimmer than before. He is at his last gasp. Get behind me, Lian said without turning his head, his voice hoarse. Lin Qian did not move. She stood behind Ang Li, watching the man's shoulders tremble slightly from the pain, and his clothes soaked with cold sweat and blood on his back. 12 demon hunters. Even if Ang Li were made of iron, he would absolutely not be able to walk out of here alive today. Either kill all these guys, or kill the brain that has been hiding inside the bone armor. But now, they can't even handle a single demon hunter, let alone break through the brain's defensive shell. Lin Qian bit her lip, a resolute glint flashing in her peach blossom eyes. She took a step forward and pressed herself against Ang Li's back. Ang Li, Lin Qian's voice was low but steady. What are you doing? Back up. Lian didn't turn his head, staring intently at the approaching monster ahead. Is your ultimate move still usable? Lin Qian asked quickly. Lian was stunned for a moment. He knew what Lin Qian was talking about. Earlier in the cellar, 4 girls hugged him at the same time, instantly filling him with pure yin energy and triggering the hidden state called bursting with yang energy. Within 10 seconds, there is a 300% chance of a critical hit, ignoring any material defense. If he were in that state, he was confident he could smash the tortoise shell containing that bone, armored brain with a single blow. Once the command center dies, these berserk demon hunters will definitely fall into chaos, and that will be their only way out. But the problem is, I don't know, Ang Li answered quickly, speaking at an extremely fast pace. The panel doesn't show the cooldown time for that status, so I don't know if it can still be triggered now. Lin Qian fell silent. She looked ahead. The largest of the dark demon hunters had already raised its claws, its crimson eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. In 2 seconds at most, that claw will slap Lian on the head. Lin Qian looked somewhat hesitant. She was a very conservative girl. Even in the apocalypse, even when she had to have physical contact with Ang Li in order to survive, she always held on to her last line of defense. But now, even the bottom line can't save lives. The efficiency of the transmission of pure yin energy depends on the depth of contact. Hugs can replenish mana, but if you want to break through the critical point in an instant and trigger that unreasonable critical strike state, ordinary contact is simply not enough. We need to be more direct and go deeper. The enormous bone claw was already crashing down with a whoosh. Lin Qian suddenly hugged Zhao Xian, and before Zhao Xian could react, she kissed him on the lips. Zhao Dan, clutching a tactical dagger, froze in the corner. She didn't even notice the blood dripping from her nose down her chin onto her collarbone. Her mind was completely blank. The tiny bit of white light that Shutong had just managed to condense dissipated directly in his palm. She stared blankly ahead, completely unable to comprehend the scene before her. Zhujia was so frightened that she quickly covered her eyes with her hands, but her fingers were spread wide apart, her dark eyes darting around, her face full of astonishment. A life or death situation. The 12 berserk demon hunters were already pressed against his face. The enormous, bone-armored brain was still frantically summoning monsters, ready to crush them into mincemeat at any moment. These two actually kissed at this moment. What kind of outrageous operation is this? Zhao Dan blinked hard to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. She turned to look at Shutong and found that Shutong also had a look of disbelief. What are they doing? Shutong stammered as she asked. Charge? Zhao Dan swallowed hard and gave a very hardcore explanation. Lion's abnormal profession requires pure yin energy to unleash its power. Shujia peeked through her fingers, her little face flushed, and muttered softly, But before in the cellar, a hug would have been enough. Why did you have to kiss me? The 3 girls couldn't understand the logic behind this behavior at all, but Ang Li's feelings are completely different. Now, the moment Lin Qian's lips touched his, Lian's mind went blank for a moment. He never expected that this usually arrogant school beauty, who would glare at him for ages even if he just touched her hand, would actually make such a bold move in this desperate situation. But immediately afterward, the immense pure yin energy overwhelmed all his distracting thoughts. This energy traveled through the lips and teeth, then rushed down the throat and directly into the dantian. The previously nearly depleted supreme yang sword qi instantly became abundant again, and continued to rise at a frenzied rate. This energy is too vast and too pure. The impact of the four of them hugging tightly before couldn't compare to the impact of this deep contact. Now, on my retina, the system panel started flashing wildly. Extremely pure yin energy has been detected. The current concentration of pure yin energy has exceeded the critical value. Hidden status overflowing yang energy activated. Status boost. Strength increased by 300%, constitution increased by 300%, and neural reaction speed increased by 300%. Passive effect. For the next 10 seconds, attacks will have a 100% chance of landing a critical hit, ignoring physical defense and energy resistance of any material. Chapter 44, Blazing White Street Reich. The end of the dungeon. Ang Li felt as if all the muscles in his body were tearing, rebuilding, and swelling. The intense, throbbing pain made him want to smash everything in front of him to pieces. He resisted the urge to push Lin Qian away. He needed to compress the supreme yang sword energy within his body to its limit in order to ensure that the subsequent killing blow would be foolproof. Lin Qian's movements were awkward, and even trembled noticeably. Her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes trembled violently, and she clung tightly to Ang Li's neck, transferring all her energy to him without reservation. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. She had no idea how to kiss, and was just instinctively getting close to him. She could feel that Ang Li's lips were very dry and had a strong smell of blood, but she didn't back down. Instead, she tightened her grip on her arms even more. About 3 seconds passed. Lin Qian suddenly opened her eyes, seemingly only then realizing what an extremely absurd thing she had just done in front of her 3 roommates. Her face instantly turned bright red. Even her earlobes were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She shoved Li An away, hurriedly covered her mouth, and staggered back to the corner of the wall, not daring to look at Li An even once. You hurry up! Lin Qian's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, and it carried a sense of utter shame and indignation. Ang Li didn't have time to savor the sensation he had just experienced. The instant Lin Qian pushed him away, the 3 berserk demon hunters at the forefront leaped high into the air. The enormous claws, covered in bone spurs and emitting a pungent, fishy stench, were less than half a meter from Li An's head. The strong wind pressure generated by the claws stung Li An's cheeks. Zhao Dan and Shu Tong exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Ang Li suddenly raised his head. His eyes had turned bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart by his bulging muscles, and strips of cloth hung on his shoulders. The bent, chipped iron rod in his hand suddenly burst forth with an intensely blinding white light. It wasn't crimson, but blazing white. The temperature was too high, and the sword energy was too concentrated, causing a qualitative change from a quantitative one. The surrounding air was severely distorted by the high temperature, creating ripples that made even breathing feel scalding hot. Die! Ang Li let out a wild beast-like roar. He didn't take a single step back, but stomped his right foot hard on the floor. The immense force stomped a deep crater into the fleshy floor of the 32-story building, and more than a dozen cracks spread out around the crater. Using the reaction force, he was propelled directly out. Engage your core muscles and transmit the power along your spine to your right arm. The triple power boost was unleashed without reservation at this moment. Facing the 3-4-meter-tall demon hunters that pounced down, Li An swung his iron rod and slashed it fiercely from below. The huge difference in size seemed meaningless at this moment. There was no metallic clanging sound. There was no sense of hindrance whatsoever. The blazing white crescent-shaped sword energy detached from the iron rod and sliced through the air. The moment the sword energy was unleashed, a sonic boom echoed through the air. A roar produced when speed and power exceeded physical limits. The blazing white light instantly dispelled all the darkness and bloodshed in the room. The light was so bright that Zhao Dan and Shu Tong instinctively closed their eyes. Even the crimson eyes of those ferocious demon hunters were momentarily blinded by the intense light. The 3 berserk demon hunters at the forefront were as fragile as paper in the face of this sword energy. A flash of blazing white light, the 3 demon hunters froze in midair. The next second, he was neatly split in 2 from head to toe. No blood spurted from the incision. The extreme heat evaporated all their blood and internal organs into nothingness the moment they were cut open. The 2 halves of the body crashed heavily to the ground, turning into charred remains. But the power of the sword energy did not diminish at all. This 10-meter-long, blazing white sword energy, with its overwhelming momentum, swept across most of the room. The target was the enormous brain in the center of the room, encased in grayish-white bone armor. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out on the 32nd floor. The entire building shook violently from the impact. The gray-white bone armor, which couldn't even leave a mark from a full-force strike of an iron rod, shattered instantly under the absolute critical hit of bursting yang energy. Large chunks of bone armor flew everywhere, smashing into the walls and creating large craters. The sword energy cut into the brain without any hindrance. The grayish-white tissue melted under the high temperature, and the dark red liquid instantly vaporized. The enormous bone, armored brain was split in two, completely cleaved in two. The two halves of the brain fell to the left and right, hitting the floor with a dull thud. The countless blood vessels at the bottom withered and broke instantly, turning grayish-black and shattering inch by inch. The beating of my brain came to an abrupt halt. The moment the command center was destroyed, the remaining 9 berserk demon hunters in the room simultaneously let out extremely shrill screams. They gave up attacking, covered their heads, and rolled around on the ground frantically. Immediately afterwards, an incredible physical change occurred. The monsters' bodies began to shrivel rapidly, their bone armor fell off, and their flesh rotted away. In just a few seconds, the 12 demon hunters, along with the enormous brain in the center of the room, were all reduced to grayish-white powder. The powder fluttered down in mid-air and landed on the slime covering the ground. The room fell into complete silence. There were no shouts, no fighting, and even the sounds of impacts outside the building disappeared. Ang Li stood still, maintaining his swinging stance, panting heavily. A wheezing sound came from his lungs. The blazing white light on the iron rod slowly faded, and it returned to being a tattered metal rod. His muscles gradually returned to their normal shape. The feeling of weakness, as if all strength had been drained, surged up instantly. The backlash after the Yangqi burst state ended was extremely severe. His legs buckled, and he knelt on one knee, using the iron rod to support his body. Ang Li! Ignoring her earlier embarrassment and anger, Lin Qian was the first to rush over and grab his arm. She looked at the reopened wound on Li An's chest, and tears streamed down her face. Shu Tong, Zhao Dan, and Shu Jia quickly gathered around. The 4 girls looked at the grayish-white powder all over the ground, and then at Li and kneeling on the ground, and felt an extremely unreal feeling. They survived. They really survived. Just then, the system panel on my retina popped up with another notification. Congratulations to Survivor Li An for delivering the fatal blow to the final boss, Mother Brain Core. Received a super reward, 1 diamond level treasure chest. Gained 10,000 personal points. The entire team receives the guaranteed reward for clearing the stage, 1 silver tier treasure chest, and 2,000 individual points. Upon seeing these prompts, the 4 girls hugged each other excitedly, laughing and crying at the same time. 10,000 points! Zhao Dan stared at the panel, her voice cracking. We rich. With the guaranteed 2,000 points, that is enough for us to upgrade our dorm to level 2 and build that spirit spring well. Zhu Tong was so happy that she wiped away tears. Finally, I don't have to drink those expired canned drinks anymore. Lin Qian supported Li An, her face still flushed, but her eyes were full of joy. What is in that diamond-level treasure chest? Lin Qian asked curiously. Ang Li tried to smile, but the movement aggravated his chest injury, causing him to gasp for breath in pain. I don't have the energy to drive now. I'll talk about it when I get back to the dorm. He looked up at the shattered glass curtain wall. The dark red night sky had turned grayish, white at some point. The city ruins in the distance are disappearing in an extremely bizarre way. The building's walls began to become transparent. On the distant streets, the wandering zombies turned to ashes upon contact with the grayish-white light. There was no sound, no explosion. It is a pure, rule-based erasure. Looking at all this, Ang Li felt no panic, but rather a sense of expected calm. There is definitely an unseen hand controlling this, so-called post-apocalyptic survival game. They were thrown in like poisonous insects to fight each other, and the strongest one was selected. Now that the Giyu King has been born, there is no longer any need for this petri dish. Ang Li outside. Zhao Dan also noticed the strange phenomenon outside the window, and her voice trembled slightly. Fine. With Lin Qian's help, Ang Li stood up. The game is over. We're going home. He looked at his hands. The edges of his fingers began to shimmer, gradually becoming translucent. This is a forced transmission mechanism. He turned his head and looked at the 4 girls beside him. This zombie crisis instance is just the beginning. More and more brutal challenges await them in the future. But he has the confidence. Main tank, healer, crowd control, and dual DPS. This incredibly well-equipped 5-person team is now fully formed. Chapter 45, Return from Despair. A blinding white light exploded on the retina without warning. The intense feeling of weightlessness instantly drained all my senses. When his gaze refocused, Ang Lee found himself standing on the familiar composite wood flooring of dormitory 503. The familiar bunk beds were all around, but the nauseating smell of rotting flesh and blood was gone, replaced by the faint scent of laundry detergent unique to girls' dormitories. "You're back." Shutong's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lin Qian suddenly turned her head, her gaze fixed on Li An's chest, her voice trembling. "Li An, your injury." Li An looked down. His chest, which had been smashed, broken, and even had its flesh pierced by the demon hunter's claw, was now completely smooth. He reached out and touched it. There were no wounds, no scars, and not even a trace of pain. His skin was completely intact, and even the minor scratches left from the intense battle had disappeared. The only thing that could prove that the brutal battle had really happened was his tattered, coarse cloth shirt stained with dark red blood. All healed. Ang Lee clenched his fist, feeling the abundant energy within him. It seems that the system has an absolute repair mechanism. As long as you leave the dungeon alive, all physical damage will be forcibly reset to its peak condition. Zhao Dan touched her forehead. She had been bleeding from her nose because she had overexerted her mental energy, and her head felt like it was going to explode. Now, that tearing headache is gone. This is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Zhao Dan let out a long sigh of relief and habitually brought up the system panel to take stock of the supplies in her personal space. The next second, her expression changed drastically. "What is wrong?" Li An keenly noticed the change in Zhao Dan's emotions. Zhao Dan frantically scrolled through the virtual panel, her voice filled with anxiety. "It is all gone. Everything we looted from Shelter 7 is gone." This sentence instantly brought the atmosphere in the dormitory to a freezing point. Lin Qian quickly opened her panel, and Shujia and Shutong also checked it in a panic. "The military-grade canned food is gone. The compressed biscuits and bottled water are also gone." "Li An, what happened to all the special steel you packed in earlier?" Zhao Dan looked up at Li An. Ang Lee opened his personal space. It was completely empty. Apart from the set of coarse cloth clothes provided by the system, all the physical resources they had painstakingly collected in the dungeon world were completely wiped out. The system left us no way out. Li An closed the panel, his tone calm. "The products of civilization in the dungeon cannot be brought into our world. It cuts off our idea of exploiting bugs to hoard real-world resources. What are we going to eat?" Shujia clutched her stomach, her face scrunched up. "I'm so hungry." "The system is designed to force us to spend money." Ang Lee pointed to the store icon on the panel. "They won't let us bring any supplies from outside, so we can only use points to buy expensive water and food in their store. This is a forced consumption rule that completely binds us to its survival system." Lin Qian bit her lip, her face full of resentment. "We took such a huge risk. We almost died in that underground warehouse, and all we brought out was air." "It is not all air." Li An suddenly smiled and gestured with his chin toward the open space in the center of the dormitory. The four girls followed Li An's gaze. In the dimly lit dormitory, the floor emitted a glow that was a mixture of dark blue and dark gold. Those were the spoils they got from killing zombies, destroying nodes, and finally taking down the ultimate boss. Various sizes of glowing cubes, wooden blind boxes, black iron blind boxes, and even a rare treasure chest emitting a dark golden halo were piled up intact in the center of the dormitory. The system deprived the user of real-world resources, but all the rewards from its reward mechanism remained intact. Looking at the spoils scattered all over the ground, the disappointment and frustration in the eyes of the four girls vanished instantly, replaced by an undisguised fervor. "All of these things are here." Shujia cheered and rushed over, picking up a glowing cube. "Let's open the box," Ang Lee issued the order. "Shujia, Lin Qian, you two have good luck. You're in charge of opening those low-level glowing cubes and wooden blind boxes. Let's see what we get." "Leave it to me." Shujia excitedly rubbed her hands together and forcefully crushed the glowing cube in her hand. "Received basic wood X5, another piece of wood." Shujia pouted and picked up the second one. "Received basic stone X3. Received 10 coarse fibers." Lin Qian also squatted down to the side, quickly opening those low-level blind boxes. As the light continued to flash, a large amount of basic building materials such as wood, stones, and fibers were piled up on the dormitory floor, forming a small mountain. Even though there is no food, the drop rate is just too high. Zhao Dan was in charge of counting the quantity. "There are already more than 200 units of timber and more than 100 stones." Ang Lee looked at the materials and nodded in satisfaction. They had been stuck on the lack of materials when they got the basic spiritual spring well construction blueprints, But this time, opening the loot box filled the gap in infrastructure materials. With the spiritual spring well, they can not only solve their drinking water problem, but also restore their physical strength and improve their attributes through the spiritual spring water, which is the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. I've finished opening all the basic blind boxes. Lin Qian clapped her hands, stood up, and pointed to the last few boxes remaining on the ground. There are also 3 black iron blind boxes, and that box dropped by the boss. All eyes were focused on the rare treasure chest that radiated a dark golden glow. This is the super reward given by the system after Li An, in a state of overflowing yang energy, exerted all his strength to cause substantial damage to the bone armor's brain. Ang Li, you drive? Shu Tong swallowed, her voice very soft. Ang Li did not refuse and strode to the dark gold treasure chest. He crouched down and placed his right hand directly on the lock of the treasure chest. A soft click, the treasure chest lid popped open, and a blinding dark red beam of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire 503 dormitory in a crimson glow. After the light faded, a long sword remained silently suspended in midair. The sword has a very simple and ancient design. The blade is a deep, dark red color and has no fancy patterns. There is only a straight blood groove in the center of the blade. The hilt is made of some unknown black metal with a rough, non-slip surface. Ang Li reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. The moment I touched it, a strange sense of resonance spread throughout my body. Without Li and needing to deliberately urge it, the surging yang sword energy within his body seemed to have found an outlet, rushing wildly into the sword through his palm. Buzz. The long sword emitted a clear, ringing sound. The originally dark red surface of the sword blade suddenly burst forth with a dazzling crimson light. The high temperature distorted the air around the blade, and waves of heat spread outwards, forcing Lin Qian and the others to retreat repeatedly. Obtain exclusive weapon, Pure Yang Greatsword, upgradable. Feature 1. Extremely effective magic conduction, perfectly matching the Yang Sword Chi, with 0 loss in Sword Chi conduction, and comes with a 20% high temperature damage bonus. Characteristic 2, Heavyweight. The sword weighs 88 jin, approximately 44 caddies, and when swung, it carries a powerful physical kinetic energy knockback effect. Feature 3, not unlocked, requires consuming high-level energy stones or special metals. Chapter 46, Full Potential Evolution as Ang Li, looked at the panel prompts that popped up on his retina. His wrist gripping the sword suddenly sank. With a weight of 88 pounds, it is impossible for an ordinary person to swing it with one hand. However, after several attribute enhancements and the addition of the Supreme Yang Sword Chi, Li An found the heavy sword to be exceptionally easy to handle with one hand. He had previously used rusty iron shovels and solid wood table legs as weapons, but they would be carbonized or broken by the high temperature of the Supreme Yang Sword Chi if he exerted even a little force, making it impossible for him to unleash his full power. Now, this pure Yang heavy sword completely makes up for his fatal shortcoming of lacking high-level magic guiding weapons. His combat system finally took shape at this moment. This sword is so domineering. Even from 2 meters away, Zhao Dan could feel the terrifying heat emanating from the sword. As Lin Qian looked at Li An, who was holding a sword in one hand, the image of her taking the initiative to kiss him when they were in dire straits flashed through her mind. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly looked away, trying to appear calm as she commented, "That does fit your rough professional persona. What? Is Yin Xian jealous?" Li An glanced at Lin Qian, deliberately teasing her. "When you're able to stand on your own, the system might give you a unique weapon. But until then, you'll have to stay by my side and rely on my yang energy to keep you alive." Lin Qian was hit where it hurt, and she stomped her foot in anger, but she couldn't refute it. Ang Li ignored Lin Qian's arrogance and flipped his wrist. The heavy pure yang sword drew a crimson crescent arc in midair, bringing with it a gust of scorching wind before he deftly sheathed it at his side. The crimson light on the sword gradually subsided, returning to its ancient dark red hue. Li An raised his head, his gaze passing over the construction materials scattered on the ground and landing directly on the upper right corner of the system panel. There, a number representing individual points and dormitory common points is flashing wildly. Li An casually twirled his sword, then sheathed it and turned his gaze to the flashing numbers in the upper right corner of the system panel. Next, it is time to see the savings we've earned with our lives. Zhao Dan was the first to bring up her system light screen. Her previously composed face completely crumbled the moment she saw the string of numbers in the upper right corner. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Zhao Dan counted twice in a row, then suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling with excitement. "Li An, you have 12,150 personal points." Shujia, who was clutching her rumbling stomach, jumped up upon hearing this and rushed to Zhao Dan's control panel to take a closer look. That is over 12,000. The little girl's eyes lit up. I have 1,200 points too. Tong Tong and Shan Shan both have over 1,200 points. Shu Tong clasped her hands together and repeatedly prayed for Goddess' blessing. Lin Qian stood next to Li An and secretly glanced at the numbers on his panel. 12,000 points in the apocalyptic marketplace, where prices are ridiculously high. This is an enormous sum of money that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Although the previous series of quests from the system was a deadly trap, the super bonus given for defeating the ultimate boss above their level made their team rich overnight. Don't just look at individual points. Ang Li pointed to a line of green text at the top of the panel. Check how many points the dormitory has. Zhao Dan quickly swiped the screen and read aloud. Dormitory common points, 4,850 points. The entire 503 dormitory fell into a brief silence. Immediately afterwards, the four girls burst into an uncontrollable cheer. Shujia excitedly counted on her fingers. 1 bottle of water is 1 point, and 1 loaf of bread is 2 points. We have so many points now, we can buy so much delicious food. I never want to eat expired canned food again. Don't be too happy yet. Li An immediately poured cold water on the idea, raising his hand to open the dungeon shop interface that was floating in midair. A pale blue light curtain unfolded in front of the 5 people. Ang Li scrolled quickly through the product list. Basic survival supplies are indeed cheap, but if you scroll down a bit, the prices of things that can actually save your life are ridiculously high. A regular, high-quality tactical longsword is priced at 800 points. A protective suit that can withstand the scratches and bites of novice zombies is priced at 1,200 points. As for equipment with special attributes, they often start at 3,000 to 5,000. Look closely. This lousy system has no intention of letting us live comfortably. Ang Li pointed to a fragmentation grenade in the mall. This thing costs 200 points each. If we really encounter a horde of monsters, we 1T even make a splash with our few points. The girl's joy at suddenly becoming rich vanished almost instantly upon seeing the exorbitant price tag. Ignoring their disappointment, Ang Li directly typed enhancement into the search bar of the online store. The list refreshed instantly. Ang Li's gaze swept past the various attribute potions and locked onto the first item in the list. Basic Potential Activation Potion comprehensively enhances the user's basic physical constitution and slightly purifies their inherent supernatural abilities. Price 1,500 points Fey Bottle. Without any hesitation, Ang Li directly selected 5 for the quantity. A soft ding sounded a system. Notification sounded in Li An's mind. 7,500 personal points deducted. Purchase successful. A flash of white light and 5 glass tubes filled with a dark blue liquid fell directly onto Li An's bed. Zhao Dan stared wide, eyed at Li An's personal points, which had shrunk by more than half in an instant, and stammered, You spent 7,500 points directly? Ang Li picked up the 5 glass tubes and tossed them to the 4 of them. 1 bottle per person. Drink now. Li An's tone was very calm. Lin Qian hurriedly caught the glass tube. The potion felt slightly cool to the touch, and the pale blue liquid inside was slowly swirling. 1,500 points. Lin Qian looked at Li An. This man usually had a sharp tongue, and he was cunning without batting an eye when it came to scheming against people. He even took advantage of them under the guise of their profession. But now, without even flinching, he directly spent 7,500 points to buy each of the 4 burdens an exorbitantly priced potion. This is too valuable. Shu Tong held the glass tube, not daring to remove the stopper. Just drink it when I tell you to. Stop with all the nonsense. Ang Li uncorked his bottle and tilted his head back to gulp it down. In the apocalypse, why save your points for having babies? It is more practical to convert them into your own strength. When you become stronger, I won't have to be distracted by saving you when I'm fighting desperately on the front lines next time. Having said that, the 4 girls stopped being coy. Lin Qian pulled out the stopper and poured the dark blue liquid into her mouth. The medicine melted instantly upon entering the mouth and flowed down the throat into the stomach. In less than 3 seconds, a powerful surge of heat exploded throughout his body. Shu Tong let out a cry of surprise, and a blinding white light uncontrollably shone from her body. The mental energy that had been overdrawn was not only instantly replenished, but the range of the light it covered was also expanded by a whole circle. Zhao Dan covered her forehead and closed her eyes. She could clearly feel that her mental detection range had expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters. And the stinging sensation caused by overuse had completely disappeared. Shujia went even further. The little girl clenched her fists and swung them twice at the air, actually producing a slight whooshing sound. Chapter 47, Expanding the Dormitory. I feel like I could kill a bull with one punch right now. Xu Jia jumped up and down excitedly. Ang Li also felt the changes within his body. The speed at which the supreme Yang Sword Qi circulated through his meridians nearly doubled, and the violent heat became more restrained and pure. This potion was indeed worth the price. All right, the foundation is laid. You can use the remaining points as you see fit. Ang Li walked to the window. Buy some water and food, and also get a few clean clothes to change into. The smell you guys give off is enough to kill someone from 3 meters away. The 4 girls looked at each other and then realized what kind of image they were in. The coarse cloth clothes the system gave us were already torn to shreds, covered in dust, sweat, and dark red blood clots from zombies. Turn around. Lin Qian blushed and shouted something at Li An. Ang Li turned around and faced the window. Immediately, a rustling sound came from behind. The 4 girls each opened their control panels and began a wave of crazy revenge spending. Bottled water, wet wipes, towels, self-heating hot pot, pure cotton shirts, sweatpants. Soon, a faint scent of shower gel filled room 503, along with the strong, spicy aroma of the self-heating hot pot. Listening to the girls' hushed conversations and the sounds of unpacking packages behind him, Ang Li's nerves, which had been tense for 3 whole days, finally relaxed a little. Okay, turn around now. Zhao Dan spoke up to remind him. Ang Li turned around. The 4 girls had already washed their bodies with wet wipes and water, and changed into brand new sportswear. Lin Qian wore a tight white t-shirt and black yoga pants, which perfectly accentuated her amazing curves. She held a steaming box of self-heating rice and handed it to Ang Li. I bought this for you. It is braised beef flavor. Lin Qian turned her face away, refusing to look at Li and Ang. Li took the lunchbox and began to shovel the food into his mouth. The warm food filled my stomach, and finally filled that empty feeling of hunger. After eating and drinking his fill, Ang Li threw the empty lunchbox into a trash bag and brought up the system panel again. Now, let us get down to business. Ang Li opened the dormitory scoreboard public points 4,850. He first clicked on the section on defensive facilities. Basic alloy security door, 3,000 points. High. Voltage power, grid exterior wall, 20,000 points. Ang Li promptly closed the page. Nearly 5,000 points may seem like a lot, but if you throw them into the bottomless pit of infrastructure, they won't even make a splash. Buying a security door leaves you with points that you can use for anything else. It is a complete waste. He opened his personal space and slapped the blueprint he had found in the blind box onto the light screen. Basic spirit spring, well construction blueprint, dormitory only. The wood and stone obtained from opening the chests earlier have met all the requirements. Ang Li clicks to build. The system popped up a confirmation box. Complete construction by accumulating 800 dormitory public points. Confirm? Ang Li pressed confirm. A red warning box popped up instantly, accompanied by a piercing alert sound. Warning, current dormitory space is severely insufficient. The basic spiritual spring well occupies 4 square meters, which cannot be accommodated in the current crowded environment. Please expand your dormitory space before trying again. Ang Li frowned. He looked around. Room 503 was originally a standard 4-person student dormitory, which was only about 20 square meters at most. Inside were 4 bunk beds with the aisle in the middle so narrow that only 2 people could stand side by side. There is simply no place to put a 4 square meter. Well, what is wrong? Zhao Dan leaned closer and asked. Ang Li pointed to the panel. The space is too small. There is no room for a well. What are we going to do? If the well can't be built, we'll have to spend points to buy water in the future, Xu Jia said anxiously. Ang Li did not answer. He searched through the infrastructure panel and finally found the space management option in a corner. I clicked on it and took a look. Dormitory space expansion. 100 points face square meter. 100 points can buy 1 square meter of property. This system is wasting its talent by not selling school district properties. Ang Li glanced at the remaining 4,050 public points. Without any hesitation, he directly entered 40 in the expansion area field. I spent 4,000 points to get a 40 square meter space, with the addition of the original 20 square meters. The total area of the dormitory will expand to 60 square meters, which will be enough for them to do whatever they want. You spent it all. Lin Qian felt a pang of heartache as she looked at her public points, which had instantly dropped to 0. Ang Li pressed the final confirmation button and closed the panel. Saving points won't help us reproduce. If we improve the infrastructure, our chances of survival will be much greater. Ang Li had barely finished speaking. As the public points were instantly cleared to 0, The walls of the entire 503 dormitory room emitted a dull rumble. Then, in a flash of white light, the concrete wall in front of them disintegrated and extended outwards. There is no dust or gravel. The originally narrow balcony area was pushed outwards and extended. Composite wood flooring was installed by ourselves, more than doubling the area. A semi-transparent barrier emitting a faint glow completely sealed off the newly expanded area, keeping out the torrential blood rain and thick darkness outside. This is unbelievable. Zhao Dan took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch the faintly glowing barrier. It felt incredibly hard and even had a slight warmth to it. Shujia rolled around on the floor, excitedly shouting, "It is so spacious. We finally don't have to stand in the aisle as punishment anymore." Ignoring their excitement, Li An directly pulled up the basic spirit spring well construction blueprint from his personal space. System: place the well. The blueprints transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the center of the expanded terrace. The light faded. An ancient well made of bluestone appeared out of nowhere. The well opening is about 1 meter wide, and its edges are covered with lush green moss. White steam continuously billowed from the bottom of the well, making the surrounding floor slightly damp. Shutong curiously leaned over and peered inside. The well water was crystal clear, and the water was less than half a meter from the wellhead. Is this water really safe to drink? Shutong swallowed hard. The intense mental strain from the previous dungeon run, coupled with the fact that she had just drunk a potential potion, left her with a dry mouth. Li An walked over, spent 1 point in the system shop to redeem a plastic water ladle, and handed it to Shutong. "Why don't we try it and see? The infrastructure produced by the system can't be poisoned." Shutong took the ladle, carefully scooped up half a ladle of cool well water, and took a small sip. The next second, her deep features instantly relaxed. She tilted her head back and gulped down the half ladle of water. "So sweet." Shutong wiped her lips, a blush of excitement spreading across her fair face. Not only did it quench my thirst, but it also completely relieved all the fatigue in my mind. I felt even more energetic than after drinking the energizing potion. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian quickly grabbed the water ladle and scooped a large mouthful for herself. "Really, my legs were still weak a moment ago, but now I have all my strength back." Lin Qian looked at the water ladle in her hand in surprise. Shujia and Zhao Dan also hurriedly came over to share the water. Li An leaned against the blue stone well wall and watched the 4 girls scrambling for water. A weight was finally lifted from his heart. In the end times, clean water is the hard currency. With this spiritual spring that could restore physical strength and boost morale, their 5-person team finally had the means to survive. Even if you're stuck in your dorm for 10 days or half a month, you won't have to worry about dying of thirst. After Lin Qian finished drinking the water, she turned around and saw Li An staring at her. Suddenly, the image of her taking the initiative to kiss him popped into her mind again, and her cheeks flushed. She quickly stuffed the water ladle into Ang Li's hand. Chapter 48 chat room. "Why are you looking at me like that? You should drink too." Lin Qian turned her head away, her tone carrying an undisguised coquettishness. Li An took the water ladle, not minding the lipstick stains still on it from Lin Qian, and scooped up a large mouthful of water. The cool liquid slid down my throat into my stomach, transforming into a gentle energy that flowed throughout my body. The subtle feeling of weakness left over from previously activating the yang qi bursting state completely dissipated under the nourishment of the well water. These 4,000 points were well spent. Ang Li tossed the water ladle onto the well platform and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Just as the atmosphere in dormitory 503 was finally relaxing, drip, 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 a sharp electronic notification sound suddenly rang in Ang Li's mind. Not only Li An, but also Lin Qian, Zhao Dan, Shu Tong, and Shujia covered their ears at the same time. Ang Li quickly brought up the system panel. The interface, which originally only had 3 sections, dormitory, scoreboard, dungeon shop, and quest details, suddenly gained a flashing red envelope icon in the lower left corner. Next to the icon is a line of small text. Regional chat room unlocked. Chat room. Zhao Dan moved closer to Li An, staring at the red icon without any hesitation. Ang Li opened the envelope. A huge, semi-transparent dialog box popped up instantly, taking up most of the screen. The text on the screen scrolled upwards at an incredibly frantic speed, making it almost impossible to read. "Holy crap! I finally survived. What the hell is this system? Help! Can anyone give me some water? I'll give you 1,000 yuan for a bottle." No, 10,000 yuan. Is the person upstairs an idiot? It is the apocalypse. And you still care about money. I only care about points now. Waka'a. 3 people in my dorm died, and I'm the only one left. I don't want to play anymore. Please let me go home. Does anyone know what is going on? When will the National Rescue Team arrive? The dense text, filled with extreme panic, despair, and curses, flooded the screen. Ang Lee quickly clicked on the chat room settings options, slowed down the scrolling speed, and began extracting useful information one by one. Shujia shrank back in fright when she saw those words filled with bloodshed and despair. Did they? Did they all just finish the dungeon too? Nonsense. Ang Lee stared at the screen, his fingers swiping rapidly. The system previously stated that the portal would open once every 3 days. Now, all the survivors have been forcibly teleported back to their respective dormitories. Zhao Dan frowned and pointed to one of the messages that had just been scrolled past. Ang Lee, look at the prefix on this spokesperson's name. Li An looked in the direction Zhao Dan pointed. Every message in the chat room is preceded by a mandatory prefix. Dormitory 401, Building 2, Women, S Workers, 3rd Textile Factory. Our factory is in complete chaos. The 6 of us in the dormitory desperately ran back to our beds. But after being teleported out, we encountered an even more terrifying monster. Now, I'm the only one left alive. Jiangnan Heavy Industry Group, Single Employee Dormitory Area B. Can anyone tell me what happened? First People's Hospital, Surgical Duty Dormitory. Don't waste your energy. We're trapped here now. Upon seeing these prefixes, all 5 adults in room 503 were stunned. Lin Qian's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. A textile factory, a heavy industry group, a hospital. Xu Tong was also bewildered. Isn't this trial only for us college students? How come factory workers and hospital doctors are being dragged into it? Ang Lee's face instantly darkened. He had always thought that this so-called dormitory survival struggle was limited to Jiangnan Art College, or at most extended to the college circle in the whole city. But now it seems he was very wrong. The underlying logic of the system selection process is not student status at all. Ang Lee pointed at the various prefixes on the screen, his voice turning cold. Its criterion is the dormitory concept. Anyone who is in a building with dormitory functions and has successfully tied themselves to a bed at the moment the apocalypse arrives will be forcibly pulled into this survival game. Zhao Dan gasped. Factory workers' dormitories, hospital duty rooms, construction site prefabricated dormitories, and even some government agency dormitories. Following Ang Lee's line of thought, Zhao Dan continued to deduce the implications, and the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. This means that their future competitors will definitely not be just those defenseless male and female college students. It will contain industrial workers who do manual labor year, round doctors with professional medical knowledge, and possibly even retired security personnel. These people's survival skills and mental fortitude in the early stages of the apocalypse absolutely surpass those of the vast majority of students. Lin Qian's face turned a little pale, and she subconsciously moved closer to Li. Then if we run into them in the future, won't we suffer a great loss? Li An sneered. Suffer a loss? As long as they dare to mess with us, it is not certain who will suffer a loss. He has a huge sum of over 10,000 points in his hands, and his team is top-notch. The character has a main tank, healer, and crowd control abilities, and also wields a pure yang heavy sword. If it really came down to a fight to the death, those people might not be a match for them. Ang Lee continued scrolling through the chat history. As the panic subsided, some substantive intelligence exchange began to occur in the chat room. This intelligence instantly dampened Ang Lee's newly built confidence. Southern City Area, Electronics Factory Dormitory. You're all talking about zombies, but what exactly are zombies? We haven't encountered any zombies around here. Jiangnan Agricultural and Forestry University, Men S Dormitory 3. Didn't he encounter any zombies? What instance did you go to? Sooth City Area, Electronics Factory Dormitory bugs. They're all mutated bugs, 2 stories tall. Their shells are harder than steel plates, and they can spray strong acid from their mouths. There were 5 of us in the dorm, and as soon as we teleported out, 3 of us were swallowed whole by a giant centipede. North suburbs of the city, Chemical Plant Dormitory. Insects are nothing. We haven't even seen a monster here. The entire instance is an abandoned hospital shrouded in thick fog. People just walk around and suddenly die mysteriously without even knowing how they died. It is definitely ghosts or a curse. West District Railway Staff Dormitory, we encountered a mutated beast, a black bear the size of a building, which slapped our car, which was hiding there, into a pancake with a single blow. As the terrifying descriptions kept popping up on the screen, The air in room 503 froze completely. Shujia was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes, and she clung tightly to Zhao Dan's arm. Shu Tong's face turned deathly pale, and her breathing became rapid. Ang Li stared intently at the screen, his fingers cracking as he clenched them. He originally thought that the basic zombie dungeon provided by the system was the standard for the early stages of this post-apocalyptic game. Once you understand the habits and weaknesses of zombies, the road to survival will be much easier. But reality slapped him hard in the face. The dungeons are randomized, and the monster mechanics are completely different. Mutant behemoths, eerie ghosts, giant insectoids. This means that the combat experience they gained by risking their lives in the previous battle may be completely useless in the next dungeon. You've prepared iron bars and stab-proof vests to deal with zombies, but the system throws you directly into an invisible and intangible ghost instance. How are you going to fight it? This is not about survival. It is a pure one-sided massacre. Zhao Dan gritted her teeth, her voice filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Lian closed the chat room panel. The sense of peace and joy that had just been brought about by the construction of the spiritual spring, had vanished completely. The expanded 60-square-meter dormitory, with its seemingly impenetrable defensive barrier emitting a faint glow, appears extremely fragile in the face of this cruel truth. The system gave them 3 days to rest, not out of mercy, but to let them wait in despair for the next execution. Ang Li turned around and looked at the 4 girls in front of him, who looked terrified. He didn't say any of those comforting, pretty words. In this apocalyptic world where even the rules are constantly changing, any blind optimism is a death sentence. You all saw it clearly, right? Li An's voice was surprisingly calm. Whether we encounter zombies, insects, or those unseen and intangible monsters. Ang Li paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over each pale face. But there is one thing they all have in common: people will die in these dungeons. Chapter 49 Blood, read broadcast Ang Li. S fingers slid rapidly across the pale blue, semi-transparent screen. The text messages in the chat room are refreshed at an extremely fast speed. The screen was filled with despair, curses, and cries for help. Ang Li ignored those meaningless emotional outbursts. He turned the scrolling speed to the lowest setting and focused his gaze on a few specific words. Dungeon size, number of survivors, and teleportation mechanism. Zhao Dan stood beside Li An, her gaze following the movement of his finger. Look at this one! Li An clicked on a message from a single dormitory at the Chengdong Machinery Repair Factory. The statement was brief. In this abandoned mine instance, we entered approximately 500 dormitories. In the end, less than 50 survived. Li An continued scrolling down and clicked on another message from the girls' dormitory of the 3rd middle school of the city. The escape room scenario only has 10 dorm rooms. They're all dead, and I'm the only one left. Ang Li released his finger, and the text on the screen stopped scrolling. Did you spot any pattern? Ang Li turned to look at the 4 girls behind him. Zhao Dan pondered for 2 seconds before answering. The difference in the number of people is huge. In our previous zombie crisis instance, we didn't encounter many survivor teams from beginning to end. Based on the gathering situation in the building, the total number of dormitories in the entire instance was probably around 100. Ang Li nodded. This is the system's copy-tiering mechanism. Ang Li pointed to the data on the screen. The zombie instance in 100 dormitories is rated as D-level difficulty by the system. That abandoned mine with 500 dormitories is definitely a more difficult meat grinder. And that escape room with only 10 dorm rooms doesn't test combat skills at all, but rather puzzle solving and intelligence. Lin Qian trembled uncontrollably as she looked at the shocking death toll. Does that mean that next time we teleport, we might be thrown into one of those massive dungeons where hundreds of dorm rooms are fighting each other? Lin Qian's voice was dry. It is not just possible, it is certain. Ang Li's tone was cold and hard. The system is breeding poison. The first round of selection eliminated the weakest group. Those who survived all have points and enhancement potions. The next round of clashes will only be more bloody. Shujia crossed her arms and hid behind Zhao Dan. Zhao Dan shifted her gaze from the chat room to the interface of the system store. Her gaze lingered on the high-voltage power grid exterior wall priced at 20,000 points. Ang Li there. Something I've never understood. Zhao Dan pointed to that icon. Every 3 days we are forcibly teleported into a dungeon where life and death are left to fate. After returning to the dormitory, the system gives us an absolute defensive barrier. When the dormitory was expanded, that light shield blocked out the blood rain and monsters outside. Zhao Dan paused for a moment before voicing her question. If the dormitory is a safe rest area, why would the system sell security doors and high-voltage electric fences in the store? This doesn't make sense. A hint of admiration flashed in Ang Li's eyes. Zhao Dan's sharpness is indeed the highest in the team. Instead of answering directly, Ang Li reopened the chat room and typed "dormitory attacked" into the search bar. The screen flickered. A dozen or so messages popped up. West District Building Materials Market Staff Dormitory. Help. Does anyone have weapons? We just got back to the dormitory and the barrier outside suddenly disappeared. The corridor is full of mutated rats gnawing at the doors. Duty room. Downtown financial building. The security door has been smashed open. What kind of door? Breaking tools did the people in the next dormitory use. They stole our water and even killed old Wang. Ang Li pointed to the two messages and looked at Zhao Dan. This is the answer. Zhao Dan's pupils suddenly contracted. Shu Tong covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. The dormitory isn't an absolutely safe zone. There is no absolutely safe place in this world. Ang Li closed the search interface. The protection period provided by the system is limited, and those exorbitantly priced defense facilities prove two things. Ang Li held up two fingers. First, the system has defensive dungeons where monsters will directly attack our dormitories. Without defensive facilities, we can only be torn to pieces while we sleep. Secondly, and most fatally, survivors can invade each other's dormitories. As soon as those words were spoken, the temperature in room 503 seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. Lin Qian's face turned deathly pale. They had just spent all their public points to expand their dormitories and build the Spirit Spring well, and if someone broke in now, they wouldn't even have a security door. Then aren't we in great danger right now? Zhujia was so anxious she was almost crying. Safe for now. Ang Li glanced at the faint light barrier outside the window. The first round of the dungeon has just ended, and everyone is still figuring out the rules. Not many people can afford the door. Breaking items. But what about next time? And the time after that? Shu Tong took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Actually, we don't need to be too afraid. Shu Tong looked at the pure yang heavy sword in Li An's hand, and then at Shujia. We have Jiajia as our absolute main tank, Dandan for crowd control, Qinqian and Yu for damage output, and I for healing. With our setup, even if someone hacks into us or we encounter other teams, we can definitely win. Shu Tong's words gave Lin Qian and Shujia a little sense of security. Li An looked at Shu Tong, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Unbeatable configuration? Li An walked up to Shu Tong. He was a head taller than Shu Tong, and the oppressive feeling he exuded made Shu Tong subconsciously take a half step back. You think your healing and flashbangs are amazing? Ang Li's voice was completely flat. Shu Tong dared not look Li An in the eye and kept her head down without saying a word. In the basement of Shelter 7, that skinny man who awakened the power to manipulate death, have you forgotten him? Ang Li recalled that chilling scene. The darkness and gravity he created make it impossible for you to even breathe. What if he didn't release poison gas to torture us? What if his power wasn't darkness, but instead detonated your hearts? Li An turned to look at Lin Qian and Shujia. The survivors' abilities are incredibly diverse, and the system doesn't have a clear ranking system. A support class that can create illusions can make us kill each other in the illusion, without even lifting a finger. You think the configuration is invincible because you've only seen the direct physical combat. If you really encounter someone hiding in the shadows who poisons you, sets traps, or possesses bizarre, rule-based abilities, you won't even have a chance to activate your shield. Ang Li's words were like a knife to the heart, shattering the little confidence Shu Tong had just built up. Just then, suddenly, a blinding red light flashed on the pale blue chat room screen. A blood-red banner broadcast throughout the district was forcibly placed at the top of everyone's retina. This is a special broadcast of last words. Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, Male Dormitory 7, Room 302, don't trust anyone. Never trust anyone. Our team of 4 killed 3 elite monsters, and everyone was at full health. On the way back to the dormitory, we rescued 3 girls being chased by monsters. They cried and gave us water. The water was poisoned. My 3 brothers all died from the poison. They are sawing off my legs and forcing me to hand over the supplies in my personal space. I am using my last points to post this. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Chapter 50, a heartbreaking warning the blood. Red text remained on the screen for a full 10 seconds. Then it went completely dark. The room was deathly silent. Only the white mist rising from the Lin Qian well was slowly swirling. Lin Qian bit her lower lip so hard that it bled. Shujia covered her ears in fright, seemingly not wanting to hear such cruel things. Zhao Dan clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into her flesh. That team that was wiped out was definitely not weak in terms of combat power. We killed 3 elite monsters, and everyone is now at full health. But he was defeated by 3 seemingly weak girls who were crying as they handed him water. Ang Li stared coldly at the disappearing red text. Did you see that? Ang Li pointed to the spot where the light screen disappeared. That is why I insisted on marking out boundaries in the sewers to force those people to back down. That is why I'm telling you that everyone else besides the 5 of us is a potential enemy. Ang Li turned around and looked directly into the eyes of the 4 girls. Your own kind are always more dangerous than monsters. Monsters kill you to eat your flesh, and your own kind kill you, not only to steal your resources and points, but also to squeeze out the last bit of value from you. Lin Qian raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. But more than that, they held a resolute determination after her illusions had been shattered. She finally understood Ang Li's ruthlessness. If Ang Li hadn't been ruthless enough, the 4 of them would have met a fate far worse than death in this bottomless apocalypse. I see. Lin Qian wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice becoming unusually firm. I will have no sympathy for anyone else in the future. Zhao Dan nodded heavily. Although Shu Tong and Shu Jia were still trembling, they clenched their teeth tightly. Looking at their demeanor, Ang Li knew that the time was right. Fear is the best catalyst. As long as you are not crushed by fear, it can be transformed into the instinct for survival. Li An raised his hand and directly closed the system panel. The pale blue light disappeared, and the bright incandescent lights returned to the dormitory. You've cried enough. You've been scared enough. Now get moving. Ang Li's voice regained its composure and strength. The system has given us a 72-hour rest period, not for you to sleep. The atmosphere in dormitory 503 was so oppressive it felt like it had frozen. The original cramped space of 20 square meters was expanded to 60 square meters, but this did not make everyone feel comfortable at all. The faint light barrier on the wall still blocked the blood rain from the outside world, but everyone knew that this was just a temporary respite provided by the system. Lin Qian, lower your center of gravity. The Yin Sword technique isn't about wielding a long sword. It is about concentrating that chilling energy at the tip of the sword. When you thrust it out, it should be like a venomous snake spitting its tongue. Li An stood on the newly expanded open space, holding the newly acquired Chunyang heavy sword in his hand, his eyes blazing. Lin Qian bit her lip, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. With each swing of the sword, her slender waist and toned curves shone brightly in the sweat. Each thrust of her azure energy sword produced a sharp whistling sound, but it was still far from the restraint Li An had demanded. I've done my best. Lin Qian stopped what she was doing, panting heavily, a hint of stubbornness in her peach blossom eyes. Try your best? Li An sneered and slammed his heavy sword into the floor with a dull thud. In the dungeon, the monsters won't let you go just because you've tried your best. If you're even a fraction of a second slower, you can forget about drinking the spirit spring water tonight. Lin Qian glared at Li An but didn't refute him. She took a deep breath and got into a fighting stance again. Shujia, who was standing nearby, was undergoing special training to become a human shield. She held a heavy iron plate that she had just opened from a blind box, gritting her teeth as she endured the immense pressure of Zhao Dan's will. Zhao Dan closed her eyes, sat cross-legged in the corner, and used her X talent to manipulate various objects, constantly hitting Shujia's iron plate. Jia, don't just dodge. Use your skin to withstand the impact. Feel the force of the impact, and tense your body. Zhao Dan's voice came from the corner, tinged with weariness, but her tone was unusually calm. Shu Tong continuously cast light therapy spells from the side. Although there were no injured people at the moment, she wanted to imprint the rhythm of this treatment into her muscle memory. Her face was pale from the intense mental exertion, but her eyes were more focused than ever before. The entire dormitory was filled with the sounds of metal clanging, rapid breathing, and the buzzing of supernatural abilities being activated. Ang Li did not participate in this kind of physical training. He sat by the bluestone well, intently reading through the briefing of cleared dungeons available through the system. He bought this item from a veteran survivor in the chat room just now for 200 points. Upon turning to the first page, Ang Li's brow furrowed. Instance name, Silent Hospital, strategy status, total annihilation. Briefing after entering the instance, the survivors did not encounter any physical monsters. However, upon entering the operating room on the third floor, the entire team was forcibly eliminated for violating the no-talking rule. This instance contains numerous rule traps. Any attempt to break them by force is deemed invalid. Ang Li turned the page and saw another one. Instance name, Abyss Mine, strategy status, total annihilation. Briefing, the four teams fought amongst themselves for mineral resources within the dungeon. In the final stage, all the survivors betrayed each other, causing the defensive line to collapse, and ultimately leading to their annihilation by the mutated creatures within the mine. Ang Li tapped his knee lightly with his fingers. These briefings record not only failures, but also painful lessons. He discovered that the vast majority of these dungeon wipeouts were not caused by monsters being too strong, but rather by the rules. Some dungeons require absolute silence at specific times. Some require survivors to move in complete darkness, and some even have absurd rules like, you can only trust yourself. Human nature rules traps, Ang Li murmured softly. He saw a note about mutual trust in the briefing. The team encountered a survivor squad in the dungeon, and the two sides formed an alliance. However, at the last moment, the survivors poisoned their food, not only stealing all their points, but also using them as bait to feed the monsters. This method is utterly despicable compared to that of a monster. Ang Li, what are you looking at? A gentle voice sounded above my head. Li An looked up and saw Lin Qian wiping the sweat from her face with a towel. Her peach blossom eyes filled with concern. The intense training she had just undergone made her appear exceptionally frail. Her workout clothes, soaked with sweat, clung to her body, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Ang Li handed over the tablet and pointed to the blood-red words. Annihilation on it. Look at these. Ang Li's tone was cold and hard. Don't think that we're invincible just because we won the zombie dungeon. Many of the people who died in the dungeon were stronger and had better equipment than us, but they died without knowing why. Lin Qian leaned over and glanced at it a few times, her face instantly turning deathly pale. The rules kill? She asked in a trembling voice. Right? Li An stood up, walked to the well, scooped up a ladle of spiritual spring water, and drank it down. From now on, no matter what dungeon we enter, the first thing we should do is not kill monsters, but observe the rules. If even one detail is not correct, we will all die. Looking at Li An's profile, Lin Qian felt a surge of awe, adding another layer to the complex emotions she felt towards this man. This man is not only ruthless, but also frighteningly calm. Night fell in the 60 square. Metered dormitory, 4 single beds were pushed together to form a huge makeshift bed on the floor. The girls, who had been training all day, were exhausted. After washing up, they collapsed on the bed, too weak to even move. Ang Li walked to the bedside, preparing to make a makeshift bed on the floor.